HarperCollins presents The Close by Jane Casey, read by Caroline Lennon and Nathaniel Priestley. For Sarah Law, with love. We walk the path in innocence because we do not know what is at its end. Robert Macfarlane, Underland. Chapter 1. All murder investigations were different, and yet all of them began the same way, at least for me. Standing in silence near a body, trying to catch the faintest echo of what had happened. Sometimes the air still vibrated with violence and high emotion, and sometimes the silence was empty. It was a habit that I kept to myself, but one that reminded me of the fundamental truth. This was more than a job. Someone's life had been ended too soon. Finding out who had done it, and why, was my duty. Silence could be hard to come by, however, depending on the crime scene and who else was there. Currently, I was battling to hear anything over the hum of conversation from uniformed officers and scene-of-crime specialists, and, inevitably, my colleague, Detective Constable Georgia Shaw, who talked as if she was paid by the word. I tuned back in just in time to hear, "So, he was in the driver's seat? But clearly he didn't drive here, did he? Because he was already dead from what Dr. Early said, with the rigor and everything." The body was slumped, half of it inside a bright blue BMW sports car, half lolling through the open door. One arm dangled. Dr. Early, bright-eyed and brisk, had demonstrated with a quick swing that it hung loose. "He would have been in full rigor when they moved him to the driver's seat. You can see he's not in the correct position to have been driving. The angle of his legs is all wrong, and his feet wouldn't have been near the pedals. I'd guess he was curled up, and they were able to slide him into the seat all right, but they needed to move his arm to close the door." She had straightened up with a shrug. "You can break rigor, but you can't make it come back again." "So we were supposed to think he was killed in the car," I said, "and assume it happened here." "Your guess is as good as mine." Dr. Early had returned to her examination, probing the bloody mess on the top of the victim's head, where someone had hit him with enough force to smash his skull. The victim, Hassan Dawood, a doctor, aged 34. And where we stood was the car park of the big, sprawling London hospital where he had worked. It was just after 5 on a clear June morning, the light delicate but with the promise of heat later on. The nearest hospital building was a triumph of 60s brutalism, in stained concrete, with aluminium-framed windows that flared brightly as the early sun caught them. Behind them, hundreds of onlookers, I guessed, attracted by the fuss of a murder investigation in full swing. We had taped off half of the car park, which sent the hospital authorities into a tizzy. People would be coming to appointments, and to visit their loved ones, and to visit A&E, and the car park was already inadequate. Without access to parking, the hospital simply could not function. The sooner we took our dead body and went, the better, they had strongly implied. "Do you want to talk to Liz St. John? She's keen to get home," Georgia said. "Who's that?" "Oh, the woman who found the body." My first instinct was to tell Georgia to do it. I spent a lot of time trying to give her jobs that she couldn't get wrong. In truth, my reluctance had more to do with the motivation I'd been struggling to find lately. I had seen the woman already, sitting in the back of a police car with the door open, a blanket around her shoulders, her eyes wide with the kind of stare that saw nothing. "Make an effort," I told myself. "I'll speak to her. They're ready to move the body, if you don't mind looking after that." "Of course." Georgia sounded keen and competent, and at least one of those things was true. She was getting a lot better, I reminded myself. I still found myself checking up on her, but 9 times out of 10 she'd got everything right. It was really just the thought of the 10th time that kept me on edge. And speaking of being on edge, Liz St. John was doing a fair impression of someone who'd reached that state some time ago. She was holding a cup of tea, probably not the first one she'd been given. Her other hand was heavily bandaged. "Mrs. St. John, I'm D.S. Maeve Kerrigan. I understand you found the body." She nodded. "I didn't know. I said to the police when they came, I had no idea. I would never have opened the door if I'd known." "You opened the car door?" A convulsive nod. She was thin and pretty, usually, I guessed, though tiredness had put bags under her eyes and dulled her skin. Fair hair, fat diamond stud earrings, another few carats on her fingers, and a mulberry bag at her feet. A well-off woman who had blundered into her worst nightmare. She was staring at me with matching interest, seeing, I supposed, someone whose life was nothing like her own. I was wearing a dark trouser suit with a plain white top underneath. Minimal jewellery, minimal makeup. I was tall and striking enough to attract attention, but I tried to look neutral when I was at work. What was routine to me was shocking to her, and I reminded myself to be gentle with her. "Go back to the start. Why were you at the hospital?" "I was chopping carrots for the children's tea. Battens." She half laughed. "They don't even like carrots, you know. They wouldn't have eaten them." "And you cut your hand?" I prompted. I wanted to get her out of there before the body was moved. It was behind screens, but there were things you didn't need to hear, never mind see. "We have these knives. They're Japanese, very expensive. They're far too sharp. I must have been distracted and I sliced into my hand." She grimaced. "I had to wait for Hughie, my husband, to come home before I could go to the hospital, to mind the children. So I was quite late getting here, and then it was a 4-hour wait. They made me have an X-ray. Anyway, they were nice to me. I was worried that I was wasting everyone's time by coming here, but..." She trailed off, lifting her hand, showing me the bandages. "What time did you leave the emergency department?" "Coming up on 2 in the morning. It was still busy." "It's always busy," I said, with feeling. "Yes. Anyway, I came out here and the parking machine was broken." She gestured in that general direction. "There was a notice on it. Coins only. No notes. I mean, who carries that much change? And the amount they charge for parking, well, I didn't have it. I was short £2. Everything was closed and there was no one around. I was stuck, and Hughie was at home with the kids, so I couldn't get him to come and rescue me. I knew the receptionists wouldn't be able to give me change, but I thought I might find someone to help. I was about to go back into the building when I saw the car." "Hassan Dawood's car?" She nodded. "Why did you go over to it? Was there something about it that attracted your attention?" She looked surprised. "I knew him. He's my next-door neighbour." I blinked. "Wow." "Quite a coincidence." She frowned. "Except not really. Lots of doctors live around where we are, and it's the closest A&E to us. It wasn't a surprise to see someone I knew. I didn't think anything of it, except, oh good, Hassan will help me. The windows are tinted, but I could see him in the driver's seat." "So you went over?" "And knocked on the window. When he didn't look up, I opened the door. And he fell out." She swallowed convulsively. "I thought he was ill. I thought... well, I don't know. But then his cap came off and I saw his head." "It must have been a shock." "A total shock. I was almost sick." She shut her eyes, and I saw a glint of sweat across her forehead, as if the nausea had returned. Hassan means handsome. Did you know that? Someone at the playgroup told me. He was terrifically handsome. Beautiful, really. Seeing him like that was a nightmare. Did you touch him? I sort of caught him when he flopped out. I checked for a pulse, but he was cold. She shuddered. Maybe I shouldn't have touched him, but I didn't know. It was a pain, forensically speaking. I hoped she didn't know what I was thinking. We'll need to get a sample of your DNA, if that's all right. Of course. Anything. Was Hassan married? I had noticed a platinum ring on his hand. Yes, last year. They seemed happy. She bit her lip. Most of the time, anyway. What do you mean? There were arguments now and then. Breaking china. Shouting. Her eyes slid up to mine. It's not that I'm nosy. I couldn't help hearing when we had the back doors open. It gets so hot in the kitchen. Late at night, when they'd been partying, there were rows. Violent ones? I don't know. I can't say. Instant regret. Common to witnesses who felt they had said too much. She looked down at the tea. This is cold and disgusting. Could you take it away? I took the cup out of her hand and put it on the roof of the car. Go back to Mr. Dawood's marriage. Tell me about his wife. Oh, no, sorry, I've misled you. Hassan didn't have a wife. He had a husband. Cameron. But he's away. She shivered. So it couldn't have been him who did this, could it? Chapter 2. I told you all of this before. We had a good marriage. Cameron Grant Dawood sat with his hands clasped in front of him on the table, pressed tightly together. A tremor ran through his body every few moments. A physical manifestation of the grief that had left him red-eyed and puffy-faced. He was big, his muscles well-defined, his shoulders straining the cotton of his t-shirt. He was 36, I knew, but his sandy hair was thinning across the back of his head already. The sun had burned him pink across the bridge of his nose and the upper part of his arms. He had come straight to meet us when he got back to London, pausing only to get his solicitor to join him. I was reserving my opinion of Cameron Dawood. Did you ever argue? Beside me, Georgia was taking a confident lead with questioning him. Of course. Of course, she repeated, her eyebrows raised as if she was surprised. Don't overplay it, Georgia. He shrugged. I'm not going to try to tell you we didn't fight now and then. That would be unrealistic. It would have been a lie, too, I thought. Was it physical, Georgia said, when you argued? No. Was there damage to property? No. Neither of you ever got angry enough to throw things? I said no. His jaw was clenched. That's not what we've heard, Georgia said cheerfully. And I saw his eyelids flicker as he thought about who might have come up with a different version of events. You must be talking about Liz. What makes you say that? Georgia hopped on what he'd said as if it was evidence of wrongdoing, and he sighed. I know she found him. You told me that much. So I suppose you've been talking to her. He rubbed his eyes. You can't have had time to talk to anyone else, really. What is it? 12 hours since he was found. Less than that. And I presume you want to start with me since I'm his husband. He was no idiot, I thought, and he was easily outthinking my junior colleague. What difference does it make if Liz told us? My voice was quiet. It was almost the first thing I'd said in the whole interview, and Georgia looked around as if she had forgotten I was there. She was enjoying herself, and I was not. I wished I was somewhere else, and I looked down at my notebook to hide the thought from the man I was supposed to be interviewing. It doesn't make any difference, really, except that she was mistaken. He shrugged. I don't know why she would say that we fought. She seems like a perfectly nice woman. But I can't say I know her well enough to judge her as a witness. Did you ever call the police? Either of you? I was the last person to judge them if they hadn't involved the police, given that I hadn't called for help myself, when I'd stumbled into a relationship with a man who won arguments with his fists. Absolutely not. And you can check that quite easily, can't you? He glared at me, his brow furrowed. Why are you wasting your time on this? It's hardly a big deal that we argued. That's what adults do from time to time, kids. Life isn't one long honeymoon, no matter how much you love each other. But you hadn't been married very long, Georgia pointed out. Still in the honeymoon period. It was almost a year. His voice broke, and he hung his head for a moment. We'd been together for 4 years before that. Why did you decide to get married after all that time? Because we could, he snapped. Then, in a gentler tone, because we wanted to make a permanent commitment to one another, I suppose. We both felt marriage was for life. We didn't have anything to prove. Everyone who knew us knew we were completely devoted to one another. What did you argue about? I asked. Cameron turned his attention to me again, his forehead furrowed. All kinds of things. Who hadn't loaded the dishwasher properly? Who was supposed to pick up the meat from the butcher? Who didn't water the garden? Was that all? A flicker of irritation. Sorry to disappoint you. Hassan liked to let off steam that way. He'd pick a fight over something small and we'd argue for 10 minutes and then he'd make it up to me over a whole weekend. He sounded more Scottish when he was upset, I thought, which was the sort of giveaway that could be useful. Were you hoping for some juicy details of infidelity? I presume you think that we weren't faithful to one another because we're gay. You're assuming we wouldn't play by heterosexual rules. I'm not assuming anything, I said. Some people have open marriages. Some people have affairs. Some people are faithful to one another. I'm sorry to ask about anything so personal, but I have to. Don't pretend you don't enjoy it. Cameron's solicitor shifted in his chair, a small but meaningful movement, and Cameron pressed his clasped hands to his forehead, mastering himself. Of course I understand. You have to find out if I had a motive to kill him, even though I couldn't have killed him because I was away, which you know. Cameron Dawood had been competing at a windsurfing competition in Pwllheli in North Wales when his husband's skull was fractured. I wasn't going to ask about your relationship and whether you were both faithful. Yet. I was more interested in arguments about money. He gave a short huff of surprise. We weren't exactly short of cash, if that's what you mean. Hassan was a consultant, which means he got paid a decent amount of money, even for his NHS work. He spent half the time working for the NHS and half of the time for Havenview Hospital, which is private. He was a kidney specialist. People respected him. He earned a lot, and he spent money on things he liked. Same as me, if it comes to that. What do you do? Georgia asked. I'm an accountant. Do you work for a particular company? I'm self-employed. I have a decent client list. He managed a grotesque kind of smile. You know where we live, right? You know we couldn't have afforded a 5-bed house in a nice part of London if we weren't doing all right. Appearances can be deceiving, Georgia observed. "You could have been managing a lot of debt." "Could have been, but we weren't. You're welcome to go through our financial records, and I'm sure you will." His eyes were steely. I was in charge of the financial side of things, as you'd expect. Hassan knew what he had to spend, and he was careful about it. We didn't argue about it. We argued about stupid little things because that was how we were. And then we made up. There was no lasting damage, no resentment, no motive from your point of view. I'll be the judge of that, I thought. "Did anyone wish him harm?" Georgia asked. And Cameron laughed, without humour. "Well, clearly they did. But if you're asking if I was aware of someone wanting to kill him, then no." It was hard to tell whether Cameron despised us because we were women or because he thought we were asking all the wrong questions, but I could tell he hadn't formed a very good opinion of us. I tried to think of something to say that would cut through his defences and prove that we were on his side, really, assuming that he wasn't his husband's killer. My head remained stubbornly empty of anything useful. Beside me, Georgia cleared her throat. "What I'm asking is if he had any enemies." "No. He was on good terms with his family. He didn't get on with all of his colleagues, but we're not talking about anything disciplinary. He was just a very determined, focused person, and he didn't like anyone saying no to him. If he couldn't get what he wanted by asking or charming someone, then he shouted. That annoyed some people." He pinched the bridge of his nose, fighting for composure. "All I can think is that someone killed him because they hated what he was. I think they killed him because he was married to a man and they loathed that. There are plenty of people who think that way, believe me, and some of them are prepared to act on it." I let Georgia scurry away after the interview on the pretext that I wanted to tidy up the interview room. The last thing I wanted was a full discussion of where we'd both gone wrong in handling Cameron Dawood. I should have played a bigger part when it became clear that she wasn't able for him, and I had let her fail instead. To teach her a lesson, she had undoubtedly assumed. "It's not that I didn't want to help you. I couldn't. It was all too close to home, that was the trouble. All much too reminiscent of the experiences I should have been able to leave behind when my last relationship ended in the most dramatic way possible." When I left the empty room, I stood in the corridor and closed my eyes for a moment. There was work to do, and plenty of it, and conversations I needed to have, and for that I needed energy. Unfortunately, I was all out. The sound of a door opening brought me back to where I was and what I should be doing, a feeling that only intensified when I clocked the tall figure sauntering towards me. Detective Inspector Josh Derwent, at his most urbane, and therefore dangerous. "That didn't go too well, did it, Maeve?" "You were watching?" "On the monitor." He brushed a thread from the sleeve of his jacket. Of course, he was entitled to watch any interviews I did. I was a DS and he was my DI. Supervision was part of his job. For anyone else, that would have been the whole story. "Why?" "Curious." "About what?" "The case?" I hesitated. "How Georgia was doing?" "No, Angel. Not her." I rolled my eyes, not even attempting to hide my irritation as I set off down the corridor. I didn't know why I had expected anything different. Josh Derwent was an HR disaster, a walking liability who had done multiple training courses in professional behaviour. The courses had achieved nothing except that now he was aware of when he was breaking the rules, and how, and exactly how much trouble he would be in if I complained. I didn't complain. I'd learned not to mind, mostly. and to recognise that the way he challenged me was a sign that he cared. No one was more annoying. No one knew me better. If I found him irritating, very often it was because he was right about something, and I had to admit I was wrong. Just as often it was the other way around. I'd trained him to listen to me, some of the time. He was my boss, my landlord, my friend. And currently he was my problem. Give me a break. He fell into step beside me, with the kind of easy stride that told me I needn't bother trying to outpace him. What happened to you in there? My grip tightened on my notes. What do you mean? You let him get away with not answering half your questions. He called you homophobic. He did not, and so you let him avoid talking about whether they were faithful to one another. That's not like you. It was a first interview and he's not officially a suspect. Of course he's a suspect. He wasn't even there. Uh-huh. Pretty convenient for him to be 5.5 hours away from where his husband was being murdered, don't you think? I do, I allowed, but I also think it would have made it quite difficult for him to bash his husband's head in. He could have hired someone. You heard him. Money wasn't an issue. I pressed the button for the lift with maximum force, as if that would make it come quicker. It's not easy to find someone to carry out a murder for you. Not easy, but not impossible. He turned to face me, leaning his shoulder against the wall, his hands in his pockets. What about the domestic violence angle? What about it? There were a few questions you could have done with asking. Who was the aggressor? Did they ever get counselling? What kind of injuries are we talking about? I can find all of that out. In fact, he's not the best person to ask if he was the one who was handy with his fists. Hassan Dawood was slightly built. Cameron is a tank. I'm not assuming he was the aggressor, but if he was, we're more likely to hear about it from Hassan's friends or colleagues. He leaned towards me. You went somewhere else the second Georgia brought it up. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do, he said softly. And you know why I'm saying it. Without thinking, I raised a hand to the collarbone that my boyfriend had broken the previous summer, then let it fall when I realised what I was doing. The challenge in Derwent's eyes softened to pity, and that was almost worse. I felt my throat tighten. You're jumping to conclusions. I didn't know enough to take Cameron Dawood on. He was pure granite, and he wasn't going to give us anything unless he had to. All we had was a sketchy story from the neighbour. Once I've followed it up with her, and confirmed it with their friends or relatives or anyone Hassan might have confided in, I'll go back to Cameron with it. At the moment, I don't know enough to know when he's lying to me, but I will. You didn't tell anyone? Derwent's voice was silky. What makes you think Hassan did? I felt the colour wash into my face. This isn't about me, and I don't know why you keep bringing it up. It's old news. I'm over it. I wonder. What? I wonder if you really believe that. Derwent straightened up, dropping the inquisition abruptly. And I wonder if now's the right time to ask you something. What? If you do something unusual with me, it would involve going away, a complete change of scene. For work? He looked affronted. Of course for work. Of course. Derwent had a partner, Melissa, and even if he hadn't, he would have a bit more subtlety than that. Flustered, I said the first thing that came to mind. Going away? For how long? Don't know. Then no. I would say no. Then I won't ask you. At that moment, the lift doors slid open, and I shot into it. He stood in the hallway, watching me, his expression unreadable. He never took no for an answer if it was something he really wanted, I thought. It was as if he'd heard me. I won't ask you now, anyway. Some other time. I had my hand on the button to keep the doors open. Are you getting in? No, I'll take the stairs. The doors closed, and I felt my shoulders drop. Somewhere between relief and dismay. I knew Derwent well enough to be certain the conversation wasn't over. Chapter 3. The Dawoods lived in a secluded, tree-lined road a couple of miles from the hospital as the crow flew, but it might as well have been another planet. Detached houses were set back from the road, with expensive cars parked on the driveways. Somewhere, children screamed. A thin noise that was happiness rather than horror. There were discordant notes. The police officer standing on the pavement outside the first house in the street, and the police tape strung across the gateway, and the Metropolitan Police Forensic Service vans parked along the road, and several bunches of flowers propped against the hedge. "We're not releasing the house until Kev is happy," Georgia told me, preparing to step into her paper suit. I was doing the same, tucking my hair back under the hood. "Did he tell you if he'd found anything?" "No," she bit her lip. "He'd probably have told you." "Kev and I go way back." I gave her a reassuring smile. There had been a time when I had envied other police officers their easy confidence with the crime scene technician. He tells me all sorts of things he shouldn't. Kev Cox was a wizard who had a sixth sense about where he might find DNA, or blood spatter, or a careless fingerprint. No one was better at reading a crime scene than him. So, when I found him in the kitchen of the big empty house and saw the set of his shoulders, my heart sank. "Nothing." "Not so far." He looked up from his clipboard and shrugged. "It could be your crime scene. I'm not ruling it out." "Go on." His face puckered with frustration behind his mask. "It's just a few things that don't add up. Like, we found his mobile phone on the kitchen table. I'd expect him to have taken it with him if he was leaving the house for any length of time. It's second nature now, isn't it?" "You have to make an effort to go out without it," I agreed. "Unless you want to be untraceable. But it's a shame we won't have cell site analysis to tell us where he went." "It makes me think that he was dead before he left here. But there's nowhere with obvious blood spatter and nowhere that's too clean. Look at this." He pointed to the marble work surface on the kitchen counter. "Crumbs. Fingerprints everywhere. Smudges on the window. The cleaner comes on Fridays, I'm told, and no one did much cleaning in her absence." "So, no one mopped up a puddle of blood?" "Nope. I found a smudge, one smudge, on the back door." "Inside or outside?" "Outside." He shrugged. "Could belong to our guy. Could belong to someone letting themselves into the back garden to make a getaway. Could be a gardening injury from a few days ago. There wasn't much of it." I went across to look out at the garden, realising that it wasn't overlooked to the rear. Tall trees and shrubs lined the walls, adding to the impression of privacy that was the greatest luxury London could offer. The house itself was like something from a magazine, all brass detailing and restrained good taste. Parquet floors, expensive sofas, a high-end kitchen with designer stools at the breakfast bar. The ideal home for a pair of well-heeled professionals, even if it was on the large side for two. I made a note to ask Cameron if he and his husband had been thinking about having children. He would know I was seeking a motive, but it was still worth asking. "What's that at the end of the garden?" "A home gym." Kev came to join me. "I've got a couple of techs in there, don't worry. They haven't found anything. The flooring out there is rubberized, but it's soft and absorbent, not wiped clean. If there was blood, it would stain." "Right." I stepped out onto the patio, careful to avoid making contact with the door. An expensive barbecue sat under a canvas cover. Big sofas bracketed a fire pit. The overall air of affluence persisted. "Nice place for a summer party." Kev winced as a scream tore the air from the garden next to us. "Except for that, obviously." I had jumped too. The scream came again and ended in a happy gurgle before a toddler's voice was raised in outrage. "Mummy! Mummy!" "Isn't it bedtime?" I said to Kev, who rolled his eyes. "Goes right through your head, doesn't it?" The house beside the Dawoods would belong to Liz St. John, I thought, and it looked just as expensive and desirable as my victim's house. Money couldn't buy you peace and quiet, but it could definitely make you think you were entitled to it. A rustle at the door was Georgia stepping out gingerly on the metal footplates Kev had laid across the patio. "Anything?" "No." I pointed discreetly at the house next door. "That's the only house that would have line of sight on the garden. We should talk to her again." "She didn't mention seeing anything." "She might not have thought it was relevant. And she might have a cleaner, or a housekeeper, or a gardener, or someone else we don't know about. They could be a witness." "Assuming anything happened here," Georgia said. "We have to start somewhere. Do you mind going round to talk to her?" She looked surprised. "Don't you want to do that?" "I'm sure you can manage it," I said, and watched her go with mixed emotions. I'd spoken to Liz St. John at the hospital, I thought. I'd done my bit. If Georgia still needed me to hold her hand on a straightforward interview, she was in the wrong job. "You should still have gone with her." I ignored the nagging voice of my conscience and turned back to Kev. "Where did Hassan keep the car?" "In the garage, left at the front door. I've had a preliminary look." He brightened. "The floor is polished concrete. Very good surface for footprints. The place is immaculate. I think it's worth spending a bit of time on it." I nodded. "Can I walk through the rest of the house?" "Be my guest. If you find anything, let me know." He headed off in the direction of the garage, his usual cheerful whistling modulating to a minor key. Frustration didn't sit well with him. I started at the back of the garden, scanning the gym from the door to avoid getting in the way. It was equipped with expensive kit: a Peloton bike, a massive treadmill, a rowing machine and stacks of weights. The back wall was mirrored, doubling the crime scene technicians who were crawling around the floor and delicately swabbing near-invisible smudges on the walls. I glanced at myself automatically. Tall, anonymous in protective gear, dead-eyed. I turned away and strode back to the house, pausing for a second at the door to get an impression of the place. It was as Kev had said. Nothing out of place, nothing remarkable. Every room was tidy, but not too tidy. Clean, but not excessively so. As I walked around, I noticed the floors were in need of a vacuum here and there, and the mirror in the ensuite bathroom was splashed with water stains. If someone had cleaned up a crime scene, they could never have recreated the lived-in feel of the place. Nothing jangled with that unsettling vibration I'd come to recognise as the aftermath of violence. Nothing jarred. Georgia was loitering outside when I came out of the front door. "Anything interesting?" "Not really. What about Liz?" She shrugged. "She was fine. Made me feel like a scruff. I should have left my protective suit on so I didn't make the place dirty." "How's proud is she?" "You'd never know two little kids live there. You could eat your dinner off the floor." "Did she see anything next door?" "No, but I'd say she's too preoccupied with herself to notice much. And the kids make noise all the time. You know how it is. You have the bifold doors open because the roof lights make the kitchen so hot when the sun is shining, and suddenly you realise how much sound carries. Hassan used to complain about it, she said, but poor little Nell went through agonies when she was teething." It was a pitch-perfect imitation of Liz's drawl, and I grinned appreciatively. Such a nightmare with the roof lights. I suppose she didn't notice anyone calling next door. A delivery, even. She didn't say. Why? Do you think someone burgled the house? No, I said, surprised. Nothing so dramatic. I just want to know if there was a point when Hassan stopped answering the door. The blood on the back door is inconclusive. If nothing happened in this house, I want to work out when he was here and when he went out. That would be helpful. I sighed. Let's face it, any facts at all would be helpful. So far, all that we really know for sure is that Hassan Dawood is dead. Chapter 4. The weather was beautiful the following day, through the office window. Small, bright-edged clouds slipped away overhead, racing east in a bright blue sky. Pigeons whirled on the air, weightless and lovely from a distance. Where they found a window ledge, the males strutted and preened, balls of confident fluff as fat as full-blown peonies. Beautiful, if you didn't look at their rheumy eyes and mutilated feet. I shouldn't have noticed any of it. I stared out of the window at the sharp green growth on the trees, the wind flipping the leaves like a croupier turning cards, and wished I'd nothing else to do but let the summer day pass into evening, and evening deep into night before my eyes. The Dawood case needed my attention. I couldn't leave it up to Georgia, even though she had been picking up the slack, taking on tasks that I should have dealt with myself, and all without complaint or asking for praise. Georgia was becoming a useful member of the team, just as I was turning into a dead weight. Yet another email slid into my inbox. I read the subject line and fought back a yawn. Counsel, with a question about an upcoming trial. It would be an easy one to answer, only needing a quick check of the file, but lassitude pressed down on the back of my neck like a heavy hand. If my best friend, Liv, had been at work, she would have noticed that something wasn't right. She would have noticed it before I was even aware of how I was feeling. She would have taken me out for a drink and interrogated me gently but inexorably until I faced up to reality. But Liv was off on maternity leave, utterly besotted with her plump, cheerful baby. And of the others who might notice, I scanned the other desks. The usual suspects. Chris Pettifer on the phone, leaning back with one arm propped behind his head, his belly domed under a straining shirt. Colin Vale, his lips moving as he read through a report, blinking fast behind his thick glasses. His cycle jacket hung carefully over the back of his chair, ready for his perilous trip home. Pete Belcott was sending messages from his personal mobile phone, his face flushed and somehow unwholesome. A dating app, I thought, or just some straightforward sexting. He licked his lips as I watched, his tongue working at the corners of his mouth, and I wished I could unsee it. A few other detectives were scattered around the room, all of them hard at work, none of them remotely interested in me or my problems. And if they had been, I would have been horrified, I reminded myself. I sighed as I dragged my eyes back to the screen in front of me and clicked on the email. It was a model of brisk communication, as I'd expected from that particular lawyer, and the question was as straightforward as I'd anticipated. I sighed again and yawned and looked vacantly around the office once more, and jumped as I realised I'd been under surveillance all along. There was a meeting going on inside DCI Unabert's glass-walled office. The murmur of voices had been a constant from behind the closed door since I got to work. I had failed to notice two things: that Derwent was at the meeting, and that he had managed to find a seat commanding a perfect view of my desk. The office was lined with blinds for privacy, but most of them were crooked, and one had fallen down altogether, leaving a large gap. That was where he had chosen to place himself. He was sitting with his legs stretched out in front of him and crossed at the ankle, which was typical. He liked to take up as much space as possible. Also typical were the arms folded across his chest and the straight-browed glare he was giving me that said, more clearly than words, "I know you've been doing the bare minimum to get by, and not even that today. And if you think it's good enough, you've got another think coming." I forced myself to concentrate on answering the email, taking great care to get the details right. I checked it twice, sent it, and looked back to reassure myself that Derwent was no longer watching. He hadn't moved a muscle. His whole focus was on me. At that moment, Una Burt must have said something to him because he turned his head towards her desk and spoke. It was impossible to guess what he was saying, but his expression wasn't encouraging. Maybe the bad mood wasn't entirely because of me. The gaps in the blinds afforded me a tantalizing glimpse of the other people at the meeting. A man in a dark suit, balding and bespectacled. A woman in a fuchsia jacket, her fair hair cut into a bob that was designed to project competence rather than style. There was something familiar about her, although all I could see was the back of her head. I frowned, trying to place her. There was a fifth person. I rolled my chair back a few inches to get a better view. Assistant Commissioner Simon Grayton, the mayor's pet, appointed to a newly created position with a brief to transform the Met into a modern police force, whatever that meant. He wasn't particularly popular with the ordinary coppers who actually policed London, but he was well-spoken and accomplished in management speak. He had the power to shut down our entire team if he wanted to, and I couldn't imagine why Una Burt had taken the risk of allowing Josh Derwent anywhere near him. There was almost no chance Derwent would get through a whole meeting without saying something unforgivably offensive. In fact, even now, he was sitting up and leaning forward, responding to the woman. Her shoulders were up around her ears, her head shaking as she listened to him speak. Oh, shit. I was half glad that it was nothing to do with me, and half disappointed. And that in itself was a surprise. It was so long since I'd felt the jolt of curiosity that I'd almost forgotten what it was like. I wanted to be in the meeting, not outside it, and it was months since I'd cared about anything like that. Derwent had stopped talking, but he looked as if he was far from finished with whatever he'd been saying. The woman was holding forth now, jabbing a finger in his direction, and the balding man had leaned over to put a supportive or quelling hand on her chair. A professional relationship, I thought, even if it was a close one, or he'd have made physical contact with her. I wished I could see Una Burt's face. Would she back Derwent up, or hang him out to dry? And what did Simon Grayton make of it? Why was he even there? For a moment, I felt like the old me. The fog in my brain seemed to have cleared. Una's office door opened. The man in glasses came out first and stood to one side, one hand supporting his elbow as he pressed a finger to his lips. He was younger than I'd thought, prematurely aged by stress, and behind his glasses his eyes were worried. I'll be honest with you. I haven't heard one thing from you or from him that made me think you'll make any effort whatsoever to stop this from happening to someone else. And it makes me wonder if you'd care more if you had different victims. The woman sounded as if she was on her last nerve as she burst out of the office like a cork out of a bottle. The him she'd mentioned was undoubtedly Josh Derwent. Well, his charm either worked on you or it didn't. There was no middle ground. That was assuming he was bothering to use his charm, of course. Now, I don't think, Simon Grayton began, his tone emollient. You can't say that. Una Burt, shrill in contrast with the Assistant Commissioner. And over the top of both of them, far too audibly, Josh Derwent, his voice sharp enough to cut steel. What you want us to do isn't possible. Why not? She demanded. I thought you had the answer. That's not what I said. I had one suggestion, but there are no guarantees it would work. And besides, that approach requires an enormous commitment of manpower and resources, and we have other priorities. More important people to worry about? Don't put words in my mouth, he snapped. If it's resources, Simon Grayton said smoothly, then I can assure you, there's no issue with funding this inquiry. I'll make sure you have what you need. The question is how we can help, Unabert said. All of the options are on the table, and it is a top priority for us, I can promise you, Mrs. Jacques. Her name was the prompt I'd needed. Ruler Jacques, the mayor's right-hand woman, a fixer to her fingernails. The media made a big deal out of the fact that she was unelected and answered to no one except the mayor, who was widely thought to be under her thumb. Ruler by name, ruler by nature, the headline said. Such a shame she wasn't good enough at playing the political game to run for office herself, they murmured, with what might have sounded like sympathy if it hadn't been edged with contempt. She was a short woman in person, broad across the hips, and her look-at-me clothing choices felt like deliberate defiance of other people's expectations. A brilliant strategist, she had guided the mayor throughout his political career, and he owed her a lot. So, pissing her off was pretty much unthinkable, considering that the mayor could punish the Met any time he liked. Derwent didn't seem to have got the message. He stood in the doorway, glowering down at Mrs. Jacques. We have to operate inside the law. We can't pile in and arrest anyone and everyone who might have some involvement in this situation. Crime. You can call it a crime. Ruler Jacques was shaking, I noticed, her movements uncoordinated as she plucked at her bag and settled a necklace at her throat. She was holding back tears with a dam of anger. Evidence is the issue, he said softly. And there was a touch of compassion in the way he looked at her, though I suspected you'd have to know him very well to spot it. We don't have any. All we have are your suspicions. That's not quite all. No. He made a small movement with his shoulders that I knew to be frustration, not with her, but with the situation that meant that he couldn't help her. Mrs. Jacques, we will do all we can. Simon Grayton bowed, an oddly formal movement. Inspector Derwent and I will come up with some other ideas, Unabert added, with a meaningful side-eye in his direction. Let me walk you to the lift. Grayton steered Ruler Jacques away, the nameless functionary trotting behind them. Derwent didn't miss a beat, turning towards me before the door had closed fully behind them. His expression was thunderous. I quailed. Not now. Not here. Not in front of everyone. Josh, where are you going? Unabert sounded like a particularly brisk dog trainer. I think we have rather a lot to talk about, don't we? He stopped, and I wondered if this was the moment where he would slip into downright mutiny, and if so, what the consequences would be. Come on. My office, please. A muscle flexed in his jaw. With a visible effort, he made himself turn back and walked past Unabert silently. She followed him and shut the office door with a firm hand. Chapter 5. Hassan Dawood's handsome face stared at me in moody black and white from the centre of the notice board that stood in the corner of the office. Georgia had commandeered it for our use. She was a visual person, and it helped her to lay everything out. Dawood's features were a perfect mixture of strength and delicacy. Thick eyebrows, long lashes surrounding dark eyes, a straight nose and square jaw, a softly curved mouth, and elegantly cut cheekbones. He had had the sort of face that made you look twice. I knew better than to read much into a single photograph, or to think that a personality could be interpreted through genetic good fortune. But I also knew that life could be very kind to wealthy, privileged people who happened to be beautiful. Do you think he was spoilt? Yeah. Georgia was leafing through pictures, her hair swinging in a golden bell that hid her face. I think he was probably a bit of a nightmare. Based on what? She tossed her hair back to look at me, just a trace of hurt in the angle of her eyebrows. Hurt that I was asking her to back up what she'd said with facts, which was Georgia all over. We needed facts, I felt like telling her, because feelings didn't stand up in court, but she should know that. Based on what his colleagues said. He was popular with patients and a bit of a hassle for the admin staff. He did his job well, and he expected everyone else to do the same. He didn't quite do the bare minimum, but the impression I got was that he wouldn't put himself out for anyone else by staying late or taking on extra work. Not the kind of thing that gets you killed, as a rule. Georgia began sticking pictures up in neat rows. The car in the car park, the body slumped sideways, ghostly fingerprints on the door handle highlighted in powder. These match Liz St. John. Makes sense, I said. What about the inside of the car? Wiped. So was the door handle. There wasn't so much as a smudge apart from hers. Close-ups of the body came next, the photographer getting closer and closer until it was a series of fragments. The victim's face, his skin waxy. His hands in his lap, the fingers loosely curled. His feet awkwardly twisted in the footwell as if someone had stuffed him into the driver's seat. He wore a dark t-shirt and running shorts over leggings. His legs and arms were slender. Was he a runner? Long distance? Was he training for the marathon? Not this year, apparently. He had some trouble with injuries and fitting in the training, given his work commitments, so he didn't bother with it, but he still did a fair bit. He looks like a runner. She dropped her voice so only I could hear her. Josh runs marathons, doesn't he? I believe so. I didn't want to talk about Derwent. He's built more like Cameron than Hassan. Pure muscle. Shut up, Georgia. So, maybe our victim was in his gym before he was killed. Maybe he went somewhere for a run, and his running partner hit him over the head with a brick. His trainers were spotless. They've gone off for forensics, but they didn't look as if he'd been running in them. I tapped the end of my pen against my mouth. It bothers me that he was at the hospital. Were we supposed to think he drove himself there and then died in the car? I don't know. Georgia stepped back. The pathologist's absolutely certain that he wasn't killed in the car. Whatever hit him was moving fast and hit him on the left side of the head above the ear. But she did say that the way the blood was pooled around his legs made her think he was placed in the car very shortly after he died. She said he would have been there for a few hours. She thinks he was killed at least 12 hours before he was found. Do we have pictures of the house? Loads of them. She slid the stack across the table to me, and I started shuffling through them, wondering what I was looking for. We asked Cameron to look through these, didn't we? Was anything out of place? No. And the forensic search didn't turn up any other traces of blood? Nothing so far. And no one saw anything? Did you make any progress on the deliveries? She pulled a face. I'll get on to that. With an effort, I held back the sarcastic remark that I really wanted to make. What had she been doing for the last 24 hours? What had I been doing if it came to that? I would. Did he go anywhere? Not as far as anyone can say. And you know the phone is no use because he left it in the kitchen. I sighed. My guess is that he was killed near the car because moving the body would have been the risky bit. Do we know when his car left his house? No, I asked Liz, but she said Hassan came and went at odd hours as a rule, and she tended to tune it out. You know, how a sound like that turns into a background noise. I nodded. On the other hand, we know when it arrived at the hospital because it pinged the car park's ANPR. He had a sensor in his car to raise the barriers. I perked up. Do we have CCTV? Not really. I unperked. Why not? The camera on the parking barrier is focused on the number plate, and the place where the car was parked is under trees. You can see them here, look. She pointed at the pictures on the notice board. A row of lime trees had been planted along the car park wall. They did a good job of screening the driver. All we can see is a man in dark clothes and a black cap. We picked him up going through the pedestrian gate here. Georgia had stuck up a floor plan of the hospital layout and traced a line from the car to the gate. She added a picture beside it, a still from the CCTV. This is our suspect. The timing is right, about 10 minutes after the car entered the car park. Is that really the best image? I didn't try to hide the dismay in my voice. That's it. The quality was terrible, and that wasn't the only problem. Our suspect had his head down, a hoodie pulled up over the cap, and his hands in his pockets. He had on dark tracksuit bottoms and trainers. His clothes were baggy, but he seemed lean. Fit, but not muscle-bound like Cameron. I can't even see any logos on his clothes or trainers. There isn't anything that would help us to identify him. Completely generic clothing. Is he white? He could be, Georgia said carefully, but that's just a guess if I'm honest. You can see a little of his face, but it's in shadow. He could be IC2 or IC4. Witnesses? She shook her head slowly. We have boards up. We're appealing for information. So far, nothing useful. It was a busy night in A&E, but the rest of the hospital was fairly quiet. Not that many people come and go at that time except for emergencies, and people going to the maternity wing. We need to check CCTV for the area, see if we can pick up where he went next. Already on it. Unfortunately, the streets around the hospital are mainly residential, so there aren't many premises with their own cameras. She quailed at the look on my face. We're checking, though. What else? What else? My mind was blank. I collected myself. This was familiar territory, after all. We need a motive. There isn't one. There must be. Why are people murdered? I ticked it off on my fingers. Who they are, what they have, what they do. We need to think about who Hassan was and what he did. For a living, you mean? Maybe. Yes, but not just that he was a doctor. The fact that he had been left at the hospital bothered me a lot. Was it a message, or designed to mislead us? If he'd been killed at the house, why not leave him there instead of moving the body? We need to find out where our victim went on Tuesday. We need to go through his bank accounts. We need to download his phone and any other tech he had. We need to find out if the hospital was significant, if he was put there because the motive for murder was something to do with the hospital, or if he was dumped there for some other reason. If his neighbour hadn't found him, the car might have gone unnoticed for a while. Cameron was only due back today. Dawood had 2 days off work in his diary. Had he? Why? Don't know. Next time we talk to Cameron, we can ask him if he knew his husband was taking time off while he was away. In the meantime, there's a lot of work to do. Isn't there always? What I would really like, I said slowly, is a scene and a motive. And an ID on the driver. And a pony of my very own. Georgia giggled. And a man who's good in bed and can cook. Let's not aim for the impossible, I said, and turned around to find Derwent standing behind me, unsmiling. You two, the meeting room, now. Chapter 6. The meeting room was crowded by the time we got there, so George and I had to settle for standing at the back. I leaned against the wall and checked the time surreptitiously. Almost the end of the working day. If I tried to sneak out, Derwent would spot me immediately. That was probably the reason he had left me and Georgia until last, when he was rounding up what seemed like every other detective in the building. He was at the front of the room, his hands in his pockets, the scowl firmly in place, as Una Burt fussed through her papers beside him. No one would ever have guessed that they did the same job, I mused, or that Una was senior to him. A detective chief inspector, acting up to replace our upwardly mobile superintendent. Una was short and bustling, her clothes chosen for practical purposes rather than because they did anything for her appearance. Today her blouse was khaki silk, if you were being kind, or snot-coloured polyester, if you wanted to be accurate, and it made her skin look grey. Derwent had shed his suit jacket and turned his shirt sleeves up, but his tie was immaculate, the shirt unrumpled despite the long day, his shoes buffed to a soft shine. He was a perfectionist in all things, whereas Una prioritised work over just about everything. I doubted there was one opinion they shared, aside from their commitment to the job. So, the reason we've called you all in here is because we have a challenging investigation to take on. You'll all have noticed Ruler Jacques here this morning, and Assistant Commissioner Grayton. So, you'll have gathered this is something that deserves our full attention. Una Burt hesitated, which wasn't like her. It's not our usual kind of thing. We react, as a rule, whereas this is a proactive kind of investigation. It's an opportunity that I hope some of you will take on. Silence in the room. We were all experienced enough to know that if you were getting the hard sell about an investigation being an opportunity and a challenge and a priority for the bosses, then it was likely to be a massive pain in the arse, as well as a potential career killer. Bert turned expectantly. Josh, do you want to jump in here? Less than anything, his face said. Get the lights, Pete, would you? The room went dim, and Derwent poked at the laptop in front of him. The screen on the wall lit up on a photograph of a man. It looked like a mugshot or an ID picture, but he was looking away from the camera, his eyes focused on something to his left. His hair was cropped and he was thin, almost gaunt, the bones of his shoulders visible under the thin fabric of his T-shirt. His face was wrinkled, but I couldn't decide if that was age or exposure. I wouldn't have been able to speculate on his age within 20 years. This is Davy Bidwell. He was found dead in a house in Acton 4 months ago. He would have been 33 years old. Drug addict, Belcott guessed. And Derwent looked irritated at the interruption. No, other problems, but not that. He regrouped. His body was discovered when the council were checking for a gas leak in the property. No one had reported him missing. The local CID team investigated, and I think they did a reasonable job. There was no sign of violence at the time of death. Cause of death couldn't be determined because of the condition of the body, but the pathologist suggested he would have weighed less than 90 pounds at the time of his death. How tall was he? A woman at the front asked, scribbling notes. My height. Derwent let the 2 words hang in the air for a moment, not needing to say that he weighed twice that. Davy had been skin and bones. What was he doing there? I asked. Was it his house? Not his house. It was a derelict property, boarded up, and the owners are overseas. The original investigation concluded that he'd made his own way to the property and had broken in, seeking shelter. From the appearance of the remains, Derwent flicked to the next image, which was not Sight of the Week, and generated a little hum of reaction from the room. He had been there for some time. There's a degree of mummification, The OIC did try to narrow it down, and concluded most likely he'd found his way in there during the very cold weather in December. His clothes... Derwent broke off and shook his head, angry with the huskiness in his voice that gave away his emotions. He cleared his throat and flicked to the next slide, which consisted of a stained anorak laid flat on a white surface. He was inadequately dressed for cold weather. He wore this anorak, which came from Open Air Warehouse, a brand that stopped production 19 years ago. In addition, he had a pair of jeans, a long-sleeved cotton shirt, and a pair of sport socks. All of the items of clothing showed signs of wear and tear. There was a pair of trainers beside the window that was probably his point of entry. The OIC's theory was that he took them off in case he made the carpet dirty. The images slipped onto the screen and away, lingering in my mind like retina burn. The clothes, stiff with dirt and decay. The socks, black on the soles. The trainers, worn and filthy. The carpet, which was fit only for a skip, that he'd been so careful not to mark. Was he homeless? The woman at the front, young and keen, knew. Vidya Long, I thought. I had said hello to her on her first day, and then forgotten about her completely. He certainly doesn't seem to have had anywhere to go, but he wasn't known to any homeless services. And he wasn't supposed to be homeless. Davy was a vulnerable adult. He had learning disabilities, and he had struggled with independent living. He had mental health difficulties, depression, paranoia, dissociation. He had lost contact with his immediate family, and they hadn't seen him for a couple of years before his body was found, despite their best efforts. Where was he supposed to be? The last address he resided at officially was here. A map filled the screen, a neat loop of little boxes. A railway line ran down behind one side of the loop, a row of black stitches on a green quilt. This is Jellicoe Close, and a little place called West Idleford. It's a nice little town, and this is a nice little place to live. Davy Bidwell moved here from his sheltered accommodation in Cheltenham 2 years ago. The staff in Cheltenham weren't happy about it, but there was nothing they could do to stop him. He was determined to leave. When he arrived in Jellicoe Close, he lived in number 7. This house. Derwent tapped it. The woman who lives here is named Judy Thwaites. She told the detectives who spoke to her after Davy's body was found that Davy had spent a few days with her and then moved on. She said he made friends with someone who gave him a job on a farm, and that was where he was living. Judy was a nice lady, according to the officers who interviewed her. She liked to help people. She thought she was doing Davy a favour by giving him a place to stay and an address to use. She said she didn't realise the difficulties Davy had with his mental health, and he was an adult, so she didn't know where to start with raising the alarm. He was still using her address for official correspondence, but she didn't have a forwarding address for him. That's where the trail went cold. So he went to work on this farm, didn't like it, wandered off, made it to London, got hypothermia and died in a derelict house, Chris Pettifer said. Sad story. No foul play. Couple of details you should know before you make that call, Derwent said quietly. A pathologist's diagram appeared on the screen, an outline of a man littered with annotations. He had recent and not-so-recent fractures. 3 broken ribs in various stages of healing. His left wrist, which wasn't set properly. His left scapula. He was missing 3 teeth and 2 were broken. Poor bugger, Pettifer said softly, and there was a murmur of agreement. Secondly, Ruler Jacques is married to a man named Charles Bidwell, Una Burt said from the shadows. Charles is Davy's brother. Rula pushed the original investigation as far as she could. She wants someone to be held responsible for what happened to her brother-in-law." Someone groaned, and I could understand it. Grieving people found consolation in something being done, and Rula was in a position to insist that we took action, whether it was appropriate or not. It would probably have been wise to keep my opinion to myself, but I couldn't let it go. Chris is right. He died of natural causes. He was obviously treated terribly, and someone should be prosecuted for the abuse he suffered. That's a problem for the police wherever this farm is, not for us. We have been allocated the job of finding out what happened. Unabert looked down the room at me and gave a little helpless shrug. We don't have a choice about this. What does she want us to do? Belcott demanded. Bring him back to life? She wants us to watch Judy Thwaites. Derwent went to the door and switched the lights back on. Surveillance? Georgia looked sceptical. We're supposed to park a van in the middle of the cul-de-sac and hope no one notices us? No, there's a plan, Derwent said tightly. But it involves committing to an unknown number of weeks being resident in Jellicoe Close, undercover. I need 2 volunteers who would make a convincing couple for several weeks. Several? I couldn't help asking. Not more than 8, starting in a week. Potentially running into the school holidays? Colin Vale's eyebrows shot up. My wife would kill me. I can't say it's not tempting to escape, though. But why? Just because Judy's the last fixed point we have for him? I was still trying to work out the logic and failing. She's convinced that Judy, or someone close to her, is involved in the exploitation of vulnerable individuals. She wants us to find out where Davy went after he left Jellicoe Close. And she wants us to stop it happening again. Why should it happen again? I asked. What makes her think this isn't a one-off? Because at least 3 other vulnerable adults have been resident for a time at number 7 Jellicoe Close in the last 6 years. Derwent closed his laptop with a savage swipe of his hand. And no one seems to know where they are. Chapter 7. I had wanted to get home, but when I reached my flat I wrinkled my nose. The air was overheated and stale, because no one had come or gone all day while I was at work. Dead space. The cereal bowl still sat in the sink, half full of cloudy water. There was a mug of tea on the counter, the top puckered with a skin of milk. I stared at it for a while, remembering that I'd made it, not remembering why I'd left it there without drinking it. That happened from time to time, lost moments that I couldn't recover. Trauma, I gathered, could have that effect, and I hated it. The bruises had faded, the bones had mended, and still the harm my ex-boyfriend had done ran through me like dark veins in marble. I wanted to be better. I willed myself to feel better. But these days it felt as if every turn I took led to a dead end. The next day was Friday. I had a day off, even though I'd protested about the amount of work there was to do on the Dawood case. Take it, Unabert had ordered, drowning me out. You look tired. There was something particularly annoying about being told I looked tired when I was doing my best to keep myself looking as if I was on top of things. The truth was that I was tired, but it was the kind of tiredness that didn't respond to sleep. Just as well, really, because as usual I woke up at 6, my bedroom hot, the bedclothes creased and damp with sweat. I threw myself into domestic activities. I washed the dishes with extra hot water and plenty of washing up liquid, as if that would make up for leaving the place in a mess the previous day. I took out the ironing board and meticulously pressed the clothes I would wear the following week. Look the part and I would feel the part, or at least that was the theory. Look as if I was in control and no one would guess the truth. I changed the bedclothes and opened every window. I mopped and swept and vacuumed, plumping pillows and cushions. When I was finished with housework, I stayed in the flat, finding reasons not to leave, pottering around aimlessly. I should go out for a run, or even a walk. I should call my parents. I should arrange to meet a friend or trawl a dating website for a last-minute night out. But there was always tomorrow, or the next day. I wasn't back at work until Monday. That was ages away. Food shopping was one thing I should do. I did not, and I didn't regret it until the evening when I was foraging in the kitchen for something to eat. I was hungry, but bored by the very thought of it. I wanted to eat, but it didn't matter if it was sweet or savoury. There had to be something that required no effort and tasted okay. I ended up on the sofa in the living room, a bag of slightly stale popcorn resting on my stomach. I wasn't hungry enough to eat it after all, I'd discovered. And yet, I couldn't make myself get up and put it in the bin. I was watching a documentary about wolves without really taking it in, my thoughts fragmented and incoherent. I should eat something. Ruler Jacques was very angry. If it all comes down on Derwent, he might end up leaving the team. Stupid of him. The popcorn isn't that bad, if you ignore how chewy it is. What a lot of effort it takes to raise a wolf cub. I should have done better with the interview the other day, and I knew it at the time, and what was worse, Georgia knew it too. Ruler Jacques wrote a speech for the mayor about institutional racism in the Met that had annoyed a lot of people, and she didn't care. But she didn't seem intimidating. She was upset. Derwent has that effect on people. Winter is hard on wolves. God, I have to do it all again on Monday. But at least there's the weekend, and I can enjoy myself, if I can think of anything to do. Car. Not all that unusual, I thought. People came and went. Some of them made a meal of parking on the narrow street. Some of them revved their engines as if they were particularly irritated. Curiosity brought me to my feet. I peered down at the street, where headlights were still shining. The car had squeezed into a tiny space. I recognised the vehicle at the same moment as the light switched off, and the driver shoved his door open. Oh, no! I said it aloud. Derwent couldn't have heard me, but he looked up as if he had. He saw me straight away and glowered, then pointed meaningfully at the front door as he started towards it. Even if he hadn't noticed me, I thought, trudging down the stairs, he would just have let himself in with the key he retained as my landlord. And if I complained, he would have reminded me that key had probably saved my life the previous summer. He was looking away from me when I opened the door, frowning down the street at something in the distance. What are you doing here? Unhurriedly, he turned back and looked me up and down, the disapproval palpable. Can I come in? Can I stop you? His eyebrows twitched together. It's your place. You've made it very clear ever since I moved in that it's your place. Is this about work? Yes. He paused for a second. And no. Yes was enough to allow him inside, but I didn't like the sound of no. Then you'd better come up. I stepped back, brushing a few stray crumbs of popcorn off my t-shirt. He watched them fall to the floor, his mouth tight with disapproval, and that was why I had done it. Cup of tea? No, thanks. He took the stairs 2 at a time, and I followed him more slowly, giving him time to look around. Everything tidy, everything in its place, as if on some level I'd known he would be coming over. All in order. He gave me a dark look from the doorway of the bathroom. Do you think I'm checking up on you? Am I wrong? No. He slung his jacket on the newel post at the top of the stairs. Maybe I will have tea. You just want to see what's in the fridge. I can guess. Takeaway containers, and a few things that used to be green that you bought with the best of intentions. No, actually. I cleaned it out earlier. He opened the fridge door. We both looked at the empty, but clean, shelves, and the absolute lack of anything fresh. I haven't been shopping this week, I began, hearing the defensive note in my voice, and his face softened for a blink-and-you'd-miss-it moment. Then he was back to business. We need to talk. Without asking, he went into the sitting room and flung himself down on the sofa, one arm thrown over his eyes as he stretched uninhibitedly. I stepped over his legs and sat primly on the small armchair in the corner. Tired? A bit. He moved the arm so it was behind his head and he could look at me. Long day. Aren't they all? I clasped my hands around my knee, sitting bolt upright. He could sprawl, but I wasn't going to. I can't imagine why you'd make it longer by detouring to see me on your way home. I need to talk to you, and I didn't want to do it at work. He paused for a second. What's up? I tilted my head a few degrees to the left, puzzled. What do you mean? That's what I thought. I'm lost, I said. What did you think? That I wouldn't get anywhere with you. He sighed. Look, Maeve, you're not yourself. I'm fine. I might not be the right person to talk to, but if I can help. Help with what? You've been through a lot in the last year. A lot included lying, bleeding and unconscious in the room where we were sitting, and a trial where I was the victim rather than the investigating officer. I blinked, composed. That's going to leave a mark, Derwent went on. Of course. And you miss Liv? Of course, I said again, my voice softer. I know it's been hard. The telltale burn of tears at the back of my eyes made me tense up. I folded my arms and pinched the soft skin above my elbows, where he couldn't see it. We all go through hard times, and I'm busy at the moment. Lots on my plate. He raised his eyebrows politely. You can cope with hard work as a rule. Yes, I didn't say I couldn't cope. He sat up at that and leaned forward. Look, Maeve, most people wouldn't notice, but I know you better than that. I wouldn't be having this conversation with anyone else at work if they were working the way you are. You're operating at the same level as everyone else, and that's not like you. I cleared my throat. That's a typically backhanded compliment from you. You're basically saying, I'm not usually this shit. That's exactly what I'm saying. But if you don't want to talk to me about it, I'm not going to force you to. Abruptly, he changed tack. Why haven't you volunteered for the surveillance job? Wrong-footed. I blurted out the truth. I don't want to do it. Why not? He and Una had laid out the scenario. A house across the street, belonging to someone who genuinely needed a dog-sitter at the last minute. 2 detectives posing as a couple. A holiday, paid, with nothing to do but wait for something to happen. Too good to be true. It sounds like the kind of job that's going to go wrong, if you must know. Ruler Jacques has expectations that we can find out what happened to her brother-in-law and get enough evidence to lock up whoever was responsible if they committed a crime, which we don't honestly know. I don't know which moron came up with the surveillance plan, but it feels like a massive commitment and probably a total waste of time. His eyebrows lifted. It was my idea. Oh. I folded my arms more tightly. Well, you had to suggest something. I think it could work. How? If the right people are involved. If you were involved, Maeve, I know you'd get the neighbours to trust you. You'd get Judy to trust you. You'd find out everything about what happened to Davy, and they wouldn't even spot what you were doing. And if we did manage to stop them from doing the same thing all over again, if we managed to rescue some of the other people who might be being exploited right now, wouldn't that be worth your time? Yes, but I have other work to do. The Dawood case? Yes. You can work long distance. Tell Georgia what to do. You don't need to be in the office for that. You just don't care about it because it's not your murder. True, but it looks straightforward enough. Does it? Yeah. He reclined again, his hands locked behind his head, elbows wide as he stretched. And don't try to tell me you think it's the crime of the century either. You're going through the motions, Maeve, and you know it. That's not fair. Not to Cameron Dawood, it's not, no. Don't you think he deserves someone investigating the murder who really cares about what happened to his husband? I couldn't sit there and listen to him any more. I jumped up and went to the window, nettled. I thought you were convinced Cameron was guilty. He smirked. Yeah, I am. But someone has to prove it. Is it going to be you? I'll do my job, I said stiffly. And he was on his feet too, fast as a hunting cheetah. Not with your whole heart, the way you usually do. He took another step, crowding me, whether he knew it or not. You need a reset, Maeve. A fresh start. Isn't it more that I'm ideal for this job because I don't have any dependents? No children, no pets, I said, unable to keep the bitterness out of my voice. No annual leave booked. So? You have fewer commitments than other people on the team. That's not why I want you to do it instead of the others who put themselves forward. Which was who? Georgia? Vidya? Pete Belcott? I gave a shocked laugh. You wouldn't send him. Not with you. He paused. Not with anyone. It could be a good opportunity for Vidya. No. That steady look again, the one that saw through me. I want you. So does Una. I doubt she has an opinion either way. She most certainly does. I wasn't going to change my mind. No, thanks, but no thanks. He looked down, adjusting his watch strap, suddenly and uncharacteristically awkward. Is it because of me? You? I thought maybe it was that you didn't want to spend that much time around me. Not at all. I didn't even know you were going. A glint. I already asked you. Not properly. I didn't even think... This case needs a senior officer. Rula insisted. And we do a good job. It's not that. We might even have fun. He moved towards the door and paused, looking back at me with an unreadable expression on his face. I'll let you think about it. And he was gone. I was halfway through shaking my head in amazement at his audacity when he put his head back into the room. Just so you know, Maeve, if you say no, I'm definitely going to take it personally. Chapter 8. Let me get this straight, Liv said. He wants you to move in with him, so we can share the surveillance. For weeks? And the cover story is that you're his girlfriend? Her voice had risen from the murmur she'd used for the rest of the conversation, and I heard a tiny sleepy protest, followed by tender shushing. Sorry about that. I'm sitting on the floor of the nursery. Won't Sonny go to sleep on his own? We're working on that. More shushing. But seriously, his girlfriend? We're supposed to be house-sitting for the homeowner. She's best friends with one of the local cops, and he sounded her out to see if she'd mind us using her house. The story he told her is that we're hoping to catch a prolific burglar. I ran a hand through my hair, lifting it off the back of my neck. She's genuinely looking for someone to do it too. She's an academic, and she's been invited to the US for a lecture series. She needs to be away for most of the summer, and she needs someone to live in and look after her dog. The cover story is perfect. You could go on your own. Well, that's what I thought, but Una thinks it's too dangerous. You could not go as a couple. We would be pretending to be a couple, in public. It looks less suspicious than a pair of friends happening to move in together. At least, that's what Josh said. It makes me think this is just an excuse for him to get you on your own for a few weeks. And do what? Well, you know it's not my area of expertise, and I'm hazy on the details, but I'd assume it involves his penis and you in some combination. Liv! He's got a partner, a serious one. And even if he didn't, he's my boss. And I wouldn't. You know that. I don't know anything. Amusement sweetened her voice. Anything could happen. This is Josh we're talking about. He's pretty irresistible. Completely resistible, I said. Utterly. I know him far too well. The tricks have no effect on me. Of course not. Anyway, you know what he's like. It's probably mind games. He's probably waiting for me to say I want to do it, so he can tell me he's picked someone else. Did he tell you that you were the only one who could possibly do it? How did you know? Flattery is step one. Did he make any threats? No, not really. Emotional blackmail? I sighed. Of course. Then we know he's serious. She chuckled. Maybe he really does think you're the best person for the job. I think he wants... I broke off. How much did I want Liv to know about my state of mind? He wants what? To make sure I'm okay. Why wouldn't you be okay? Oh, you know, it's been a tough few months. You've had tough times before. Yes. I mean, I'm fine. Fine, Liv repeated. Oh dear. I'm just tired. I lay down on the sofa, my legs stretched out across it, then realised I was snuggling into the still warm hollow Derwent had left. I sat up again, feeling disorientated, as if I'd woken up from a vivid dream. I'd rung Liv right after he left, before I'd thought about what I was going to say, desperate to get her opinion on what Derwent was suggesting. The flat still seemed to be full of his presence. He's under a lot of pressure to be seen to do something. It's one of those cases that's all suspicion and no evidence. Why isn't it the usual kind of surveillance job? Weeks in the back of a van eating takeaways in regular shifts. Because of the location? It's too quiet. Lots of families, lots of retired people, and absolutely nowhere to hide unless you have a good reason for being there. They thought about putting in the usual kind of surveillance teams and couldn't make it work. We need to be able to get close to the suspects, and we can't do that from the back of a van. If I was honest, the location was one of the things that tempted me. Derwent had shown me photos of the town on his phone before I left work on Thursday. West Idleford was a sweet little slice of commuter heaven in the home counties. It had a train station with a low brick station building and a wooden fence, straight out of a toy train set. It lay in a valley surrounded by rolling tree-covered hills and farmland. There were 2 primary schools and 1 secondary school, a cricket pitch, a couple of steepled churches, a library, a doctor's surgery, and some shops for essentials and luxury fripperies. It was a world away from the heat and noise of London. Another world, another life. And I hadn't thought about it before, but now I wanted a break from my usual existence, quite passionately. So, are you going to do it? If I don't, he'll get Georgia to take my place. Or Vidya Long. I don't know her. She's new, I said. Not a patch on you, but keen. And how would you feel about him taking either of them? The urge to lie was instant, but pointless. Liv would spot it in a heartbeat. Not pleased, obviously. He knows how to manipulate you, doesn't he? What if you called his bluff and he ended up doing this surveillance with Georgia? I sighed. She's a lot better than she was, you know. She's far more interested in work and less bothered about flirting with every man she comes across. Really? I think she's met someone and it's calmed her down. I rubbed my eyes. Maybe she would be the better choice to do this. But he came to you. First, yes. He gave me the first refusal on this amazing once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Is that how he put it? No, he was really... I trailed off. Persuasive? No, diffident. Interesting tactic. You think it was a tactic? Isn't everything with him? Her tone changed to a more businesslike one. What would you miss out on? Work? The Dawood case was on my mind. I don't have anything too pressing, except for a doctor who was killed and dumped in his car. I saw that case in the paper. Tell me all about it. I'm dying of boredom here. I imagined Liv sitting cross-legged beside the cot, one hand on Sonny's stomach. If she was wearing tracksuit bottoms and a T-shirt, they would be colour-coordinated and perfectly fitted. Not for her, the bedraggled new mother look. We have no leads, no motive. His husband is grieving and touchy. Doesn't mean he's innocent. I'm aware of that. Okay, sorry. I bit my lip. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snapped. But it's not all that exciting, believe me. You don't sound as if you're 100% preoccupied with this case, Maeve, Liv said carefully. And that's not like you. I admired the technique. She had circled back to me and my state of mind without triggering my defences. I'd seen her do it in interviews more than once. I should have been on my guard. I'm giving it everything I've got. And how much is that? You know I've been worried about you for a while. You might be a bit burnt out. I'm fine. Yeah, fine. That word again. Liv sighed. I have to go, Maeve. If you want my advice, you should do it. Go and play house with Josh Derwent. Get away from it all. Do something different. But don't do him. If I do this, and it's a big if, I promise not to do anything stupid with Josh Derwent. I meant it too. Chapter 9. You think you'll do it? Una Bert's eyebrows shot up. I told him you'd say no. What are you going to do about your other jobs? I've worked outside the office before. As long as I get to see anything important, and I keep in touch with the others, I should be able to manage. I'll have access to my emails, won't I? I'll just be at the other end of the phone. It sounds as if you've made up your mind. In fact, I had gone back and forth on it all weekend. I'd brushed my teeth the night before as a definite yes, gone to sleep as a firm no, and woken before dawn to weigh up whether it was a good idea or not for hours. But I couldn't stand to dither about it any longer. I had to make a decision and stick to it. I want to do it. Well, if you're sure. She went to the door of her office. Josh? His demeanour was very much best behaviour as he stepped into the room. His darkest suit, his whitest shirt, his hair parade ground neat. All dog, no wolf. He shut the door behind him and turned around, already talking. Look, I didn't get a chance to explain it properly the other night. I'm sure I can convince you it's a good idea, Maeve, if you just let me talk to you. She said yes. Una Bert's voice was dry as dust. She sat behind her desk and started shuffling papers. She's happy to do it. Happy is possibly an exaggeration, I began, cautious. But Derwent was talking again. With a qualm, I recognised the triumph in his voice, overlaid with a veneer of professionalism for Una Bert's benefit. So, we need to prepare. Agreed, Bert said. She slid a folder across the table. That's what I got from the previous OIC. Derwent was flipping through the folder, frowning. I talked to her this morning. Bert leaned back in her hideous but fully ergonomic chair. According to her, they did everything they could. She thinks Ruler Jacques won't give up until someone is in custody. That's awkward, Derwent observed, his attention wholly absorbed by whatever he was reading. She wished you luck. You'll be the one who breaks it to Ruler Jacques if you can't put a case together. That brought his head up. Seriously? Ruler doesn't like me. Then you have nothing to lose, whereas I do. That promotion is so close you can feel it. Bert looked down at her desk, trying to hide that he'd hit the mark. She had been waiting for her promotion for a long time. Acting up was one thing. It was another to be left to do a job that wasn't officially hers, with all of the negatives and few of the positives. Don't worry. I'm sure I can charm Mrs. Jacques if I try. He slapped the file on the edge of the desk. Thanks for getting hold of this. It wasn't often that I got to see Una Bert looking disarmed. You're welcome. How long have we got? I asked. The neighbour is booked to leave in a week's time. She has a usual house-sitter, but the woman's mother had a heart attack, so she had to drop out, which is very lucky. Isn't it? I murmured, not catching Derwent's eye. Unlucky for the house-sitter's mother. Too bad. Move on. The timing couldn't be better, Bert went on. We can let the neighbours think you're friends of the house-sitter. We get you in, you find out what you can, and then write a report that makes us look as if we took Mrs. Jacques' complaint seriously. We are taking it seriously, Derwent pointed out. Maeve and I are giving up a lot to do this. A few weeks on holiday in an idyllic village right in the middle of a heatwave. You're breaking my heart. Bert reached out to pick up her desk phone, stopping with her hand on the handset. If you've got the file, I think we're finished here. Dismissed. My instinct was to run away. What had I committed to? But Derwent stepped in front of me as soon as we left Una Bert's office. A week. That doesn't give us a lot of time. Time for what? Gathering background information, working out our cover stories, and what? His gaze started at my feet and worked up, slowly, assessing me. And what? Don't take this the wrong way. He took my arm. You're going to need some work. I must have walked from Una Bert's office to the meeting room, but I was so blind with rage that I was barely aware of it. My only coherent thought was that I would tell him what I thought of him and then go back to Una Bert to tell her I'd changed my mind, and I wouldn't feel bad about it either. Derwent shut the door behind us. I turned around, hands on my hips, and glared at him. He settled himself against the door, his expression expectant. Are you trying to suggest that I need a makeover because otherwise it wouldn't be plausible that I could be your girlfriend? You're so hard on yourself, Kerrigan. You're quite decent looking. Very nearly up to my standards. I broke off because I recognised the light in his eyes. He was enjoying the hell out of this, and getting angry was just playing his game. Then what did you mean? You look like a copper. Not your clothes, they're easy to change. It's the way you carry yourself. You look at people as if you have a right to judge them. Most people miss what's going on around them. You have to look as if you're not paying attention. You can't stare at people as if you could take them in a fight. That is not how I look at people. He matched my outraged tone mockingly. You're doing it right now. You're provoking me. Yeah, I am. He grinned. Just keep it in mind, okay? You don't want to look as if you're patrolling the place. It's a small community, and we'll stick out anyway. You'll be attracting plenty of attention, believe me, so you need to look as if you don't mind it. Start from now. Loosen up. Let your hair down. Literally? I kept my hair tied back at work, always. Why not? And while you're at it, don't be so guarded all the time. You're constantly on the defensive with me. That's because you're always on the attack. I am not. You know you are. Okay, he said, as if it wasn't, almost as if he was hurt. What about you? I countered. You look like what you are too. I'd guess you were a police officer no matter what you were doing or wearing. I get a lot more leeway than you do. Men who look as if they wouldn't mind a fight are 10 a penny. Women, not so much. Before I could argue the point, he held up the file. I think we should go through this together. It seemed like a reasonable suggestion. He put the file on the table, slid off his jacket, and threw it over the back of a chair. You too. He indicated my jacket. Take it off. I can read while I'm fully dressed. Give me strength. I'm not asking you to strip to your knickers. Just take it off, he snapped, rolling up his sleeves. Patience wasn't one of his virtues at the best of times. I unbuttoned my suit jacket, feeling as if I was taking off armour, and shrugged it off, but stood holding it in front of me. This isn't going to work unless you trust me, he said. I do trust you. Then stop behaving as if I'm a threat. It can't look like work, but it is work. I know it, and you know it. Bear that in mind and get on with the job, which in this case is looking as if you actually like me. He pulled out a chair and sat down, flipping open the file. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was a trap somehow, but I moved to sit beside him. He leaned his elbow on the back of the chair I'd left empty between us and pointed at it. What's wrong with this one? It's too close to you. I didn't say the words, but what I was thinking was written on my face, and he grinned. Some girlfriend you'd be. Look, it's difficult. I know. That's why you have to start practicing now. It has to look natural. This, he indicated the chair again, is a professional distance. We have to look as if we're in a relationship. Now, try again. I shifted across to the chair that had been between us, hesitating only a fraction, before I settled near enough to him that our elbows were touching. Closer. His attention was apparently focused on the first page of the file. I shuffled over an inch. Closer. I caught the undertone in his voice. Are you laughing at me? Yes, I am. He turned and looked at me, and it was unusual for me to get the full beam from such a small distance. I felt the eye contact as physically as if I'd touched a live wire. This is the most ridiculous situation we could be in, and the best way to get through it is to laugh about it. Stop overthinking it. Forget it's me. What would you do if we were really going out? Where would you sit? I edged over another inch so that our thighs were touching. It was the most natural thing in the world for him to move his arm, so I was leaning against him, with his arm on the back of the chair behind me, so that we could both look at the page at the same time. I didn't notice him moving until I felt something touch my arm, a fingertip. He traced a line down from my shoulder in a way that was unhurried, and to me unbearably intimate. I flinched. What are you doing? Reading, he said, wounded. You know what I mean? My face was hot. Fuck's sake, Kerrigan. You'd think you'd never been out with anyone in your life. This is what people do when they're in a relationship. They touch one another. Not in public. Yes, in public, he insisted. Look, this is a two-person job because it's full-time, from the beginning. And if one of us needs to leave for any reason, we can still keep up the surveillance. Plus, it's safer to work as a pair. We need to be a couple because otherwise people would think it was weird that two friends were sharing a house-sitting job. We'd look like what we are and make the suspects wary, and we'd wreck our chance to find out what's going on. So you said the other night. Yes. Well, Look at me, Maeve. Properly look. As if you'd never met me before. What would you make of me? I gave him the kind of up-and-down scrutiny that he liked to give women. But instead of minding, he sat up a little straighter, turning towards me so I could get a better look. He was tanned, his hair a shade or two lighter than in midwinter, thanks to running many miles outside every week. His thigh pressed against mine, all lean muscle, as were the forearms he had revealed by rolling up his shirt sleeves. He was broad in the shoulder and fit as a butcher's dog. I rarely looked at him as a physical entity. I was far more concerned with what was going on behind his eyes than how blue they were, as a rule. But even I had to admit he was an attractive man. Until he opened his mouth, I reminded myself. What do you see? My boss. What am I meant to see? Someone who can handle himself in a fight. Someone who likes women. Someone who can take his pick of the best. Every now and then, he still managed to surprise me. Wow. You don't have a low opinion of yourself, do you? He shrugged. Experience tells me I can get whoever I want, usually. Right. And if I wanted you, I could have you. I gasped. That is... He spoke over me as if I hadn't said anything. And if we were really in a relationship, I'd never take my hands off you. I swallowed. The famous Derwent charm at full power, and just for a moment it almost worked, before he ruined it. I'd be reasserting ownership constantly to warn off anyone who thought about trying it on with you. Which there will, if you drop the attitude. You don't realise how intimidating you are. He looked back at the file for a moment before he added, as an afterthought, But you look all right apart from that. Thanks, I said acidly. People will believe in us as a couple if we act the right way. They'll believe I might be jealous. If I look as if I'm watching everyone around us, they'll assume you're the reason for that. It will help if I do things like put my hand on the back of your neck when we're walking down the street together, or touch the small of your back. Absolutely not. His eyebrows snapped together. Would you prefer me to put my hand on your arse? I laughed in spite of myself. No, but... The chair shot backwards as he stood up. If you agree to do this job, you have to be all in, Kerrigan. You can't go halfway and stop. All or nothing. Decide if it's what you want before I come back. He went out of the room, banging the door so loudly that I jumped. Yes, he would be possessive with his girlfriends, and it would be a good reason for him to glower at anyone we encountered. I took down my hair, shaking it out slowly, thinking about the kind of woman who chose to be in a relationship with an alpha male like Derwent. Not someone who presented much of a challenge to him, not someone who questioned his authority. It didn't come naturally to me to behave that way, but maybe that was the point. It would be easier to act a part than to be myself with Derwent. And I could do with a break from being me, all things considered. Chapter 10. The sun streamed into the car, easily defeating the air conditioning. I turned it off and slid my window down instead, propping my arm on the sill and letting the wind blow through my hair. My t-shirt was sticking to my back, and I hoped I wasn't looking as sweaty as I felt. The forecast was for a prolonged heatwave, day after day of cloudless skies and soaring temperatures. London was no place to enjoy hot weather, with its sticky streets and crowded neighbourhoods, the smell of rubbish and grilling meat that hung in the air, and the constant sing-song of sirens in the night. You're so lucky, Georgia said bitterly, going off to live in the country with the most attractive man in the Met. You're so lucky, Liv said down the phone, leaving all your responsibilities behind to have an adventure. "You're so lucky," Pete Belcott groused in the kitchen at work, "getting to drop all your cases to go on holidays." I had put my mug down with a clink. "I'm not dropping my cases. I'm working. I'll just be out of the office, that's all." "I'd take it." "But I wouldn't take you," Derwent had said, filling the doorway, his expression forbidding. "Not even if what was needed was a gay couple. I'd take Chris instead." Chris Pettifer had been sitting reading the newspaper at the small table in the corner. He raised his coffee cup in a silent salute, not looking up. "Why wouldn't you take me?" Belcott asked. "First of all, I've always fancied Chris." "Mutual," Chris said, through a mouthful of muffin. "And secondly, he's not lazy. If I needed someone to sit on his arse watching TV, you'd be the first on my list." "We all know why you're taking her," Belcott said, with a vicious twist on the final word. "Why is that?" Derwent's voice was pure ice. Belcott stared at him, his face red, his instincts for self-preservation just about getting between him and saying what he was thinking. "Maeve is the best person for the job," Derwent said, when it became apparent that Belcott wasn't going to reply. "She's proved herself over and over again. If you ever do anything of note, and if I don't die of shock, I'll put some opportunities your way." He walked off, leaving a very awkward atmosphere in the small kitchen. I had taken a great interest in finding fresh milk in our tiny fridge, while Pettifer chuckled to himself. I was usually able to stand up for myself, but on this occasion I felt embarrassed and tongue-tied. When I turned to leave the kitchen, Belcott was in my way. The hostility in his face made me shiver. Derwent was the one who'd told him he was lazy, but I was the one who would get the blame. I had bought enormous sunglasses and tiny shorts, on George's advice, but I wore them with trainers rather than the heeled sandals she'd suggested, because I wasn't prepared to trade fashion for the ability to move with ease. Derwent had nodded in unsmiling approval when I came out of the flat, lugging my bags. I wondered, fleetingly, if he was nervous about what we were doing. He was lifting the bags into the boot of his car, grim-faced. "Is everything okay, Gov?" "Yeah." "You don't seem very cheerful." "I'm having the time of my life." He slammed the boot. "From now on, don't call me anything but my name. No sir, no boss, no gov. This is where it starts." Right. That was what I'd intended, I wanted to say, but instead I focused on getting into the car and putting on my seatbelt. Tension was cascading off him in almost visible waves as he sat behind the steering wheel and started the engine. For the first few minutes of driving, his shoulders were up around his ears, and the muscles in his arms were taut like piano wire from how hard he was gripping the wheel. We were a mile away from the flat before he spoke again. "I didn't like saying goodbye to Thomas." "Oh, I see." I did, too. Thomas was the son of Derwent's girlfriend, Melissa. He worshipped Derwent. And in return, Derwent loved him with a fierce, uncompromising protectiveness that couldn't have been stronger if the boy had been his own son. "He's going to miss me." "Of course he is. But you can phone him." "It's not the same." "How does Melissa feel about you being away?" A shrug as we drew up at the end of a long line of cars waiting at a contraflow. Then clipped. "She understands." She had to understand, I guessed. She had no choice about what he did or didn't do. At least, in this case, it wasn't entirely Derwent's own choice to be away. I should count myself lucky that I was travelling north, trapped in a car with the incredible Sulk, rather than Chris Pettifer, who would be eating something unspeakable, or Pete Belcott, who would undoubtedly have been peering covertly at the mile of thigh exposed by my shorts. As I thought it, I glanced sideways at Derwent to discover he was looking at my legs. He looked away again immediately, his ears tinged with red, which was something I had never ever seen before. I hadn't been aware shame was even in his repertoire of emotions. I reached down and picked up my bag, rummaging through it aimlessly, then sat with it on my knee as if I'd forgotten it was there. I doubted he was fooled, but by mutual agreement neither of us said anything about it. We inched onwards, the sat-nav informing us that the time to our destination was increasing as the traffic ahead of us got steadily worse and worse. The car was the only thing that moved in the heat-struck landscape. Limp leaves hanging from still trees. Stunned sheep crowded into narrow bars of shadow. Birds pinned to the fields like cut-out paper shapes. The wind buffeted my hair, wrapping it around my face and throat until I couldn't bear it any more and wrestled it into a messy ponytail. "Are you nervous?" It was the first thing he'd said for ages. "No, not yet. I feel as if I've prepared well enough for it." Hours of research, hours of meetings with other officers on different task forces, who made no secret of their relief that we had ended up taking on this job instead of them. Hours of looking at photographs and reading statements and trying to make sense of the scant facts we had to play with. And hours of pretending to be Josh Derwent's girlfriend, complete with a shopping trip for clothes and makeup. "You need to look softer," Georgia had said, which meant a lot of smudgy eyeliner and a lip tint that made my mouth look bruised, or as if it had just been kissed, if you believed the packaging. What I had discovered was that it took a surprising amount of courage to look softer, let alone to be softer, to let my guard down. And Derwent had been kind, after the first day when he had established he was in charge. If it was a dance, I was to let him lead. I was more used to being an equal partner, despite the difference in our job titles and level of experience. I knew I would mind the drop in status until I got used to it. The other thing that we had to get used to was a change of name. Our names had been in the news enough that a casual internet search brought up article after article where we were mentioned separately or together. Detective Inspector Josh Derwent had become plain old Josh Derham, and instead of Detective Sergeant Maeve Kerrigan, I was now Maeve Kernahan, in the unlikely event that anyone needed to know our surnames. The names were close enough that if either of us stumbled, we might get away with it. The less we changed, the easier it was to avoid mistakes. It wasn't sophisticated, but it was enough to thwart someone's casual curiosity, and that would probably do. We didn't do social media, Derwent had said firmly, if anyone asked. He didn't have time for it, and I was to say I was on a digital detox. Better than trying to fake it. The farmland began to give way to houses with tall hedges set well back from the road, their names written on the gateposts. Then came smaller houses that were closer together, the gardens less sheltered from view, showing off bird tables and swings and slides, paddling pools gleaming blue in the hot sunshine. Finally, there was a sign announcing a drop in the speed limit and "Welcome to West Idleford." "We're here," I said, unnecessarily, and Derwent slowed to a crawl, dawdling through the outskirts of the small town. The houses gave way to rows of cottages, a post-war estate, the secondary school. It was one thing to study photographs and maps of Idleford, and another to find it springing to life around us, complete with people going about their day. Families clustered on the green, pushing children on swings, queuing for ice cream from a van that was parked in a space that was supposed to be for disabled users. I turned my head to glare as we drove past, then remembered that I wasn't supposed to be noticing that kind of transgression, and whipped back to face front. If I thought Derwent would miss it, the curl at the corners of his mouth told me he'd noticed, and moreover that he thought it was hilarious. The train station came next, and a parade of shops. And then, before I was ready, we had turned left. The road led to another wide expanse of green grass, with a halo of 1930s cul-de-sacs radiating off it. There were 6 in total, all named after Royal Navy admirals, for no reason that I could understand, and we were heading for Jellicoe Close. "What number is the house?" 3, I said, and heard the tension in my voice. Stage fright, pure and simple. As the car moved up the road, I was aware of people moving in the gardens, of a man washing his car, of a pair of lycra-clad cyclists preparing to set off on a long ride, but I couldn't look at any of them. The sound of my heart pounding filled my ears, and I swallowed, dry-mouthed, as I dropped my sunglasses down from the top of my head so I could hide behind them. Derwent swung into an empty space just outside the house, parking with a hint of showing off in the way he handled the car. He turned the engine off, and the silence was far too loud. I drew the band off my ponytail and fluffed out my hair, stretching as if it had been a long drive. It had, and I was pleased to arrive at our destination. Not exactly. Derwent put his hand on my bare leg, and the hours of practice meant I managed not to squeak in outrage, or jump, or pull away, or any of the other reactions I'd given him before. I looked up to discover he was smiling at me. "It's all right." "Of course it is." His hand tightened on my knee for a moment. "Remember, whatever happens, it's just work." "I know that. I'm not likely to forget." "Smile," he said calmly. "It'll help. It's physiologically proven that you can't smile and feel nervous at the same time." I grinned at him, feeling the nerves wane a little. "Well, as long as it's physiologically proven." "Do you think they're watching us?" "Of course. Nothing this interesting has happened here in weeks. They'll stare at us, and we can stare back. It's normal to be curious. But remember, we have the advantage. We know all of these people already." We did. We had pleasantly chatty dossiers on the inhabitants of the Close, written by Vanessa Underwood, the academic whose house we were borrowing. I looked past Derwent and saw a pair of women standing on either side of a low hedge. One was holding a pair of old-fashioned garden shears. Her hair was a steel-grey helmet. Ruth Otis, I thought, who had a husband named Alan. She was an enormous gossip. She spent most of her time with her neighbour, Judy Thwaites. And that was Judy herself on the other side of the hedge. A blonde, in acid-yellow capri pants and a teal vest top. She teaches aerobics and dance classes at the community centre. You never see her without her face on. Ruth told me she's a year older than her, but she looks at least 10 years younger. Very friendly. She will want to know everything about you, but just because she likes people, not because she wants to use it against you, unlike Ruth. And the two men, tinkering with their bikes and eyeing us covertly, would be Mike Knox and Rhys Vaughan, the fathers of families who lived at 9 and 6 Jellicoe Close, respectively. And the man washing his car, who had been polishing the same wing mirror since we'd parked, was Stephen Bollivant, who lived at number 4, on his own, except for a large dog. Number 1 is empty, and has been since I moved in. Number 2 is Fleur and Brian Nolan, who got married 3 years ago. Fleur is desperate for a baby, and they've been having IVF for ages. Number 5 is Mrs. Holding and her son Gary, who's her carer. Gillian has dementia and sometimes goes wandering. You'll know her straight away. She always wears a nightie and men's shoes. "Come on," Derwent said, opening his car door. "Time to let the dog see the rabbit." "Am I the rabbit in this scenario?" "Absolutely," he said easily. "I promise you, no one is going to be looking at me."
He wasn't particularly interested in staring at the woman. There'd be a better time for that, and anyway, he didn't want to rush it. She wasn't entirely his type, he'd thought at first glance, despite the obvious points in her favour, but the way she deferred to her companion piqued his interest. It was the man who held his attention, though, as the two of them came to stand at the front of the car together, staring around themselves as if they'd never been anywhere so interesting in their lives. He looked away, pretending to be distracted by what he was doing, because he was good at operating on different levels, keeping his thoughts hidden. What was it that made the man so intriguing? This stranger had an air about him. That was what it was. He was vibrating with potential for damage, and it was a thrill to be so near it, like a cliff edge calling him to step into the air, or an electric fence that he might feel compelled to reach out and touch. The new arrival was standing quite still, but there was something about him that was taut, as if he was under tight control, like a strung bow, or a dog straining against a short lead. The dog. That was why they were here. Vanessa was going away, and they were coming to look after the dog, friends of her usual dog-sitter, stepping in to help out. Everyone in Jellicoe Close knew about it. The old women had been speculating for days. He busied himself because no one should guess that he was fascinated by the newcomers. No one should notice him measuring himself against the man, guessing at his strength, wondering where his weak points were. Because he would have weak points, even if he kept them well hidden. Everyone did.
Chapter 11. The front door swung open as we walked up the short drive to the house. Vanessa Underwood was one of the many people who'd been watching our arrival, in her case from the privacy of her own home. Our home for the next few weeks, I reminded myself, and looked at it with interest. "Welcome. Thank you for coming." She stepped out onto the porch, which was mantled with a sweet-smelling canopy of jasmine, starry white flowers against dark green leaves. She was a slim woman, with a cheerful freckled face and large red-rimmed glasses. Mid-40s, with dark hair that was uncompromisingly threaded with silver. She wore a black and white striped top and black trousers that had an unexpected drape across the front. I would have guessed she was an architect or designer, but academic worked too. "It's a pleasure," I started to say, only to be interrupted by a shriek from Vanessa. "Pippin! No!" Instinctively, Derwent dropped into a crouch to field a small brown and white dog who had shot out through the open front door. He hooked a finger in the dog's collar. "Hang on, where are you off to?" The dog stood on its hind legs and paddled the air with its front paws, desperate to get away. It had outsized triangular ears that it seemed to have borrowed from some other dog. "Pippin, you are such an escape artist." There was an edge of tension to Vanessa's voice under the easy good humour. "Can you get him back inside? My taxi should be here soon, and I need to show you where everything is." Derwent picked the dog up and tucked it under his arm like a rugby ball. The dog's little legs stuck out, completely still now, as it looked up into Derwent's face. "No wriggling," he said sternly. "Oh, he'll probably listen to you," Vanessa said. "He loves men." "How old is Pippin?" I asked. 4. Vanessa ran a hand through her hair, looking anxious. "He's calmed down a lot, really he has. He's so much better about running away than he used to be. But I don't let him out at the front, because people do drive too fast around here, and I'd hate for anything to happen to him." "Not as much as we would," I said, and stroked the top of his head gingerly. It was like warm velvet. The little dog blinked and swiped his tongue over his nose. "Is he a Jack Russell?" "He's a bit Jack Russell and a bit a few other things. Probably some corgi in there, given his diva personality." Vanessa's forehead corrugated with worry. "I hate leaving him behind." "We'll look after him," Derwent said, with a reassuring amount of confidence. "Why don't you show us the ropes?" Of course. Come on." The hallway was wider than I'd expected. It was mostly full of suitcases, but it was light and pleasant, with stairs on the right along with the entrance to the living room. A door at the end led to the kitchen, where the sunlight was dazzlingly bright. Some challengingly phallic ceramics stood on the hall table, and a mobile hung from the ceiling, the elements made from folded tin suspended on wires. Vanessa, I guessed, was an art lover. The house was built in the 1930s. This whole estate was. and most of the houses haven't changed that much at the front. You'll notice the differences more at the back. Some people have extended and some haven't. I did the kitchen 2 years ago. Oh, do be careful of the front door, because the latch doesn't always hold. You have to make sure you've closed it properly. She ushered us into the living room, which had originally been divided into two and was decorated in cream and blue. Where the dining table would have been, there was an enormous desk, and the back of the room was lined with books. There were 2 sofas in the front part of the room, though the one nearer the window seemed to get more use than the other. And when Derwent put the dog down, he jumped onto that sofa triumphant. The television was angled towards it. Every inch of wall that wasn't covered in bookshelves held framed art. Felted circles, delicately sliced paper, smudgy abstract oils, and over the fireplace a truly graphic watercolour of a nude that I decided I simply wouldn't see. Derwent was looking around, his hands in his pockets, his expression neutral. Even though we were inside and out of earshot of the neighbours, Vanessa dropped her voice. The house is on a hill. You'll have noticed you had to walk up the drive. It means this bay window essentially gives you a view of the whole street, which I thought would be useful for you. Very, I said, casually working out our line of sight to Judy's house. Only the shrubs in front of the window threatened the view. Can we cut back the bushes in the front garden? Oh, I wish you would. They're so overgrown. The gardening tools are in the shed at the end of the garden. And if you could mow the lawn? She looked at Derwent hopefully. Nothing I enjoy more. He came to stand next to me. Thank you for letting us do this, Vanessa. It's a big help. Of course. Anything I can do. Anything at all. I can't bear burglars. So awful to be a victim of crime in your own home. What else should we know? What are the downsides? He asked. If you can see the neighbours, they can see you, Vanessa blushed. When I moved in first, I didn't have any bedroom curtains, and I quite liked it, because the house faces southeast, and you can let the dawn wake you up. It didn't occur to me that anyone had noticed, until Ruth told me her husband kept finding excuses to stay up late so he could watch me going to bed. I couldn't look either of them in the eye for months. I slept in the spare room until the new curtains arrived. Derwent glanced at me, and I knew what he was thinking. We would have to be careful to act as a couple in the house, not just when we were outside it. I blushed, which was at least in character for my new role. There are only 2 bedrooms upstairs. That's all I need. I turned the little room into a walk-in wardrobe. Some people convert the loft, but I couldn't think why I would need to. So, the kitchen is here. Vanessa led us down the hall into a very modern kitchen that ran the width of the house. A dining table and chairs took up one side of the room, with dark green kitchen units on the other. A wall of glass doors formed the back of the house, and a low, comfortable sofa was positioned so Vanessa could sit and look out at the garden. Lovely, Derwent said. That's what you get when you move out of London, a proper garden. The railway line runs behind it. There's an embankment, but the trains aren't very frequent. You can walk along behind the houses all the way along the railway line, and then if you keep going, there's a public footpath that takes you to the Holmwood. The what? I asked. She laughed. It's just a fancy name for a bit of wilderness, but it's the best place to walk Pippin because it's fenced. There's another footpath that goes to it around the other way, through the cul-de-sac. It cuts between number 5 and number 6. You can't miss it. There's a lake, lots of trees. Oh, you have to keep him on the lead, though, because once he gets into the undergrowth, he gets terribly excited about rabbits and you'll never see him again. Vanessa blinked at us. I have tried to work on recall, but he's absolutely useless. That is very surprising. Derwent tickled the little dog under the chin. Pippin stayed at his feet, staring up at him, one paw on his foot. He seems so intelligent. Oh, he is. It's a deliberate choice. He really is a pain, Vanessa said lovingly, but worth it. Both of us made noises as if we agreed. There was time to have an in-depth discussion about dog food and snacks, Pippin's bedtime routine, and the street's WhatsApp group, before the taxi beeped outside, sending Pippin into orbit. He ran up and down the hallway, barking hysterically. "Oh no, he'll get out. I wonder, maybe I should—" As Pippin skittered past me into the kitchen, I reached out and shut the door, which was glass, so we had a grandstand view of him skidding to a halt and realizing he'd been trapped. He rushed back and stood with his front paws on the door, whimpering, his black eyes shining with emotion. "I want to kiss him goodbye," Vanessa wailed, and I kept my hand on the door handle. "Better not. We don't want him getting out." No, of course not." Vanessa crouched and flattened her palm against the glass. Pippin bared white, very pointed teeth at it. "I hope he'll forgive me for abandoning him." "He'll have a wonderful time," I said, as Derwent picked up the suitcases and headed out of the front door, taking the direct route to get rid of her. "We all will." Vanessa turned to me, and I caught a glimpse of the incisive mind behind the fussing. "Do you think anything will happen?" "I don't know. I don't like to think you're wasting your time, but I don't want to believe there's anything to worry about. It seems impossible, doesn't it?" I nodded. "This is a nice place." "The reason I decided to live here was because I felt nothing bad could happen here." She sighed. "But I suppose bad things can happen anywhere." "Unfortunately, that's true." I smiled. "But it's our job to stop it." Vanessa looked back to where Pippin was watching, sitting down now with his ears at half-mast. "I hope everything will be all right." I wasn't sure if she was talking about our job or the dog. The house seemed very quiet once the taxi was gone. Derwent shut the front door and stood in the hall, his arms folded, silently brooding. "What are you thinking?" I asked, half expecting him to dodge the question. "Just that it's up to us now, whatever happens." The two of us, on our own together in a house that we were sharing. We spent a lot of time together usually, but with other people around, or on the other end of the phone, asking for an update on where we had been and where we were going. No one was going to check up on us now unless we made contact with them. We had stepped out of our usual lives, cut off from all of our usual stresses, as well as the consolations. We had total freedom to handle the case as we saw fit, from that moment on. But that freedom came with a daunting weight of responsibility. "It's like being on a desert island, isn't it?" A flash of amusement lit up his face. "With the benefits of indoor plumbing." "It's a lovely house." "Seems to be. Some of the decor is a bit much." "The ceramic penises?" "They are knobs, aren't they? I thought they just looked like them, but no. That one's got bollocks." He shook his head. "She needs therapy. Mind you, we couldn't have designed a better place for surveillance than the sitting room." "You'll have to take charge of the dog. He seems to like you." I looked at the small figure, pressed so close to the kitchen door that his breath was fogging the glass. I mean, I say dog. He's more of a furry rocket with a death wish. He was surprised into laughing, and there was something in his expression that it took me a moment to read. Relief. Because I had made a joke? Had I not been making jokes? "Do you want to check out the rooms upstairs?" I said, more or less at random. There was the briefest of hesitations, so split-second that I wondered if I'd imagined it. "After you." I ran up, ignoring the piteous whining from the kitchen, where Pippin was keen to let us know he was pining to death. Derwent followed more slowly, taking a tour of the spare room and bathroom, before he came to join me in the large, pale pink bedroom at the front. It wasn't until he was standing beside me, both of us contemplating the wide expanse of the Art Deco-style bed, that I remembered we weren't at a crime scene. And this wasn't like any of the other times we'd stood in a bedroom together. And that, if you were Josh Derwent, you were probably having to suppress the memory of 1,000 other bedrooms, and women you seduced as easily as clicking your fingers. As if he had heard what I was thinking, he turned away abruptly, clearing his throat. "You'd better have this room." "Thanks." It was beautifully decorated, with a set of furniture that matched the bed in style, although the bed was an ultra-plush, king-size modern one that looked blissfully comfortable. And the dressing table, wardrobe and bedside tables were proper antiques. The art was all photographic, but landscapes, rather than anything eye-wateringly explicit, thankfully. Vanessa kept that kind of art where everyone could see it, for reasons that were probably Freudian. "I'll take the spare room," Derwent said. "It's smaller, but it's all right." "As long as no one guesses we aren't sharing a room." "Good point." He moved to the window and leaned on the sill, looking out. "I'll strip here every night with the curtains open and the lights on. They'll be selling tickets." I looked over his shoulder to where the two women opposite were staring up at us with undisguised curiosity. "Look, you're not even taking any clothes off, and they're fascinated." "Should I wave?" "That very much depends on which body part you were thinking of waving." A glance over his shoulder, full of warm amusement, and that hint of relief again. I hadn't imagined it. I stepped closer to him and slid my arms around his waist, leaning my cheek against his broad back. "For the benefit of the audience." He covered my hands with one of his, and we stood like that for a long moment. I closed my eyes so I could listen to the birds and the trees and the slow rhythm of his breathing. "Maeve, if the bed in the spare room isn't comfortable, it will be. But if it's not, well, there are 2 sofas downstairs." I disentangled myself from him and stepped away. One of them is bound to suit. Chapter 12. From maeve.kerrigan@met.police.uk to georgia.shaw@met.police.uk. Subject: Hassan Dawood. Hi, Georgia. Just wondering if there are any developments I should know about. Can you send me notes or transcripts of any interviews you do? Are you planning on speaking to Cameron Dawood again? If you do, can you ask him who paid for the house? Did he have a prenup with Hassan? Were they equal contributors to the household budget, or was Hassan the main earner? I'd like to push him on the finances because he was touchy about it when we interviewed him, and I don't think he answered those questions adequately. Did you manage to track down any friends of the couple? I really want to know more about their arguments. Again, I think he was far too defensive when we spoke to him about that. I'd also like to know if there were any professional issues affecting Hassan at the time of his death. Any outstanding complaints? Any patients or their families who blamed him for poor outcomes? It bothers me that he was dumped at the hospital. Are we still waiting for Kev Cox to give us a proper report on the house and the car? Have we had the pathologist's report back yet? Is there any news on the CCTV from the hospital car park and the surrounding area? Do you have any idea of where our suspect went after leaving the hospital? Did we recover any video? I'd like to see him moving. Those stills aren't really helping. Maeve. From georgia.shaw@met.police.uk to maeve.kerrigan@met.police.uk. Subject: Hassan Dawood. Hi. I thought you would be far too busy to think about the Dawood case. How's everything going? Have you settled in yet? It must be so weird to be settling into domestic bliss with Josh Derwent. So, I've attached the video we recovered from the hospital car park. The best image was the still we grabbed from it. You really don't get much more of a view when he's moving. I'm also looking for dash cam footage as well as other sources of CCTV. Someone must have seen him. The only other thing I'm thinking is that he might have changed his clothes as he was leaving the hospital, if he found somewhere out of sight of CCTV. I'm looking for anyone who might be him. At least, I'm not looking. Colin Vale is the one who gets to scour the CCTV we've collected. I'm still waiting for the full reports from the Sockos and the pathologist. I rang to chase them, and Dr. Early is just waiting on some results from the blood chemistry. But she was really confident about the time of death being 12 to 15 hours before the body was found, given the rigour and livor mortis, and she said the cause of death was a single blow from something heavy. She did note that there were some small abrasions on the body, but she said she couldn't tell if it was peri-mortem damage or from someone moving the body immediately post-mortem. They weren't defensive injuries. I'm seeing Cameron again tomorrow. I'll try to do a better job of getting him to trust me. He gave me a few names of people who were friends of them both. Plus, I've got into Hassan's phone, and I have a few other people to contact who Cameron didn't know or didn't suggest. I don't want to assume he's being helpful, you know? One thing, there was a WhatsApp conversation on the phone that was all deleted, except for the last message. It was unread. I'm guessing it was quite an intense conversation, because the last message was, "Next time I see you, I'll be in you," which I assume is a sex thing. No name saved with the number except a full stop. No contact details, nothing. The number is out of use. I'm thinking secret lover. That would give us a good motive, wouldn't it? I hope it's going okay. Remember, if in doubt, stare at Josh and bat your eyelashes. It works every time. Georgia. From maeve.kerrigan@met.police.uk to georgia.shaw@met.police.uk. Subject, Re Hassan Dawood. That CCTV from the hospital is absolutely shocking quality. What's the point in having cameras if you can barely see anything? But it's helpful to get a sense of how he carries himself. I think he is older than our initial guess. Mid-30s or even 40s. I like the thought that he might have changed his clothes. Look for someone wearing those generic trainers. They never think of changing their shoes and socks. Thanks for asking about the house and everything. So far so good. Do remember to send me the Socco and pathologist's reports when you get them, and the interview transcripts. The GMC might be able to help with any information about complaints. You should also get hold of bank statements and a mortgage statement. Get as much information as you can before you speak to Cameron. If he was worried about them splitting up, that might have given him a motive. The WhatsApp message you found is really interesting, but hold it back until we find out a bit more about it. Is the phone number out of use, or is the phone just switched off? Can we find out if it was registered to anyone? When was the last message sent? I'm sorry I'm not there. If you want to check anything with me, call me. I've got my phone with me. I might not be able to talk freely, obviously, but it's better than nothing. Let's set up a phone call to run through everything in the next couple of days. That's easier than pinging emails back and forth. Don't let Cameron rattle you when you interview him. Tell Unabert you don't want Pete in there. I'm not saying he's homophobic, but he definitely isn't at ease around gay people. Pettifer is far better than you'd think. You can learn a lot from him. He lies in wait and lets them come to him. You wouldn't think it would work, but he always gets his target in the end. Maeve. Chapter 13. I didn't have the classic "where am I" moment the following morning when I woke up. I knew where I was before I had even opened my eyes to see the pale pink bedroom glowing with morning sunlight. I sat up in bed, trying not to catch my eye in the dressing table mirror, and listened. Scuffling came from the bottom of the stairs, along with an ear-splitting yelp that interrupted the steady stream of pleasant abuse that had woken me. I know you're not in the harness properly, but that's because you wouldn't put your feet where they were supposed to go. That's not my problem, is it? You can waddle the whole way if you don't want me to fix it for you, you stupid animal. What sort of idiot? That's better, isn't it? Maybe you could try listening to me next time instead of... No, come back. You don't have your lead on yet. And if you think I'm opening the door when you're not on the lead, you must think I'm a fool. Shut up. No, shut up. You'll wake her up. I'm awake. I came out onto the landing. Pippin barked joyfully, and Derwent twisted to look up at me. He was wearing running shorts and a London Marathon finishers t-shirt. Morning. Isn't it a bit early for a walk? I want to take him out before it gets too hot. I rubbed the sleep out of one eye. Did Vanessa say we should do that? It's just what you do if you're a good dog owner. Not that this is a good dog. You're not, are you? Pippin did a pirouette of sheer joy. If you can wait a couple of minutes, I'll come with you. I felt wide awake and excited, keen to get on with the job. You don't have to. You can go back to bed if you like. I'm up now. He checked his watch. You've got 2 minutes. It'll take me that long to finish getting ready and put the lead on this twat. In fact, it took me 5 minutes to get ready, wriggling into leggings and a t-shirt, at the same time as brushing my teeth and hair and smearing on some sunscreen. I came downstairs with my trainers in my hand to find Pippin and Derwent continuing their battle of wills. Do you want me to hold him? I can manage, he said it through gritted teeth. Get up, you absolute bastard. This is not the time for tickling your tummy. Pippin rotated on the small of his back, legs splayed in the air, his expression beatific. Derwent dropped to his knees, his jaw set in an expression I recognised. Pippin was not going to win this one. Right. Ready? He was breathing hard when he stood up, victorious. What it reminded me of, I said, tying my laces, was when you get two tramps fighting in an alleyway. No one keeps their dignity. No one asked you. He looked down to where Pippin was sitting angelically at his feet. I'm not doing that every morning. I think the dog might be the one who decides that. It looks as if he enjoyed it. Just for that, you can bring the poo bags. He opened the front door, and the two of them disappeared down the drive as I scrambled to pick up keys and the bags and a bottle of water. Jellicoe Close was quiet at that time, the curtains drawn in all of the upstairs windows, no sign of anyone stirring. Every driveway had a car parked in it. I was careful not to stare at Judy's house, but Derwent let his gaze skim over it as he put his sunglasses on. Anything? He shook his head, a tiny movement that no one except me would have noticed. Ready? Ready. We walked down the middle of the cul-de-sac, Pippin's claws loud on the tarmac. Long shadows stretched out across the road, and I shivered at the chill when we passed out of the sunshine, but it wasn't unpleasant. The morning air was fresh, and tiny birds flitted over our heads, winging from one shrub to another. Every few paces the dog veered sideways to investigate an enticing smell, or a suspicious scuffling sound that proved to be a squirrel, and every time it interrupted the steady rhythm of our progress. The fourth time it happened, Derwent stopped. Don't fuck about, Pippin. I said I was taking you for a walk, not that I was prepared to stand around while you commune with someone else's piss. You have to let him go at his own pace. Vanessa said... I broke off, distracted. He looked at me quickly. Okay? I turned towards him. There's someone up there, behind me, in the house at the end of the cul-de-sac, number 5. Mrs. Holding and her son Gary. Someone is standing in the window. Slowly, casually, he looked past me. I don't see anyone. There was someone. I saw them. The pale oval of a face, a figure standing still. Something nightmarish and unnatural about the way they stood stiffly, arms held out from their sides. I shivered, rubbing my arms. They must have ducked back through the curtains. If I had to guess, it was Mrs. Holding. She's the one with dementia, isn't she? Even so. He took a step closer to me and took hold of my hand as if it came naturally. Palm to palm. We had held hands before, when we were trying to provoke a reaction from someone who was watching me, but it had felt strange then. And now? The hairs were standing up on the back of my neck, but that was the shock of realising we were being watched, not to mention the cool of the early morning. It couldn't have been because every nerve ending in my hand was signalling urgently that it was touching Josh Derwent's hand, or the sheer thrill of physical contact. Of course, he had opinions about hand-holding, and I thought of him chiding me the previous week. Never interlaced fingers in public, Maeve. That's for teenagers. What about in private? I had asked, amused. And he'd looked at me and said, at times, which had sent me off on a highly unprofessional train of thought. His eyes were hidden behind the sunglasses, but the corners of his mouth curved upwards, as if he was able to hear what I was thinking. When he spoke, though, it was to the dog. Get a move on, Pippin, or we'll go home. Reluctantly, the small animal allowed himself to move an inch or two away from the smell that was holding him captive, and then another couple of steps. And at last we were on the move, heading for the narrow path that led between two houses at the end of the cul-de-sac. As we approached number 5, I was able to stare at it for longer, scanning the windows for any movement, any twitch of the curtains, anything out of place. There was nothing at all. The house was silent and still. My imagination. Someone had been there, I thought stubbornly. I didn't invent things. I wasn't, as a rule, nervous. Derwent held my hand gently but deliberately, and I waited for him to let go as we disappeared from view down the pathway between the houses. But he didn't loosen his grip. We walked in companionable silence, shoulder to shoulder, avoiding the nettles that flourished on either side of the path. I stepped over a broken beer bottle, the air still sweetly brackish from where the liquid had spilled. A good night ruined. Not necessarily. Derwent pointed. Looks as if someone had some fun anyway. A few steps further down the path, a foil packet was caught in the long grass, ripped open. I looked around for the condom that had been inside it, but, used or unused, it was nowhere to be seen. I have to keep reminding myself this isn't a crime scene. That we know of. I rolled my eyes. All right, if it is a crime scene, we've just hoofed through it. I'd like to see you explain that to Kev Cox. Yeah, well, obviously it's only teenagers. He was distracted by some graffiti on the wall, a tag that was repeated 5 or 6 times. What does that say? Toe? Tox? Something like that. This must be where you come to rebel around here. He looked around. It's sheltered, isn't it? One street light on a pretty long stretch of pavement. Trees blocking the view from the houses. You could get up to anything you liked here, and no one would know. No cigarette butts. There would have been cigarette butts in my day, but they all vape now. In my day, there would have been porn mags. Of course there would, I said quietly. A short walk was an education, believe me. That explains a lot. We had arrived at a green-painted metal gate. The Holmwood, I presume. Derwent reached out to open it, but the dog shot through the bars, then doubled back, entwining his lead in the gate, and barking hysterically when he discovered he was trapped. Genuinely, I have never met a stupider dog, Derwent told him, crouching to disentangle him. The sound of quick footsteps coming towards us made me turn, to see a man in very brief shorts and a sleeveless top running at a steady pace. He had a German shepherd on a long lead, the dog's tongue lolling pinkly as it ran ahead of him. Derwent got Pippin free just in time and swung the gate open for the runner, who flashed past us in unsmiling silence. "Any time, mate," Derwent called after him, his voice loaded with sarcasm. "No need to say thank you." "Please don't pick a fight with our new next-door neighbour." "Him?" "Stephen Bollivant," I said, passing through the gate myself. "Didn't you recognise him?" "Obviously not. Did Vanessa say he was a wanker?" She said he was quiet and shy. Shy? Derwent snorted. That must be why he wasn't able to say thank you. You're just annoyed because he has a proper dog, and you have a walking liability who's currently rolling in. Yes, I think that's fox shit. For fuck's sake. 3 out of 10 for situational awareness so far. He glowered at me as if it was my fault that Pippin was wearing a thin layer of reeking black excrement. I don't remember inviting you to join us. But aren't you glad I came? I relented. Look, if you want to get some actual exercise, I'll walk Pippin on the way back. You can have a run. Really? Yes, really. The path had widened, the ground underfoot dark and rich and firm. The early light speared through gaps in the tree canopy, shafts of pure gold in the dense greenery of the forest. A breeze stirred the leaves overhead with a noise like running water, and I felt my spirits lift. For once, we weren't on our way to a crime scene or a body. There was nothing frightening in these particular woods, on this particular day. I'd like to. Thanks. Let's see if we can make a bit more progress first. Derwent looked down. Why don't you show us this lake, Sunshine? Make yourself useful. Pippin surged away, heading downhill, and we fell into step beside one another again. Derwent was humming under his breath, his stride matching mine, and the day stretched out ahead of us, full of potential, empty of irritating duties. You're so lucky, everyone had said. Maybe they were right. Chapter 14. Climbing back up the hill an hour later on my own, with a dog that was going to need extensive hosing before he was allowed into the pristine house, I was a little less in love with the home wood. We had discovered it was a steep-sided valley, so dense with ancient woodland that you couldn't see more than 20 or 30 feet into the trees. The paths were well worn and clearly marked, leading us down from the top of the valley to the lake that lay at the bottom of it. The water was pockmarked with rings where fish rose to lip at the clouds of tiny flies hanging above the surface. Dense reeds circled the lake, and at one end, a small battered boathouse stood on stilts over the water. It was peaceful, except for other dog walkers and runners. Pippin yearned to fight every dog that we encountered, and Derwent sulked about not getting to overtake the runners who steamed past us. And eventually, at the far end of the lake, I gave in. Go on. I'm taking this lunatic home. Neither of you are good company this morning. Thanks. To my surprise, he dropped a kiss on my cheek before he disappeared, his long stride taking him out of my sight in moments. I turned and trudged along the lakeside, back up the path we'd strolled down earlier. It was a lot harder in reverse, and perhaps there was an easier way, but I wasn't prepared to dive down any of the inviting paths that led into the woods when I was by myself. The air was warmer now, even under the trees, with real heat where the sun broke through the leaves. My t-shirt was damp with sweat, and I was out of breath. Come on, Pippin. Nearly there. The little dog had stopped, tired out. He looked up at me hopefully. Not in a million years when you smell like that, my friend. At last, the gate, and the high walls on either side of the narrow path, which had a different feel to it when I was on my own. The walls hid the long gardens that belonged to numbers 5 and 6 Jellicoe Close. The garden of number 5 was a wilderness of overgrown trees choked with ivy and bindweed, while number 6 had tall leylandii all along the boundary wall. I could understand the wish to block out the noise from pedestrians and the desire for privacy, but the evergreen trees were a dense screen that felt impenetrable. Anything could happen here. A child shouted on the other side of the wall very close to me, and I jumped out of my skin before I reminded myself that the house belonged to the Vaughns, Rhys and Nicola, and their 2 children were 7 and 14. If I had to guess, it was the 7-year-old who had just discovered a snail on her slide and had to tell everyone about it. Thea, I thought. I hustled Pippin through the gap and into the close itself, to discover that while we had been out, the neighbours had come to life. A teenage schoolgirl was standing on the pavement, carrying her blazer. She was tall, with red gold hair that glowed in the sunshine. As I watched, a sturdy boy ran out of number 9 and joined her, his hair wet from the shower. They walked off together, settling their school bags on their backs, serious in their Monday morning demeanour. The car in the driveway of number 9 hummed into life, reversing into the road before it purred away. Mike Knox, I reminded myself, one of the cyclists from the previous day. It was like walking out on a stage full of actors, all busily playing their parts, while I shuffled through the scene, feeling out of place and self-conscious. But of course I had Pippin with me, and he was an old hand. "Hello, little Pip. What have you been rolling in, then?" Alan Otis was standing by his garden gate, his belly straining the buttons on his shirt. A bucket-shaped sun hat hooded his eyes in shade, but his white, even false teeth gleamed with artificial perfection in the sunlight. "Please don't tell Vanessa I let that happen the first time I took him out. He was just so quick, I couldn't stop him." "Oh, I know what he's like. Greased lightning. We used to look after him for Vanessa sometimes, you know, when she was busy. Had to say we couldn't do it anymore. Ruth, that's my wife, she was always worried he'd run off and get hit by a car." "I'm terrified," I admitted, "but I hope we'll do a good job." I introduced myself, and Alan squeezed my hand between both of his, which was an unnecessarily intimate experience, I felt. "We saw you arrive. You and your..." I correctly identified that I was supposed to explain the relationship. "Josh, he's my boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" Alan sniffed. "He should get a ring on your finger, miss, instead of wasting his time being a boyfriend." "Oh, plenty of time for that." I looked down at my feet, blushing, and pulled the lead through my fingers. "We haven't been together that long." "I wouldn't let the grass grow under my feet." Another flash of teeth. "Ruth and I were engaged 1 month after I met her, and we're married 50 years next spring." I murmured something congratulatory. "So, how long are you two going to be hanging around here?" "A few weeks. Vanessa has work commitments overseas." "She's a high flyer. Intellectual, you know." "So I hear." "What about you? Are you an academic?" I shook my head, wide-eyed. "I'm not even working at the moment. Between jobs." "What do you do usually?" "I used to work for a travel agent." Alan whistled, producing a thin noise that made Pippin's ears twitch. "Glamorous." "It really wasn't. I was stuck behind a desk watching other people go away on amazing holidays." "And your fella, what does he do?" "He's a security consultant." "What does that mean?" "I don't really know." I giggled at my own ignorance. "He generally works from home, apart from site visits." "How did he get into that, then?" "He was in the army." No word of a lie. "Was he? That makes sense. Posture, you know. They never lose it." "Like ballet dancers," I said seriously. Alan gave a bark of surprised laughter. "I wouldn't know anything about that." Feeling fairly confident that I had established my airhead credentials well enough, I said goodbye to him and dragged Pippin off to his date with the outside tap. He loudly deplored the entire experience, whining and barking at the hose. "You would think I was torturing you," I said, through clenched teeth. "Maybe there's a lesson here about not rolling in fox crap." "Ignore him," said a male voice from behind me. "That's what Vanessa does too." "Pippin was just telling me she runs him a bubble bath." I turned to find a dark-haired man at the foot of the drive. He was thin, his shirt sleeves rolled back to show off sinewy arms. A fringe flopped into his eyes over expensive designer glasses with horn frames. His jaw was harshly cut, and even at that early hour there was a hint of shadow on it. "Brian, I'm next door in number 2. He jerked a thumb in that direction. "I thought I'd come over and introduce myself." "Maeve," I said. "I'd like to shake hands, but unless you want to smell like wet dog, I wouldn't advise it." He laughed. "I'll let you off. Is that an Irish name?" "It is. My parents are Irish." "Mine too." He grinned at me, as if he was pleased to find we had something in common. "At least we dodged being named something no one can spell." "You'd be surprised with how often I get emails addressed to Mauve," I said with feeling. "Brian?" A woman in a tightly belted linen dress was standing at the bottom of their drive. "I thought you were running late." I am. There was just a hint of impatience in his voice, and none at all in his face when he turned back to me. "Well, Maeve, it's nice to meet you. This is my wife, Fleur. Also my conscience, it seems." I waved. Rigid disapproval was her response. "Fleur and Brian Nolan, who got married 3 years ago. Fleur's desperate for a baby, and they've been having IVF for ages." I could find it in myself to be nice to poor Fleur, I thought, even if I didn't get much back. "It's lovely to meet you," I said. "This is such a friendly neighbourhood." "It can be. Brian, you'd really better go. You've got that meeting, remember?" "I'm gone." He jogged to his car, a high-end Audi, and swung out of his drive at a speed that was on the sharp end of safe. Fleur watched him go. Her face was set in a miserable expression. They seemed comically at odds in terms of their personality. The torture of IVF's hope and despair cycle could break up the strongest couple I knew, and the cracks were definitely showing if Fleur couldn't even pin on a brave face in front of a stranger. "We're looking after—" I trailed off, because Fleur had turned away and was walking back into the house without any further acknowledgement of me. I would work on her, I decided. Hadn't Derwent said I was good at talking to people? Pippin got my attention by shaking water droplets all over my legs, and I took him inside, where he demanded breakfast before curling up in his bed in the corner of the kitchen, his head jammed up his bottom. "I'll hold your calls," I said, and went to have a shower. Afterwards, I drew the curtains, catching Alan's eye as he tinkered with the lawnmower. He'd chosen a mid-lawn location that allowed him to keep our bedroom window under observation, I noticed. He gave me a wave and pointed to his left, where Derwent was deep in conversation with one of the cyclists from the previous day. They were both standing with their arms folded across their chests, their legs spread wide, trying to outdo the other in terms of manliness. It looked very cheerful and friendly. Derwent said goodbye and jogged over to the house to begin a complicated series of stretches against the front wall. His skin was glowing golden in the morning light. A small, unworthy part of me hoped Fleur was near enough to observe him. As if I would even consider making a play for Brian, quite frankly, when I have that to look at. At least, that's what I would think, if I was really the character I was playing. "It's just work," I said out loud, and went to make breakfast.
He hadn't expected them to be up so early. Getting to know their schedule was key. Too soon to say if they would stick to it. The previous evening they had carried in their bags. He'd enjoyed watching her leaning to reach the back of the boot, up on tiptoe, the muscles taut in her calves and thighs, and unpacked, he guessed, and that had taken most of the evening. A familiar moped had buzzed into the cul-de-sac around 8, a delivery from Ruby Murray's, the best curry house in the area. She'd come to the door to get it, smiling at something the delivery guy said to her and tucking her hair behind her ear, which made him think that she might be shy, possibly. She had tipped well, the delivery man skipping away down the drive with a cheerful wave. He liked that. He liked the idea that she was kind. Kindness was a weakness that could be exploited. She was pretty, but it was the docile quality she had that appealed to him most, a diffidence that he hungered to exploit. For most of the evening, the man had sprawled on the sofa with the blue light of the television holding his attention. She had been in the kitchen, he assumed, but he hadn't gone to look. There'd be time for that. Besides, he knew that anticipation was worth savouring. That was all very well, but the shock of seeing them in the morning had been a rush. He'd kept his head, he thought, despite the surprise. Oh, there you are, and you're perfect. That was the first thought that had flashed into his mind when he saw her. But then there was him. A challenge, no doubt about it. That made it almost better. He would get a particular thrill from outwitting him. He had mental power the other man couldn't imagine. Discipline, planning, execution. When he was ready, the other man wouldn't be able to stop him. She had been on her own in the woods, and he knew a lot about moving through the woods. He could be close enough to someone to touch their shadow and they'd never know he was there. His hands were shaking now, the fingertips tingling as adrenaline flooded his system. He clenched his fists, half hating the sensation, half relishing it. He was desperate to relieve the feelings that were building up inside him, but he had self-control. It didn't come easy, but nothing worth having does.
Chapter 15. So what are we doing today? Shopping for food. Derwent poked his spoon into the bowl of cornflakes in front of him. This is a shit breakfast. I sat down at the table at a safe distance. What's wrong? I thought exercise was supposed to give you endorphins. I ran into Rhys Vonn on my way back. He pulled a face. I don't like him. In a professional sense or a personal one? Don't know yet. Something about him gives me the creeps. Vonn was tall and fit-looking, but he had luminous white skin to go with his red hair. It would be entirely like Derwent to take against him for the unforgivable crime of being ginger, or for having a beard, or for wearing head-to-toe lycra and cycling everywhere, or for being his physical equal. The ways to annoy Derwent were more or less infinite. What were you talking about? He was asking me to play football on Saturday for his five-a-side team. They're short a player. Just a local league game. So? Presumably you said yes. I didn't have much choice. He implied I might not be fit enough. Well, you couldn't let that go. He winced. He manipulated me, didn't he? Completely and totally. Don't you like football? I had hazy memories of him taking part in a Met tournament a couple of years before, which had involved a lot of boasting. I hate all team games. Worried about letting other people down? Absolutely fucking not. He looked at me outraged. Oh, you were joking. I was. What's the problem? You're penalised if you try too hard. Allow me to translate that into English. You foul the other players and get sent off. Sometimes. He pushed the bowl away from him. I should have said no. We all have to do things we don't want to for work, I said primly. Come on, it won't be that bad. I'll come and watch. That is all I need. By the time we parked at the supermarket, Derwent had recovered what passed for his temper. I'm doing the lion's share of the cooking, so I'm picking most of what we buy. I've seen the rubbish you like, and I'm not eating it. You're basing that opinion on an incomplete picture, I protested. I eat good food too, and I'm not sure I want you to do most of the cooking. I'm not keen on no carbs, my body is a temple stuff. You've never eaten anything I've cooked. I'm good at it. Or no one dared to tell him he wasn't. Okay, but I can cook a few things. Spaghetti bolognese. That's one, I admitted, but only one. I've been working on it. I've got at least 6 meal options I can do without thinking about it. All right, you can do a couple of dinners a week. Thanks. I hadn't intended to volunteer for any cooking duties, and I couldn't help feeling I'd been outmanoeuvred. A woman was getting out of a grey Range Rover in front of us, her fair hair swinging in a ponytail. She was clutching a mobile phone and talking to herself as she organised her shopping bags and a trolley. Hey, that's the car that was parked in front of the Vaughn's house. That must be Nicola. Good spot. Bear it in mind. We need to look as if we usually shop together. I know, I said patiently. We've discussed this 100 times. I know what I'm doing. It was no surprise whatsoever that Derwent took ownership of the trolley, and also no surprise that he disapproved of most of the things I put in it. There were 3 or 4 things that united us. A hatred of peanut butter, a preference for thick sliced bread and apricot jam. The rest was pure attrition. You can't give Pippin that food, I pointed out in the dog food section, as Derwent fitted a tray of tins into the end of the trolley. He gets special food because he's been neutered. It stops him getting fat. Derwent examined the bag of dry food I'd handed him. Diet food for eunuchs. What a miserable way to live. Fair enough he can't have his balls, but let him have his meaty chunks. Vanessa would never forgive us. Anyway, you're into healthy eating. Why are you suddenly trying to feed the dog canine fast food? I feel sorry for him. Because of his balls? You wouldn't understand. He took the tins out, though, and replaced them with the bag, shaking his head sorrowfully. I knew you'd end up bonding with Pippin. You have a lot in common. I can assure you I still have my testicles. An elderly lady who had been creaking past paused to gaze at us in horror, then hurried away. I sighed. If you could just not, we'll get kicked out. I'm trying to make friends. I think she was afraid you were going to whip them out. Not in the supermarket. Maybe later, if you play your cards right. I'd rather look at Pippin's. Those days are gone, unless you can find the specimen jar. I suppose we're not allowed snacks, I said, in the crisp aisle. No, you should definitely buy some, as many as you want. He was reversing down the aisle, scanning the shelves. I was going to get some chocolate too. Why? I was suspicious. PMT. You get PMT? That would explain a lot, actually. No, you do. His eyes were bright with mischief. I do not. Oh, you absolutely do. You have no idea about my menstrual cycle. 5 days before you get your period, you start eating even more crap than usual. Anything salty or sweet is fair game, and you get incredibly grumpy if your blood sugar gets too low. That's when I pretend I've missed lunch so we can stop at a petrol station and you can stock up. 3 days before, all your tops are suddenly too tight across the chest. I worry about getting pinged in the eye with a rogue button. 2 days before, you're at your most dangerous, and literally anything can set you off. Just before it, you're always distracted and spacey. And then, on day 1, you always feel like shit and take painkillers whenever you think I'm not looking. When did you work this out? Years ago. It was uncannily accurate. I walked away instead of saying anything, colourful products blurring as I moved past them. He caught up with me 2 aisles over. Are you angry? I'm not sure what I am. I felt exposed, embarrassed, and above all else, surprised that he'd noticed any of it. It's not a big deal. He coasted on the trolley for a few metres like a teenager, looking back at me to see if I was amused. It's not as if you complain. I wouldn't. I know. He abandoned the trolley and came to stand in front of me, putting his hands in his pockets, sheepish. We're together a lot. I can't help it. I notice things. Yeah, I couldn't look at him, like how tight my tops are. Like when you're in pain and you're pretending you're fine. he said softly. To my horror, I felt tears welling in my eyes. What are we? 6 days before? Over-emotional. Right on cue. I sniffed. Bug off, Josh. Seriously. I spend more time with you than just about anyone else. You must notice things about me. I try not to think about you. He stood still for a second, absorbing the implications. Then nodded. I see. No, you don't. I stopped. Impossible to tell him I knew him better than almost anyone, and mostly didn't feel as if I knew him at all. Look, can we just forget it? Of course. We finished the shopping in awkward silence. I had to hand it to us. We couldn't have done a better job of looking like a real couple if we'd tried. Back in the car park, I was loading bags into the boot when I heard Derwent greeting someone. I turned to see Nicola Vaughan, her trolley piled high with bags. She paused, looking dazed, as if he'd roused her from a trance. Up close she was very attractive, with clear tanned skin dusted with freckles and big grey eyes. She was too thin, though, her cheekbones hollow and her neck corded with tendons. Oh, you're Vanessa's house-sitters. That's right. He leaned past me to shake her hand. Josh, this is Maeve. She smiled at me, but her eyes were unfocused, and I doubted she would remember my name. With an effort, she said, I hear you're playing football with my husband on Saturday. He's very competitive. Just so you know, he plays to win. So do I, Derwent said. It's not fun when they lose. What did that mean, I wondered. Beside me, Derwent was very still, and our response seemed to wake her up to the fact that she'd said something troubling. She laughed as if it had been a joke. I'm so busy at the moment. Camilla, my eldest, she's in a play at school this week, and I've been helping with the rehearsals. There isn't a speck of food in the house, and I think the cleaner's going to go on strike when she sees the state of the bathrooms. Derwent smiled. In that case, we'd better not keep you. Yes. She didn't move. You could come to the play if you wanted. It's a fundraiser for the school. I'm supposed to be selling tickets, but I've only managed to convince a few of the neighbours to go. I was just going to pay for the last couple myself. I've been carrying them around in my bag for weeks. We love the theatre, I said, don't we? Very much so, Derwent said. What's the show? They're doing A Midsummer Night's Dream. Nicola was digging in her bag. She came up with a handful of crumpled paper. These are £20 each, but you get a ticket for the raffle too. Wonderful, I said, and watched Derwent hand over the cash, standing so close to her that it looked as if he was doing a drug deal. I presumed Una Burt would sign off on it as a legitimate expense. It wasn't specifically connected with our investigation, but then it wasn't unconnected either. We needed to be involved with the community, invisible, and not obviously focused on Judy Thwaites. It's on Friday, she said, in the school grounds. An outdoor performance, if it doesn't rain, I mean. And if it does rain, we're just supposed to put up umbrellas and sit through it. I shouldn't have said anything about the play. It'll probably be awful. I'm sure it will be wonderful. Well, yes, maybe. She put a hand up, seeming surprised to discover her hair was in a ponytail. We'll see you there, Derwent said gently, and she pulled herself together enough to say goodbye and return to her car. No smell of alcohol on her breath. I wondered why you were invading her personal space like that, I said. Why else? She's an attractive woman. He snorted. She's mental. Or on drugs. Or both, I suggested. Do you think she should be driving? Nope. We watched her pull out of the car park, swinging onto the wrong side of the road and overcorrecting with a jerk. I hope she'll make it home safely. At least it's not far. She should be fine if she doesn't meet any cyclists. Like her husband. I told you there was something off about him. You did. Your famous insight strikes again. The words sat between us like a solid, unwieldy lump. I squirmed. Look, when I said I never thought about you, that's not really true. He turned his back on me and opened the driver's door, getting into the car before he paused for a second, one hand on the door handle. Why don't we never talk about it again? Chapter 16. So, how's it going? Georgia sounded chirpy, as if I'd rung her for a gossip rather than a work call. Before I could answer, Derwent pulled a saucepan out of a cupboard, dislodging a heap of baking trays that slid onto the floor with a clatter. What was that? Josh cooking dinner. He can cook? Oh my God, he really is the perfect man. Georgia, I'd snatched up the phone, torn between muting her and running out of the kitchen, and while I was deciding what to do, she carried on, every syllable clear and distinctly audible. We were just talking about that, though, remember? About how you never find one who's good in bed and in the kitchen. Derwent raised his eyebrows politely as I finally managed to silence her. I gathered up my notes. I think I'll take this call in the sitting room. Seems like a good idea, he said. I hurried down the hall, my face hot. Georgia, you were on speakerphone. Oh. Then, oh, shit. Did he hear me? Yep. I don't even remember what I said, she wailed. Well, Josh will never forget it. I sat on one of the sofas and fanned my notes out on the coffee table. But never mind, I've said worse. Have you? Probably. Well, now that I've humiliated myself, how are things? Are you settling in? It's fine. Everyone is very welcoming. I'm going for afternoon tea with one of the neighbours tomorrow. Ruth sent Alan over to invite me. Working hard, Georgia teased, and I sighed. It's really difficult. I keep thinking I'm going to put my foot in it. And the woman who's invited me over is sharp as a tack. She's an incredible interrogator. I'll have to be on my guard. You'll do fine. Hope so. Back to business. So, thank you for forwarding on the forensic report and the other material. I've been reading through them this afternoon. And what did you think? That we were in trouble, I thought. Am I right in thinking that there wasn't a single trace of blood in the victim's home, except for that one smudge on the outside of the back door that Kev found on his second sweep? That's all there was. Can we check with Cameron whether Dawood might have injured himself somehow in the gym or the garden on a previous occasion? I don't like that we're relying on a single 2mm trace of blood to establish that we found the crime scene, especially if we can't tie it in to the day in question. Absolutely. She was writing it down, I was relieved to hear. Let's not rely too much on your memory, Georgia. Was the garage floor swept and mopped after the car was moved? Can Kev check specifically for tyre marks? Yes, but why? If someone mopped the floor after the car was moved to the hospital car park, we know that the killer, or an accomplice, was the one who took it out of the house, not Hassan. It ties the murder to the house. Oh, I should have thought of that. He said there was a partial footprint on the garage floor. Do we have any idea of the size? Would it fit the driver we've got on CCTV? Or could it have been Hassan who left it there? Okay. Georgia was scribbling madly. Kev did say it looked like a trainer. He said it was a rubberized sole, like a trainer. That doesn't mean it was a trainer. You sound like a defence brief. One day, with any luck, we'll be going through this in front of a jury. Kev's too experienced to be definite about anything he doesn't know for sure, so he's not going to say it's definitely a trainer. But at the same time, don't get tunnel vision. Don't count someone out because they were wearing a deck shoe. Georgia suggested. That kind of thing exactly. I flipped through the report. And the blanket from the back seat of the car. Can we ask Cameron about it? What about it? Whether it came from the house. Was it usually kept in the car? Anything, really. I think he was probably under the blanket on his way to the hospital. If it came from inside the house, again, that means he was likely to have been killed in the house or garden. If it was always in the car, he could have been anywhere at all when he died. Sure thing. Kev said he thought the back of the driver's seat had been lowered and raised again because it was left in a position that wasn't how Hassan usually had it. No wear and tear on the mechanism. He said it would have been relatively easy to move the body from the back to the front that way. So no one saw a thing. Exactly. The financial documents. I slid them out and glanced through them again with a whistle. We're in the wrong job. I know. I need to chat up some accountants. That mortgage is hefty. Yeah, but they could afford it. Just about. They were gambling on being able to maintain that income, weren't they? If Dawood was running into professional difficulties, that might have been an issue for them. You mean the brothers who were suing him for negligence after their mother died? The Arnolds. We need to trace them and find out if they have alibis. They're a close-knit family, and they were clearly furious with him. And we should see if any of them might be a match for our driver. And we should find out if they had a chance of winning their case. Yeah, I'm waiting to talk to the other consultant in the department, Dimitri Stefanidis. He's giving me the runaround. His secretary is definitely stalling me. Well, he'd be busy. His workload has doubled. That's true. Did you see the life insurance policies? I did. It'll set Cameron up nicely. That's a good motive. One of the best, I agreed. Unfortunately, motive isn't as important as evidence. There's still nothing to link Cameron to the murder. But one thing did occur to me. Cameron presumably kept a close eye on what they were both spending. He might have spotted some unusual expenditure. Hotel rooms, meals out, gifts, and realised that Hassan was having an affair. Clever, Georgia said. If he could find it, we could find it. That's what I thought. It's worth spending some time going back through Hassan's bank accounts. Anything that gives us a lead on who the lover was would be a help. You know, I liked Cameron a lot more this time when I interviewed him. I felt the shock was wearing off a bit, and he was less angry, more sad. He said he hadn't been sleeping. Guilty conscience? Maybe. He looked rough. I didn't mention the message I found from the mystery lover. I'm not looking forward to breaking that news if he didn't know. Never fun, I agreed. You were right about Chris being a good interviewer. He got 'em talking. Loads of stuff about their life together, the neighbours, his job. I don't think I'd have got so much out of him. Watch and learn. Chris taught me a lot of what I know. That's how we all get better at the job. You were always good. I really wasn't. And I still get plenty of things wrong. Not the way I do. She sounded wistful. I found myself wishing I could see the expression on her face. You're doing fine. This is hardly standard operating procedure for a murder investigation. Just keep asking for help where and when you can. And next time, maybe we could do this over FaceTime. Oh, yes! I really want to see the house. I spared a glance for the picture over the fireplace. I would need to find a room that was free of sexually charged artwork, or I dreaded to think what Georgia would say about it. What else did Cameron tell you? Anything surprising? Nothing really. She started to laugh. Except that he and Hassan found Liz St. John a bit much. She seems like quite a fussy neighbour. I checked up, and she actually made a noise complaint about them to the council when they had a party that ran late. Cameron said they called her the Tiger Mother because she was so obsessed with her kids. But she was always good for a spare tea bag. They generally got on fine, went round for a barbecue, drinks parties, that kind of thing, but they weren't close friends. Liz thought they were, didn't she? Very different feeling on the other side of the hedge. Georgia sighed. You know, if Liz was the one who'd been murdered, neither Cameron nor Hassan would have known a thing about her usual routine, whereas she knew a fair bit about the two of them coming and going. Luckily for us. And that was about the only bit of luck we'd had so far, I reflected, as I said goodbye to Georgia. I put the phone down on the table and sniffed the air, trying to gauge whether dinner was imminent. It smelled amazing, I had to admit, and I was absolutely starving. Some movement caught my attention out of the corner of my eye, and I turned to look at the road. A bird, I thought, gliding low in the evening shadows. Or someone walking past the house. But if it was a pedestrian, they'd been moving quickly, because I hadn't been in time to see them. What had I said to Derwent? 3 out of 10 for situational awareness. I'd give you a round 0 for that one, I said out loud, and got up to see if I could speed up dinner before I died of malnutrition. Chapter 17. Derwent and I had agreed that it was important not to make our interest in Judy and her son too obvious. On the other hand, it was vital that we didn't avoid her. That would be more suspicious than going out of our way to make friends. The next morning, I glanced out of my bedroom window to see Derwent in Judy's front garden, rehanging her bird feeders under her close supervision. She was holding Pippin's lead, but the little dog was lying down, his head on his paws, as if he had enough experience of this particular situation to know that his walk was going to be indefinitely delayed. When Derwent and Pippin finally got back, half an hour after I would have expected them, I was waiting in the kitchen. How was Judy? Thorough. He shook his head. She could give the Spanish Inquisition pointers. From this side of the road, it didn't look as if she was having to get out the thumbscrews, I said. You seem to be having a lovely time. Oh, it was quite enjoyable. Or it would have been, if I hadn't been concentrating so hard on remembering the details of where we met and how we got together. My blood ran cold. Please tell me you stuck to the story. I've got tea with Ruth this afternoon, and I need to make sure what I say is the same as what you've told Judy. If they start comparing notes and our stories don't match up, we're in trouble. I'm pretty sure I did. I told her I fell for you the first time I met you, but it took you a lot longer to appreciate my good points. Of course you did. You keep your good points well hidden, in fairness to me. Well, that's not what Judy thinks. But she agreed with me that sometimes women are very obtuse about knowing what they want. I rolled my eyes. Women, eh? She thinks we look good together. How flattering. What else did she find out about you? That I was in the army, the places I went, what I did after that, the non-police version. He folded his arms. The basics. You never talk about that kind of thing with me. I told you she was good. He shuddered. I feel as if I've been turned inside out. I dropped some bread into the toaster. While she was busy finding out everything about you, what did you find out about her? Not a huge amount, but I did tell her you were very keen to help out with her charitable work. Did you? I turned to glower at him. Yeah, well, you're better at that kind of thing than I am. What kind of thing do you mean? Senior aerobics at the leisure centre? He laughed. Definitely that. No, I meant you're better at talking to people and finding out things about them. It comes naturally to you. Flattery will get you one piece of toast. I dropped it onto a plate and handed it to him. You can organise your own jam. What did you sign me up to do? Nothing too bad. He was employing his most persuasive tone, which made me suspicious. And I was right. Because later that morning, I found myself standing in the back room of the Little Paws charity shop, wishing for better gloves than the very thin, fragile ones I was wearing, as Judy handed me a collection of bulging plastic bags. I'm not going to lie to you, dear. We do get some odd bits and pieces in with the donations. I think sometimes people forget what's going to the bin and what's for the charity shop, so you get some extraordinary things. I had a nappy once, a full one, sadly. Disgusting. And someone's takeaway. She cackled. Puts you off your food, really it does. I'm not sure I want to look in these, I said, trying to guess the contents of the bags from the shapes they were making. What you need to do is to divide things into sellable and not sellable piles. We do tell them not to bother with broken or damaged things, because no one is going to buy them, really, are they? Sometimes I wonder what sort of houses these people live in. Did you have a look around the shop to see what I mean about the things we can sell? I nodded. I had spent a happy 10 minutes browsing through the miscellaneous knitted items and ornaments, knick-knacks and, frankly, incredible amateur art that was the core stock of Little Paws. It was hard to find an animal type that wasn't taken care of in the charity sector, but Little Paws had found their niche by focusing on gerbils and hamsters. And the odd chinchilla, but that's really more of an interest of the founder than an official thing, Judy had confided in me as she drove me to the shop. Cats and dogs get all the attention, don't they? And donkeys. Hamsters and gerbils are more seen as disposable. I was never allowed a hamster when I was a child, I had said, wistfully and truthfully. My mother had taken a strong line on rodents. Well, you see, there it is. They're not just for children. No pet should be for a child, should it? A little living thing. I thought of Davy Bidwell, and literally had to bite my tongue to stop myself from asking her how she felt about humans, specifically. You're quite an animal lover, aren't you? I said, instead. Feeding the birds? Helping out here? Well, I do try to help where I can. I help the old folk at the community centre. A cackle. I'm older than some of them. You're only as old as you feel. I held up a china kitten. This looks okay. That'll go, Judy said. It should have a pair, though. One with a ball of wool and one with a fish. Have a look. I went through the rest of the bag, discovering that it mostly consisted of old pairs of tights and a few crumpled paperbacks. Maybe the other one broke. Probably. She held out her hand. I'll take the kitten. Have you always done a lot for charity? Since my son Tom left home. She dusted her hands off on her jeans, which were pale pink and fitted. I suppose it gives me something to do. I like to be useful. A son. There was absolutely no reference to Tom in the files I'd read on the previous investigation into Davy Bidwell's death. I cursed the previous investigators thoroughly and silently, and set out to find out what I could. It must be lonely without him. Sometimes. You know how it is. He comes to visit quite often. Hopefully I'll get to meet him then. Oh, you'll see him. I couldn't tell from Judy's tone whether she thought that would be a pleasant experience for me or not. Anyway, since my husband died and Tom left home, I've been on my own. And I like people, so I find things to do that mean I can have a bit of a chat with someone. Loneliness is a killer. How did your husband... I trailed off, as if I wasn't sure how to finish the sentence. I was trying to come across as casually curious. Dropped dead on holidays. 1 minute he was fine, the next gone. 23 years ago. I'm so sorry. Well, it was a long time ago. She flashed me a bright smile. We carry on, don't we? Did you ever think of marrying again? No. Glad to be done with it, to be honest with you. I like my freedom. What about taking in a lodger? I said. Maybe that would be good company for you. Ah, but I like to be free to foster. She was digging through a box energetically, pausing to examine what looked like a defunct TV aerial. Not children? Hamsters? Of course. I was beginning to feel desperate. And I do sometimes have people staying with me. Incurables. She laughed. That's what we used to call them. Mentally deficient, that kind of thing. I know we're not supposed to say it anymore, but I can never remember the right words. It changes all the time and I lose track. They stay with me sometimes when they have nowhere else to go. It's nice to be able to help, isn't it? I imagine so. Why don't they have anywhere else to go? Well, their families don't want them, do they? She folded a cardigan with neat, sharp movements. Or they don't have any families. Sad, really. It's all right when they're children. Hard on the parents, but they get looked after. Once they grow up, if their parents are gone, where do they go? Out of sight, out of mind. That's how it is for a lot of them. They're not all easy to deal with, but you have to have patience, don't you? I'd find it very hard. Well, it's not for everyone, but I do what I can. She patted my arm. When you're my age, you'll know the world is full of pain. Whatever we can do to make it easier for other people is worth the effort. And it's only now and then, so I really don't mind. Where do they go after they stay with you? I asked in an offhand way, but actually it was the key question. If she knew what happened to the men after they left her home, she was guilty of a whole rake of serious charges that ran all the way up to modern slavery and murder. Oh, no idea, love. My son sorts it all out. He's got a friend who takes them. I look after them for a few days or weeks. They go on to wherever they're headed next. And that's all I know. She made her way over to the tiny kitchenette. Cuppa? I let her divert us into a discussion about hot drinks while I carried on sorting through junk on autopilot. If Judy didn't know where the men ended up, she might actually not be worth charging with anything. I'd be lying if I said I was disappointed. I'd come to like Judy, with her coral lipstick and big earrings and larger-than-life personality. I wouldn't mind at all if, in the end, she was free to carry on feeding her birds and gossiping and helping disadvantaged gerbils to her heart's content. But I thought about Davy Bidwell's poor wasted body, and I wanted, very much, to find out more about Tom Thwaites and his helpful, hospitable friend. Chapter 18. Later that day, I faced my toughest test so far. Afternoon tea with the Otises. I crossed the road feeling highly self-conscious, carrying a dish covered with a tea towel, trying to remember all the details of our cover story. Ruth Otis had her front door open before I reached the halfway point. What have you got there? Strawberries? I handed her the bowl. From the garden. Oh, she peered under the cloth. Well, they do look nice, I suppose. They taste even better. I had a few when I was picking them. You didn't have to bring anything. She looked up at me, her small eyes suspicious. I did plenty of baking for today. I'm sure you did. It's just that I didn't want to come empty-handed, but I'm not a baker, I'm afraid. She reached out and grasped my hand with cool, plump fingers. No, too warm-blooded. You can't have hot hands and bake decent pastry. Come on. Suddenly self-conscious about the temperature of my extremities, I followed her into the house, which was unmodernised. The two main rooms downstairs had been kept as a separate sitting room and dim, crowded dining room, and there was a small, dark galley kitchen at the back. Despite the heat of the day, Ruth was wearing a long-sleeved floral dress and tights. We thought we'd eat outside. She was wheezing with the exertion of carrying the bowl of strawberries, and I wondered if her heart was all right. Alan's out there already. Great, I said, with more enthusiasm than I felt, for two reasons. I didn't want to be outside in case it inhibited Ruth from spilling everything she knew about the neighbours, and I'd changed into a white top that was cut lower than I'd realised after I'd showered the charity shop mustiness away. Derwent had studiously avoided commenting on it, which made me more uncomfortable about the inches of cleavage on display rather than less so. Alan was going to be delighted. "I'm sorry your young man couldn't come to tea. He's got to work, I'm afraid." I resisted the urge to make a crack about her calling him young. That was the sort of thing the real me would do. The ideal girlfriend I was playing wouldn't dream of it. "What did you say he does?" "He's a security consultant?" I made it a question. I don't really understand what he does, to be honest with you. "No. Well, they don't always want to talk about their work, do they?" She poured boiling water into an ornate teapot that was standing on a tray with sugar, a jug of milk, bone-handled cutlery, and a stack of dainty plates. "You could carry this out for me. Send Alan in to get the rest." The sunshine was like a slap in the face after the dark kitchen. Dazzled, it took me a moment to navigate the step and locate Alan. He was sitting under a tree, reading a newspaper at an elderly metal table, the white paint peeling off it in fingernail-like half-moons. The garden was longer than Vanessa's. Bright flower beds edged an immaculate lawn, and there were large leafy trees for shade. A bird bath stood in the middle of the lawn, and a fountain bubbled in a rockery at the end. It reminded me of my parents' garden, formal and somehow dated. My parents had had the same garden furniture for 30 years too. I slid the tray onto the table. "This is beautiful. Do you do it all yourself?" "All my own work." He got up and paused to ease his back. "Getting a bit much for me now, truth be told, but I keep going. I get a bit of help for the heavy stuff, you know, planting and that." "Do you help out with Judy's garden?" I followed him back into the house and accepted the cake stand he handed me. Ruth was rummaging in the fridge. "Judy doesn't care about gardens. She's got a great big hot tub out there and a load of decking and gravel. Low maintenance, she says. Not a bit of shade. On a day like today, you could fry eggs out there." "Is she here?" I whispered, and Alan shook his head. "Hairdressers. She goes every week at this time." "Then I can say I prefer trees and grass," I said truthfully. "Well, me too. But she likes to sunbathe." "Who? Judy?" Ruth had emerged from the fridge. "Terrible it is. She sits out there in a skimpy bikini whenever the sun comes out, cooks herself." "You don't know where to look," Alan agreed. "I bet you do know where to look, actually, Alan." "Oh," I said. "I see. Does she live on her own?" "Except for her son, Tom. He comes and goes. Spends the night now and then." "What does he do for a living?" I asked casually. "I don't know," Ruth said vaguely. "This and that, you know." "He's a difficult customer," Alan said. "Always has been. She used to worry about him. Then we thought he'd settled down, didn't we?" "Yes, we had high hopes when he got married, but he has a knack for getting into trouble. He always gravitates towards the wrong people. He's got some not-so-nice friends." Ruth took the cling film off a bowl of cream. "Not what she deserves, you know, having a son like that." I would have liked to know more about the friends, but I forced myself to take it slowly. The last thing I wanted to do was arouse Ruth's suspicions. If she thought Derwent and I weren't who we said we were, it would be all over for us. "Does she have any other family?" "No." "So it's just her in the house?" I was pushing it, I thought. Even an arch gossip like Ruth would get suspicious eventually if I kept asking questions like that. "At the moment, she sometimes has people staying with her. Unfortunates," Ruth mouthed. "I couldn't do it, but she has a lot of patience with them." "Oh, really? Where do they come from?" "Oh, you know." Ruth's attention fell on a plate of scones that was sitting on the kitchen counter. They were oozing cream and jam. "The cream is going to go runny if we don't get a move on." I filed out obediently with the cake stand admiring the coffee cake that was resting on it. "You've gone to so much trouble." "Well, we like to be welcoming, don't we, Alan?" Ruth sat down with a sigh of relief that was echoed by the air rushing out of the foam cushion underneath her. "Now, tell us all about yourself, dear. Where did you say you were from?" I recognised that there was a price to be paid for the cakes and tea, and proceeded to pay it. We moved from my Irish background and childhood in London, and my parents' jobs, to Derwent seamlessly. "So you met—" "We were set up by a friend of mine, Una. She works with Josh. She's actually his boss, so he has to do what she says." "And was it love at first sight?" "Well, it was something at first sight. He makes a strong first impression." If only they knew what that impression had been. I remembered vividly that I hadn't liked him at all. I certainly hadn't trusted him. I had been intimidated and unsettled by him, unsure how to cope with the force of his personality and the way he liked to challenge me. But then he'd been hiding his redeeming features very effectively at the time. "You're a beautiful couple. You'll have lovely children." I choked on my tea. "We're not really at that stage yet." "You don't want to wait around too long, my love. You'd be surprised. It gets harder and harder to conceive the older you get. Once you're in your 30s. "Leave her alone, love. They're just having fun practising at the moment. Isn't that right, Maeve?" Thank God Derwent hadn't come with me, so I didn't have to avoid catching his eye. "You know how it is, Alan. We're still in the early stages, really. Don't hang around, that's all. Easy to think you've got forever, but you want to get married and have a bit of time to yourselves before you start having babies and lose your figure," Ruth said comfortably. "We were married 18 months before we had Charles, and Anne came along 2 years after him. So it all worked out perfectly for us, you see." I had already heard rather too much about Charles and Anne, and I was keen to get the conversation back to Judy Thwaites. "This seems like a lovely place to bring up children. Were they friends with, Tom, was it?" "He's older," Ruth said. "You know how it is at that age. A couple of years is a lifetime. But we were happy enough that they weren't close." A significant look passed between her and her husband. "The teenagers are a bit wild at the moment. We hear them late at night, don't we, Alan?" "They like to go drinking in the lane." "The one that leads down to the Holmwood?" "That's the one. All the kids round here go down there." Alan pulled a face. "But they're decent for the most part. They go to the tennis club too. Play cricket and so forth. The school is good. That's what brings the parents here. I met Nicola Vaughan at the shops yesterday." "Ah, Nicola." Ruth was cutting the coffee cake with exquisite care. "She seems nice." "Neurotic," she said, with some satisfaction. "If you shook her, she'd rattle. Always at the doctor getting a new prescription." "That's a shame." "Well, if you were married to him—" She trailed off. "None of my business. Nothing to do with our case." I leaned forward. "What do you mean?" "Always out on his bike. No help with the children. Leaves everything to her. And you know, he barely works. He made a fortune in the city, and now he spends his days managing his money, or so he says. The rest of the time he's messing about at the gym or going out with Mike Knox." "Is that all? So he's not a very attentive husband?" "Well, you never know, of course." She sipped her tea. "But you hear things. Everyone has a different standard for what's acceptable, don't they?" I blinked, not having to feign confusion this time. "I don't really know what you mean." "Better not to say." She leaned in. "And then there's Brian." "Brian?" "And Fleur. A lot going on there." "Fleur seems quite possessive?" "Well, she would want to be. Just keep an eye on how he behaves around the ladies." goodness, I said. He seemed very friendly to me. He would. To you. Ruth sniffed. He won't be when it comes to your Josh. I could imagine that my Josh wouldn't warm to Brian either. Have you seen the Holdings yet? Alan asked. Gillian and her son Gary. Poor Gillian's lost in her own world. Dementia. Ruth shot Alan another look. I worry about Alan getting it, but he keeps saying he's fine. I am fine, for God's sake, woman. Stop fussing. Anyway, Gillian Holding isn't fine. You have to keep an eye out for her in case she wanders. We will. I sipped my tea. This counted as obscuring my interest in Judy, but I was also enjoying Ruth's insights into the secrets of Jellicoe Close. Is Gary the only carer looking after her? Supposedly, but I don't think he does very much caring. Ruth's mouth was tight with disapproval. He seems to spend all his time on his computer in the front room. He's always there, in the dark, all hours of the day and night. No wonder he doesn't notice her coming and going. And she's become very frail. I wonder if he's feeding her properly. It can be difficult, I said diplomatically, making a mental note to find out more. Very hard on Gary, too, if he's the only carer. How old is he? 30-something by now, I should think. But no girlfriends. Or boyfriends, actually, if it comes to that. It wouldn't be a problem if Gary fetched up with a boy in his arm. But no, nothing. He's never had anyone. No friends, either. That's so sad. It's a waste. And, more to the point, a waste of a good education. He went to a very expensive school, and then he got a place at Cambridge, but he didn't stick it out. They got rid of him. Why? I asked. Alan made a noise which proved to be a gentle snore. Ruth sighed. He does doze off these days. The sun is very hot. Let him sleep, I said. You were saying about Gary? He was asked to leave Cambridge? It was drugs, I think. Gillian never said directly, but we all thought it was drugs. He was always an odd boy. Very withdrawn. Not normal. Ruth shuddered delicately. He goes out late at night. I see him sometimes, skulking around after dark. It might be his only chance for any exercise, I said, and she smiled. You're very naive, aren't you? Always thinking the best of people. I like to think most people are basically good. I wondered if I was laying it on too thick. Ruth threw her head back and hooted derisively. Oh, when you've seen as much as we have, you'll change your tune, I promise you. People are capable of all kinds of bad behaviour, and some of them hide it better than others. Chapter 19. What did Ruth talk to you about? Our sex life, mainly. Really? Derwent turned over the lemon sole he was frying, concentrating on the pan. Pippin was sitting at his feet, drooling hopefully, and I was perching on the kitchen counter. I hope you told them it was excellent. I made no complaints. Just so you know, Ruth thinks we should start trying for a baby sooner rather than later. I'm not getting any younger. I'd expected him to laugh, but he didn't. The muscles around his eyes tightened a fraction, but that could have been because of the hot air rising from the frying pan. What did you find out about the neighbours? What didn't I find out? She went through just about everyone in the cul-de-sac and assassinated their characters, but in the vaguest of terms. She doesn't like your pal Rhys Vonn. Ruth's opinions are spot on. Why not? Nicola is a basket case, and Ruth blames him for being a crappy husband and father, despite being richer than God. She said something about everyone having different limits. She said that? I thought for a second. No. She said different standards for what's acceptable. Derwent twirled the spatula he was holding, considering it. Bum sex? Not right now, thank you. He grinned. That's my kind of joke. We're spending too much time together. Please tell me you found out something about Judy Thwaites after all that. Did they say anything about the son? He's in the middle of a midlife crisis, according to Ruth. He's in his 50s, but he drives a fast car and is rude to Ruth. Ruth is very cat's bum mouth about Tom. Derwent swore under his breath. Why are we only finding out about Tom and his mates now? I don't want to sound like Ruler Jacques, but they did a shit job on investigating Davy's death. We'll have to find out more about him. I'll email Colin. Does this Tom visit often? Every couple of weeks. He'll be at the summer barbecue, Ruth thought. Everyone in Jellicoe Close goes. They have it on the big green. All the different roads join in. Each one has their own patch of grass. It sounds quite sweet. I can't wait. Derwent poked the fish. Did they say where he lives? No, they just said that he was trouble. Then I'll look forward to making his acquaintance. What else? She confirmed that Judy sometimes has vulnerable people staying with her, but I didn't get any further with that. I suppose you were busy talking about shagging. Not as much as Alan was hoping I would. I kicked my heels against the cupboard. Hey, what happens if we run across some other kind of crime while we're here? Derwent put down the spatula and turned to face me. No. What do you mean, no? I mean, don't complicate things. You're like a radar station scanning for illegal activity. We're not here to solve every problem in Jellicoe Close. No, I know that. My heels thudded into the cupboard again, twice, before he sighed. What is it? As well as generally not liking Rhys Vaughan, Ruth said something about his older daughter going missing. The one in the play? Camilla. She disappeared for a couple of days last year and wouldn't say where she'd been. But, get this, the Vaughans didn't want to involve the police. That's interesting. That's what I thought. The school made a fuss about her not turning up, and then she was back, and that was the end of it. Derwent was frowning. I'm troubled by the Vaughans. We'll get a closer look at them on Friday. At the play, I reminded him. Oh, yeah, the play. I can't wait. What else? Brian, Brian and Fleur from number 2, is possibly unfaithful, but it might just be Ruth's nasty mind. Derwent slid the fish onto the plates with a flourish. Could you drain the broccoli? I jumped down and picked up the saucepan, reversing into him by accident as I stepped back to avoid Pippin, who was everywhere underfoot. Careful. Derwent turned me towards the sink. Can you drain the broccoli, I should have said. You got in my way. I waited until the boiling water had sunk into the plug hole with a gurgle. Basically, if you listen to Ruth, no one in Jellicoe Close has a happy relationship, except for her and Alan. And us. Well, that's depressing. There was a tiny pause. Why? Do I have to remind you we're pretending to be madly in love? Plus, Alan has a constantly wandering eye. I sighed. I'm beginning to think real love doesn't exist. Except for you and Melissa, I suppose. He had been spooning mashed potato onto the plates, but he stopped so he could glower at me. Some people had boundaries. Derwent had electric fences. I took an involuntary step back. I didn't mean, I know what you meant. Sorry. Really, I shouldn't have said it. For one thing, we're supposed to be involved in one of the all-time great romances. Talking about your actual partner doesn't seem like a good idea. Probably not. He looked down, deep misery in the set of his mouth. And I realised with a pang of guilt that he was unhappy, and I hadn't spotted it. which made me think he'd taken care to hide it from me. I'd been so caught up with my own problems lately that I hadn't even wondered if he had anything to worry about. He and Melissa had argued in the past about his past, and life was complicated for both of them. But they had stayed together. I had always assumed they were devoted to one another, though I'd never actually asked. "Is everything okay?" I moved towards him, and he stepped away smartly. "Let's eat before it goes cold, or Pippin steals it. Tell me what other depravity is going on in this harmless small town, according to Ruth and Alan." The fences were up again. I didn't push it. We stayed with safe subjects over dinner, and afterwards I cleared the table, then opened my laptop. "What are you doing?" "Working?" I looked up. "Georgia is keeping me in the loop on the Dawood case." "Any reason you can't do that in the sitting room?" "No, I suppose not." "It's just that if we're supposed to be, what was it, one of the all-time great romances, I think we should be in the same room." I gathered up my computer and phone and followed him into the sitting room, averting my eyes from the painting over the fireplace. In the soft lamplight it looked even more intimate. Blushing, rounded thighs and tender skin. A lovely alcohol-free beer, because we're on duty, but we're supposed to look as if we're not. He set it down in front of me, then sat on the sofa, leaning back, remote control in his hand. A brief scan of the world outside, and he returned his attention to the television. Or so it might have seemed if you'd been looking in from outside. I knew he was aware of every leaf that fluttered outside the window, which reminded me of whatever movement I'd half seen the day before. Nothing worth telling him about, I thought, and wondered why it had unsettled me so much. This was a perfect opportunity to try to coax him into talking about his relationship, but talking about Melissa would be a quick way to ruin the evening too. Patience, I counselled myself, and knew it was at least half cowardice. I shuffled closer to him and elbowed him. So loving, so romantic. He stretched his arm out along the back of the sofa so I could lean against him. I wiggled. I can't get comfortable. "If you've got scabies, we can probably swing by the pharmacy tomorrow." "I do not have scabies," I said with dignity. "I'm trying to find a way of sitting on the sofa that looks lovey-dovey, like I'm trained to." "I don't remember coaching you to behave as if you have an itchy and highly infectious skin disease." "I'm doing my best. If you'd chosen Georgia instead of me, she'd be straddling you around now." I could feel him laughing quietly. "Then how would I see the TV?" "Oh, Pippin, for God's sake." The dog had jumped up on the sofa beside him and was spinning in tiny concentrated circles. "His claws are so sharp," Derwent complained, edging towards me. "He's taking up the whole fucking sofa." "This is ridiculous. There's room for all three of us. Just sit properly." As if I'm the problem here. He tightened his arm around me, though, gathering me in so I could curl up against him. "That's better. Go on. Get on with work. I'll keep an eye on the road." I opened the files Georgia had sent me that day and settled down to read. It should have felt strange to be tucked up on the sofa with Josh Derwent. But after the first couple of sentences, I was lost in concentration, barely aware of his breath stirring my hair, or the slow, measured movement as he lifted his bottle of beer to his mouth. It was the television erupting into sirens that made me look up. Seriously? Traffic cops? And does it have to be that loud? It's like being in the car with them. It's my favourite. He turned the volume down by 1. "I've seen this episode before. You're going to love The Final Pursuit." I went back to my reading, hopping back and forth between the documents and the email I was preparing to send Georgia. I didn't notice that Derwent was reading over my shoulder until he said, "What's that?" "Oh, George's notes from an interview with one of Dawood's colleagues, another consultant at the hospital. His name is Dimitri Stefanidis. She finally got to talk to him today." DS-HD-C/less, Derwent read out, looking pained. Was she taking notes in crayon? What use is that? I asked her for the notes. I don't think she realised it would be helpful to add a bit of context. What I suspect this means is that Stefanidis thought Hassan Dawood was careless. There was an open investigation into a patient who died. His family wanted to know if the treatment he'd received was appropriate. Dawood was still practising, though. HD-S-abs, over-PR, ARR. Derwent snorted. How are you supposed to decode this crap? Luckily, I speak Georgia. Dawood was self-absorbed and overprivileged, Stefanidis thought, and arrogant. Stefanidis thought his colleague was a liability and didn't like working with him. But would he be so rude about him if he was responsible for killing him? Never discount the double bluff. No. I felt as if I was missing a key piece of information. You did get the full picture from Georgia, but it came as a bag of jigsaw puzzle pieces. I opened the next file. Witness statements. Are you bored or something? What's your programme? Sulking, Derwent eased himself down a few inches, spreading his legs to compensate, and I found myself squashed against the end of the sofa. My first instinct was to complain. My second was to see what he thought. He was good at this, after all. These are witness statements from the delivery drivers who called to Dawood's house that day. The last one tried to deliver something at, 3:06 p.m. I was speed reading. He says he left a card. I wonder if we retrieved that from the house. If Dawood had already left, the card should have been there. What's the significance of the delivery time? I'm trying to pin down a time of death to give us some idea of where he was when he died. At the moment, we haven't nailed down either. What are the options? The house is the obvious place for him to be attacked, but there's no evidence of it at all. What about his phone? Does that help to narrow down your time of death? The last time he looked at it was about half an hour after the final delivery. Then he didn't pick up any more messages or take any calls or use the internet. After the delivery. I nodded. Are you getting cell site analysis for the phone? We will, but it was sitting on the kitchen island when we searched the house. Either he left it there or the killer did. Why would he leave it? If he was meeting someone somewhere dodgy and he was afraid it might get nicked? Or if Cameron had some way of keeping an eye on where he was? All those Find My Phone apps are a jealous husband's best friend. What if he was up to something illegal? He had a gym at his house, so he was into his appearance. Or his husband is. They have a big disposable income. Dawood was overprivileged. It wouldn't shock me if he was into drugs of some kind or other. He was a doctor. So? Doesn't mean he didn't like to look a certain way, or that he wouldn't want his husband to look a certain way. Cameron's a big lad. There aren't many people who can keep up that kind of bulk without some help from pharmaceuticals. I'd forgotten you'd seen him, I said, and blushed, because the reason Derwent had been watching the interview was because he'd been checking up on me. He wouldn't want to source anything illegal through the proper channels. Get Georgia to find out if there were any signs of drug use at the PM. She could ask Cameron if he ever used any muscle-building drugs, or if they were into chemsex parties. Dawood could have been picking up some GHB and speed for the weekend. He'll kick off about her being homophobic, but it's worth considering. You're a genius. Hardly. He said it in a distracted way, his focus on the window rather than me or the TV. What's up? Someone walked past the house. It's not illegal. That's his 4th time going past. Description? I kept my eyes on the screen, feeling distinctly unsettled, glad of Derwent's solid presence beside me. On the television, a uniformed officer smashed a car window and dived in to drag out the driver, for no reason that I could see except that he wanted to show off for the cameras. White male, dark hair, thin build, bad posture. No one I've seen before. Could be Gary Holding. Ruth said he wanders around at night. The creepy son. The full-time carer, I said. I think it's the only time he feels he can leave her. People with dementia don't always sleep that much. It's possible she has a couple of hours in the evening where she's definitely out for the count and he can go out. Or he likes looking in windows. Derwent looked at me. Want to give him something to stare at? I think he's seen quite enough, I said firmly, and started typing my email to Georgia.
He walked along the railway embankment behind the houses as if he had a right to be there, because being furtive would attract attention. No one would remember seeing him if they even looked out of their windows. Most of them never seemed to pay any attention to what was happening behind their houses, especially in the blue light before full, dark night, when people put lamps on and turned the world outside into a mystery. He counted the houses, the first abandoned, overgrown, the garden parched from the summer heat. Paint had flaked on the ground where someone tried to get in through the locked back door, and he frowned. It wasn't him. He wouldn't make that kind of a mess. He made a note to take a closer look, but not now. Not when he had something else urgent on his mind. The next house had washing hanging on the line, stirring a little in the evening breeze. Lacy knickers and a matching bra beside a pair of boring pyjamas with a teddy on the front. Green light, red light. In the upstairs bathroom, behind frosted glass, a peachy silhouette moved. She was getting into the shower. Another time, he might have stayed to watch, even though it held no novelty for him. This time he wasn't interested, but he took the mild frisson he felt and added it to the sharper hunger that was driving him. And here was his target, the glass extension that gave him a perfect view into the kitchen, where the lights were on, but fuck. There was no one home. Not even the dog, the bane of his life, worse than any security light or alarm system. Nothing moved. His mood flipped from pleasant anticipation to rage, pure and simple. He moved back the way he had come, focused this time on the ground at his feet, where invisible hazards lurked in the twilight, especially when he was moving fast enough to raise his heart rate. He rounded the corner into the cul-de-sac and walked up the pavement, conscious of keeping his hands loose and relaxed instead of balled into fists. His back was wet with sweat and under his arms. They were sitting in the front room with the curtains pulled back, as if they wanted him to see them, watching television, though she had a computer on her lap. His arm was around her, pulling her against him. It was a controlling position, a dominant one, and as he thought that, the man said something that made her laugh and duck her head, her cheeks flushed as if she was embarrassed or aroused. The man reached for his drink and leaned back, a smug, stupid grin on his face, his attention on the television. In the shadows outside, he tasted blood and realized he had chewed the side of his tongue, frustration and desire and rage making him lose control of himself. There was someone coming towards him, he noticed with an electric thrill of fear, and he picked up his pace, made eye contact, smiled pleasantly, walked away, even though he would have given anything to stay.
Chapter 20. Gardening wasn't one of my life skills, but I wasn't prepared to admit that to Derwent. While he went out for a run the next day, because he was training hard in advance of the football match, He left me to tackle the enormous shrub that was brooding in the corner of Vanessa's front garden. What do you want me to do with it? A little layering? Maybe a fringe? He looked up at me from where he was kneeling to tie his laces. Just hack a few chunks out of it so we can see the street properly. Easier said than done, it transpired. I had secateurs and a pruning saw, and no idea how to handle the job. The shrub contained clouds of tiny mites that all seemed determined to find a refuge up my nose. And I was hot, and I hated the plant and Derwent more or less equally. I cut off what seemed like a vast pile of branches and took a step back to see that it looked exactly the same as before. If anything, taking some of the weight out of it had made the rest bushier. A thud and a muttered curse from the front garden next door caught my attention. "Are you okay?" I peered through the leaves to see Stephen Bullivant trying to lift a large rectangular item wrapped in layers of bubble wrap. Because of its width, it had slid out of his grasp to balance on one point, and he was straining to get a better grip on it. "Can I help?" "Yeah, thanks." He waited while I dropped the pruning saw and jogged around to support one side of the package. The muscles in his arms were taut with effort, and a patch of sweat darkened his polo shirt between the shoulder blades, which I understood as soon as I lifted my side. "Wow, this is heavy." "It's a mirror. Very old. I just hope I haven't damaged the gilt." He was running a hand over the bubble wrap on the corner, testing the edges to see if there was any give in it. "Do you want to unwrap it to check?" "Not if it's bad news. I'm taking it to a client's house. I shouldn't have tried to move it on my own, but my usual guy isn't free this morning, and I thought I could get it into the van by myself." I looked around to see a small blue Ford Transit parked at the curb. "That van? I'll give you a hand." He looked surprised, but muttered, "Thanks." He was shy, I remembered. As for the next couple of minutes, we manoeuvred the mirror in silence, apart from an occasional mumbled command from him. I eyed him covertly. He had fair hair and grey eyes, and the kind of complexion that flushed easily despite his tan. The van was spotless. It was equipped with fabric webbing to hold the contents securely in place, like a removals lorry. He spent a long time tightening the straps and testing the buckles to make sure the mirror wouldn't move as he drove. "Bit late to be careful." He jumped out of the van. "But it would be stupid to crack the glass on a 2-mile journey now, if it survived the fall earlier." "It looks as if you did a good job of wrapping it up. You might have got away with it." "Hope so." He ran a hand over his head, worried. "The frame would be a pain to repair, but I could do it if it's just cracked. The glass is the original, and it's literally irreplaceable. If that went, I'd have to charge them 1/10 of what they've agreed to pay, and that's assuming they'd want it." "I see why you're so concerned with securing it." "Yeah." He looked at me, uncertain. Thanks for the help." "Sorry, I should have introduced myself. I'm Maeve, house-sitting for Vanessa." "Is this you?" I gestured at the side of the van where gold script read Bullivant Antiques. "Yes, my business. Stephen." "Nice to meet you." I smiled. "Do you have a shop to go with the van?" "I work from home. I keep anything portable here. Large items go into storage until they're needed." "Needed?" "I work mainly with professional interior designers who know what they want. I source things for them on commission, and buy the odd item on spec if I like it." "Wow, that's amazing." "It's a living." He gave me an awkward half-smile to take the edge off his words. "You must love antiques." "I do." He looked down at his feet, unable to maintain eye contact. "I started out looking for things when I was a teenager, at car boot sales and in charity shops. I made a couple of lucky buys, and that was it. Hooked." Will you be able to unload the mirror at the other end? Because if it's just a couple of miles away, I could come along. I shoved my hands in the pockets of my shorts and stood on the side of one foot, the picture of diffidence. I really want any excuse at all to stop gardening. Is that what you were doing? He turned to look at the shrub. More like vandalism. Vanessa said I could cut it back a bit, and I thought I'd give it a go. But it's so hot today. I fanned myself with a limp hand. Moving furniture is much less effort. There was a hint of humour in his voice for the first time. I laughed. Maybe not, on reflection. Well, it's very kind of you, but there should be people at the other end who can help me. He hesitated. There is actually one more piece in the house that I'd like to take. It's not heavy, but it's fragile. A two-person job. Lead the way. I followed him into the house. If I hadn't known he was in the business, I would have thought it was slightly over-furnished, but it didn't have the junk shop feel I'd expected. He hurried me past the sitting room, so I had just enough time to form a lightning impression of a room filled with gilt-framed paintings and Chinese porcelain, the warm glow of mahogany, and the soft patina of brass. The walls were painted dark colours, blues, greens, and a rich purple, and the air was scented with proper beeswax furniture polish. In the hallway, paintings were stacked against the walls 5 or 6 deep, and I edged past, careful not to kick anything. The kitchen was a large room, but old-fashioned in style, with a scrubbed pine table at the centre, and a mismatched collection of dressers displaying a great number of plates in various sizes and colours. A navy blue Aga stood against one wall. I thought it would be a cosy space in winter. Currently the back door was closed, slightly to my relief, since the German Shepherd was lying on the lawn. The dog looked friendly enough, but it was a lot bigger than Pippin, and I was in its home. This is the piece I want to move. Bollivant indicated a long bubble-wrapped package that was lying on the floor. What is it? It's a candelabrum on a stand, over 7 feet. Wow, the place you're furnishing must be a Gothic mansion. Pretty much. It's owned by a rock star. He flashed a surprisingly charming smile at me. He hasn't got much taste, but his decorator does. And it pays the bills, I said. Very much so. He lifted the wider end of the package. It's light, but it's really annoying to move. If you could take the base... I helped to manoeuvre the package through the house and out of the front door, which involved negotiating a fairly awkward turn by the stairs. The bubble wrap was slippery under my fingers, and I was petrified I'd drop the candelabrum or whack it into a door frame. Whatever the rock star was paying, I was unlikely to be able to match it on my salary. When it was safely lodged in the back of the van and tied in place like the mirror, I heaved a sigh of relief. Don't take this the wrong way, but that's far too much stress for a Thursday morning. He smiled to himself as he slammed the van doors. And I was just about to offer you a job. Putting the new neighbour to work already? Rhys Vaughan's voice was loud, and I hadn't heard him approaching, so I jumped out of my skin. Stephen's voice was toneless when he replied, but I had the impression he was furious. She was just helping me out. I bet she was. Rhys was buckling his cycle helmet. He grinned at me. Wish I could think of a way for you to help me out. I tilted my head to one side like a confused dog. I don't mind helping anyone who needs it, but I thought you didn't work. I mean, that's what I've heard. Who's been talking about me behind my back? He was laughing. I glanced across at Ruth and Alan's house and then bit my lip as I looked back at him. I shouldn't say. Don't worry, sweetheart. I can guess. What did you have her doing for you, Steve? Polishing your brasses? Dusting your knobs? Bollivant's face was flaming. Moving some furniture. A likely story. What's going on? Mike Knox was wheeling his bike down his drive. He crossed the road, nodded to me and said, "Hello, Stephen. All right." "Not bad." It was a mutter. I suddenly felt very sorry for Stephen, who was staring at the ground. Mike Knox was taller than Reese and had dark hair that was turning silver at the temples. He was more reserved, but in his own way, I thought he was as confident as his louder neighbour. He saw me looking at his bike. "You probably think none of us do any work around here. I've got a day off, staff training. It's a lovely day for a bike ride. Are you going far?" "Just an easy 50k, Reese said casually. "There or thereabouts. Not too many hills either." "Easy?" I repeated, not having to pretend to look appalled. "I'd die." "Oh, you get used to it. You should come with us sometime. You could borrow Nicola's bike. She never uses it anymore." "I'd like that," I lied. "And I'd like to watch you." His eyes went from my face to my feet and back again, slowly and insolently. I managed not to shudder, but it was close. "Come on." Mike checked his watch. "We'd better get a move on if I'm going to be back in time to do the school run." The two men cycled off, Reese staring at me for a little too long as he went past. "Don't let him upset you." I'd almost forgotten Stephen was there. His face was red, but this time I thought it was anger rather than awkwardness. "Who? Reese? He didn't really." "He's a shit." The words slid out from between clenched teeth. "Stay away from him." "Why?" Stephen didn't take the bait. He was watching a figure jogging out of the lane that led to the Holmwood. Derwent, returning. "I'd better get a move on." He felt for his van keys. "Thanks for the help. Good luck with the gardening." He whipped into the van and shut the door on me halfway through my goodbye. The engine started immediately and he drove away at speed. "All right." Derwent had crossed the road. His top was soaking, but he picked up the front of it to wipe his face. I cringed. "Don't come near me." He held out his arms. "Come on, bring it in. Sweat doesn't smell when it's fresh." "Whoever told you that was lying." He grinned. "What did I miss?" "I've decided I don't like Reese Vaughan either, and I'm not too sure about Mike Knox." I told him about the bike riders, and his expression darkened as he leaned into a stretch. "Wankers." "What about him?" He nodded at Stephen Bolivant's house. "What were you doing with him?" "Helping with some furniture he was moving from his house to his van." "You should know better than that." "What's that supposed to mean?" "I'm going to have a shower, and then we can have a little talk about Ted Bundy. It's a classic move. Oh, I can't carry this furniture. If only there was someone to help me." I knew he was up to something from the way he ran off as soon as I showed up. "Stephen Bolivant is not a serial killer," I protested. "He's just shy." Derwent shook his head. "They said that sort of thing about Bundy too." Chapter 21. I walked the short distance into West Idleford town centre with Pippin in the afternoon, despite the heat, and did a survey of the local shops. There was a grocery store that was heavy on luxury goods and light on the basics. I bought a strawberry ice cream from their extensive display of Italian gelato, and a dog ice cream for Pippin. We sat and ate them on a bench with varying degrees of dignity. Most of the other shops sold designer clothing, wine or lighting. Every second commercial space was a beauty salon or a hairdresser's. Grooming was clearly very important. I could do with a pedicure, I thought, wiggling my toes inside my trainers. I would have to give in and wear sandals at some stage, and I couldn't go out with naked toenails. It wouldn't match my image at all. After the ice cream, I allowed myself a solid 20-minute think about the Dawood case, which got me not very much further. Hassan Dawood's life was still a mystery to me, and until I understood him, I suspected I wasn't going to be able to make sense of his death. Still in a thoughtful mood, I gathered up Pippin and began to make my way back, stopping off in the pharmacy for some Epsom salts. The route took me past the library, a pretty round building with Doric columns supporting a small portico. 2 people were struggling through the doorway, an older woman and a younger man who was taking most of her weight. I spotted brown lace-up brogues on the woman's feet. A floral pattern nightie stuck out from under the unseasonably warm cardigan she wore. Gillian Holding, I guessed, which meant the man with her must be Gary. I thought of Derwent's description of the man he'd seen walking past the house the previous night. Dark hair with a receding hairline, slim build. Bad posture, Derwent had said, but it was hard to tell since he was leaning towards his mother solicitously. I drifted across the road and tied Pippin up in the shade of the portico, beside a water bowl the library staff had left out for passing dogs. He drank noisily and then sat down, looking as if he was glad of a rest. I pushed open the door and stepped into the cool, surprisingly large room that smelled of old books and modern technology. Bookshelves stood in spokes around a central table with computers on it. There was an area of low, comfortable seating near the librarian's desk, and Gillian Holding was sitting there, while her son dealt with the librarian. Gillian's hands were folded on her lap, her fingers working anxiously around one another. Her hair was iron grey and hadn't been brushed that day, I thought, noticing the way it stuck out at odd angles. I sat down on the adjoining sofa and picked up one of the newspapers from the table, trying to appear as if I was absorbed in it. "Did she enjoy the last ones?" the librarian was asking. She held a handful of audiobooks that she was shuffling through as she spoke. "It's hard to tell. She listened to this one, the George Eliot, but I don't know if it was just because she liked the narrator's voice." Gary Holding had a slow, deep voice himself. It sounded rusty, as if he rarely got the chance to speak. "It used to be a favourite of hers. Maybe there was some familiarity to it." "I'm glad she listened to it anyway." The librarian was a smart, fair-haired woman in her 50s with a brisk manner. "I've set aside a couple that I thought she would like. Persuasion, which is such a beautiful story, and a Georgette Hare that's very amusing. It's actually one of my favourites." If that was intended to seed a conversation, it fell on stony ground. Gary shrugged without enthusiasm. "Worth a try, I suppose." "I could see if the narrator of Middlemarch has recorded any other audiobooks, in case it was the voice." "Don't go to any trouble." He shifted his weight, as if he was suppressing impatience. "I don't know if she takes any of it in, really. It's just better than silence. She doesn't like having the television on anymore." "Don't blame her. Load of rubbish on it most of the time. Or depressing ads. Nothing but funerals and life insurance and charities looking for money to spend on more TV ads. Give me a good book any day." The librarian laughed. "I would say that, though, wouldn't I?" He checked his watch. "I should be getting her back home. She doesn't like being out for too long. I'll just get the books sorted out for you." The librarian took the library card he handed her and headed off to the office behind the desk. I thought she was extraordinarily patient, and that Gary Holding was downright rude. He didn't seem shy, unlike Stephen Bollivant, more irritable, as if he had somewhere better to be. He turned away and picked a book off the shelf, losing himself in it immediately. I glanced around to see Mrs. Holding disappearing through the door. I gave a yelp, jumped up and hurried after her. I had thought she was barely able to walk, but she was moving with considerable speed, her shoes slapping the pavement loose on her feet. When I caught up with her, I hesitated. It wasn't exactly appropriate to grab hold of her. I settled for stepping in front of her. I think your son is waiting for you in the library. Shall we go back and find him? No. She spoke with vigour, her eyes fixed on the middle distance rather than me. A smell rose from her clothes, the old dog odour of the homeless, as if what she wore had got damp and dried on her body many times. The nightie was stained down the front with something greenish. It didn't look as if the spill had happened recently. I need to go home. I'm sure Gary will take you there. Actually, we can go together. I'm living in Jellicoe Close at the moment, minding a dog for one of your neighbours. Vanessa? I was gabbling, desperately hoping Gary Holding would appear, the rest of my attention on his mother. She was trying to get past me while I walked backwards. How long did it take to put a book back on the shelf and walk outside? He must have heard me. I've got to get the dog. He's tied up at the library. Why don't you come back with me to get him? I need to go home, she said. It's too dangerous if no one is there. I'm sure the house is locked up very safely. I need to watch out for the devil. The devil, I repeated. Well, I think he has a human face and a human form that hides him from everyone but me. Her voice was a mutter. I know him. I see him. I see what he does. Gary Holding emerged into the sunlight at last, shading his eyes. He was looking in the wrong direction. His stomach was domed under his faded Metallica t-shirt, despite his arms and legs being like sticks. I raised a hand and waved, trying to attract his attention. What does the devil do? I asked, trying to hold Gillian's attention. If she was talking to me, she wasn't walking off. He takes the girl into the shadows to hurt her. That got my attention. The girl? She shook her head. I can't. But I know her. He wants her. Her hand found my arm and gripped it with surprising strength. Her fingernails were long and filthy. He wants to consume her. I have to keep watch. At the window, I guessed. Gary had finally spotted his mother. He walked after us, not hurrying. Yes, she sounded relieved. And that's why you don't like the television anymore. I have to watch. She released her grip on me as Gary approached. Sorry, my mother wanders off. He took hold of her arm and she went limp, all her weight on him. For God's sake, stand up. To me, he said. She does this. She won't cooperate. Up close, Gary had patchy stubble on his cheeks and neck where he hadn't bothered to shave properly. His nostrils flared when he talked, and he had the pallor of someone who spent most of their time indoors. She said she wanted to go home. She said she has to watch for someone. He looked bored. That's what she says all the time. It's rubbish. She's anxious about everything now, but there's no reason for it, so she constructs these narratives to explain it. Apparently it's not uncommon in dementia sufferers. The trouble is that she sounds quite lucid a lot of the time. It's only if you know her that you realise it's total rubbish. She said there was one person in particular, the devil. I haven't seen him, I'm afraid. Although, depending on the day, it might be me. It might even be you. Oh, I said. Oh well. I'm heading back to Jellicoe Close. We could walk together. He seemed discomforted. How did you know we live there? I introduced myself properly. Ruth told me about your mum. I bet she did. Bitch! Gillian Holding spat, which shocked me. And the other one? Alan? She means Judy. They never got on. He shook his head. Sorry if I should have recognised you. I don't always. I have a bit of face blindness. If I see someone out of context, forget it. It can be difficult, I said diplomatically. If I can just run back and get Pippin. You'll catch up. We won't be making much progress. He was really, truly uncharming, I thought, jogging back to where Pippin was sleeping, his head on his paws. Gary couldn't have many opportunities to talk to people, but he was acting as if I was imposing myself on him. Which I was, admittedly. I dragged a not totally compliant Pippin along the pavement until we were beside the Holdings again. Should I walk on this side, Mrs. Holding? You can lean on me if you want. She won't. She only leans on me. Gary talked about her as if she couldn't hear him. Passive resistance. It's annoying. Do you have any help with her? No. Could the GP help arrange something? It's a lot for you to do by yourself. He'd want to put her in a home. We'd have to sell the house to pay for it. And you'd end up with nothing and nowhere to live, I filled in silently. Worth the effort to look after her for a bit longer, maybe. What would I do in the same situation? Get a job, came the answer. If Gary was trapped, it was a prison of his own making. But what I said was, you can't look after her all the time. I do, though. Almost to himself, he said, you don't know what you can do until you have to. Does she sleep well? No. When do you get out by yourself? I don't. He looked past his mother so he could see me, a sardonic expression on his face. You ask a lot of questions, don't you? Sorry. I sound really nosy. I gave a little laugh. I thought I saw you last night, walking up and down in the street. Not me, he said easily. I was at home all night. We don't like nosy people, Gillian announced. We don't like people who poke their noses into our business. Sometimes they're trying to help, though, I tried. They can fuck off. Gary laughed softly. That told you, didn't it? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry. No, you probably didn't. He sighed. We get a lot of do-gooders trying to help. Ruth is always sniffing around. She loves seeing Mum like this. She always envied her. Mum is younger, and she used to be beautiful, if you can imagine that. After my dad died, and when I came back from university, Ruth was always coming round. She said she was there to help, but I always thought she was just soaking up the misery. I'm glad Mum doesn't really know what's going on anymore. I try to make sure she gets dressed and washes and everything, but it's hard. She doesn't want to a lot of the time, and I get tired. I'm sure you do, I said, with real sympathy. She doesn't like wearing shoes because they hurt her feet, but she'll wear Dad's old ones. She insisted on wearing the cardigan today. I do my best. He rubbed his eyes. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. You're a good listener. I do understand, a bit. We went through the same thing with my grandmother, I lied. A large part of my time as a response officer had involved locating vulnerable dementia patients who had wandered away from their homes. I knew very well the strain that carers experienced. We were turning into Jellicoe Close now, and both Pippin and Mrs. Holding picked up their pace. Mrs. Holding was murmuring something under her breath, over and over again. What's she saying? It's not safe. It's not safe, he sighed. The usual. It's not, she said clearly. She should go away. Does she mean me? The hand landed on my arm again, her nails digging into my skin. She was looking straight at me, her eyes bright. Go. Now. If you stay, you'll be sorry. Mrs. Holding, I began, but the brief moment of lucidity was gone. She began singing something, her breathing laboured. Gary sighed again. Come on, Mother, let's get you home. I watched their halting progress up the street, and despite the warmth of the day, I shivered. Maybe it was because I knew there was something dark underlying the expensive perfection of West Idleford, but I couldn't discount Gillian Holding's words as easily as her son did.
He would have liked a bit more time to prepare before he got so close to her, but one of his skills, along with self-discipline, was knowing when to take advantage of an unexpected opportunity. Some of the things he'd got away with amazed him. It made him feel as if he was meant to be doing these things, as if it belonged to some kind of cosmic pattern. God's plan. Bullshit, he thought, but it amused him to imagine everything was all preordained. There wasn't a culture in history that didn't believe in some kind of fate or great all-knowing being pulling the strings. The latest version was the belief that all life was a computer simulation, which just showed the extreme limitations of the human imagination. Swap out computers for the Greek gods and it's the same thing all over again. From mountain-dwelling deities to a handful of wires in a few millennia. But the instinct to worship was the same, the driving desire to hand over responsibility for his mistakes to something that he couldn't understand, something bigger and wiser than he could possibly imagine. And sometimes he did feel as if something was moving him, as if he was powerless to resist. Right and wrong didn't have any meaning anymore. There was what he wanted and what stood in his way. There was winning and losing, and he didn't lose.
Chapter 22. I was already bolt upright by the time I realised I was awake. My heart was thumping in response to the adrenaline flooding into my body. A thin sheen of sweat glossed my skin. A dream, I rationalised. But I wasn't convinced that was right, and I knew I wouldn't sleep until I had checked it out properly. I pushed back the covers. Pippin was barking downstairs, muffled behind the door, but that wasn't unusual. I'd noticed I was starting to tune it out. He was campaigning to be allowed to sleep with Derwent, so far without success. Then the sound that had disturbed me came again. 3 loud knocks on the front door, hollow-sounding blows made with the side of a fist. Pippin got louder, furious. I put the light on and grabbed a sweatshirt as I squinted at the clock on my phone. 4 minutes past 2. Derwent had been faster than me to get moving. I heard him rattle down the stairs while I was pulling the sweatshirt over my head, and I reached the upstairs hallway at the same time as he opened the front door. "Sorry to bother you." The voice was strained, and I didn't realise who it was until I crept down a few steps, crouching so I could see the person at the door. Gary Holding's face was white, and his hair was all over the place. His clothes were rumpled, as if he'd been sleeping in them. "What's going on?" Derwent demanded. "It's my mother." I came down another step, and he noticed me. He leaned sideways, cutting Derwent out of the conversation. "I know it's the middle of the night, but you said you didn't mind helping. It's Mum. She's gone. I've tried to look in the usual places, but there's no sign of her." "I'll help you look for her." "We both will." Derwent sidestepped, so he was very firmly between me and Gary Holding again. "How long has she been gone?" "I was asleep. I don't know when she got out." It wasn't my imagination. Gary was sulky when he spoke to Derwent. Intimidated, I assumed. Being woken up in the middle of the night hadn't done much for Derwent's mood. and I knew the expression that would be on his face as a result. "Is anyone else looking for her?" Derwent asked. "The police?" "I haven't called them yet." "You should. And see if you can get anyone else to help search for her. 3 of us won't be much good if you don't know how far she's gone or when she left." "Was she on foot?" I asked. "Yes. I keep the car keys locked away. She hasn't tried to drive anywhere for a couple of years, but you never know. She doesn't have a license anymore, obviously." "Where does she like to go?" He looked woebegone. "She could be anywhere, really. The shops. She likes the woods, too." "She won't be easy to find if she's in the woods," Derwent said. "Look, you really need to let the police know. She's a high-risk missing person. They'll try to respond quickly. If you're lucky, they might be able to get a helicopter to take a pass over the woods." Gary quailed. "Do you think it will come to that?" "I don't know. This has happened before, hasn't it? How did that end?" "She turned up. She usually makes her way home." "So why are you on our doorstep?" I could practically hear Derwent thinking it. "I just don't want to cause unnecessary trouble." Gary was bleating. "Go and call the police. Tell them everything you've told us. We'll meet you outside in 10 minutes. Knock on doors. The more the merrier." "Couldn't we just keep this between us?" Gary passed his tongue over his lips, blinking rapidly. "I'm sure we could manage." "What about the street WhatsApp group?" I said helpfully. "If you don't want to knock on doors, I could put a message on it and see if anyone responds." "Good idea, Maeve. See you in 10 minutes, Gary. Or 5. 5 would be better." Derwent shut the door on Gary's protests. He turned to glare at me. I opened my eyes wide. "What did I do?" "You made him think you were nice." "I am nice." "Too nice." Derwent shook his head, as if I was going to let him wander around alone with you in the dark. "Is his mother even missing? This is probably an excuse to be alone with you. She's probably tied up in her bedroom. Or his." "Josh!" "It would make sense, though, wouldn't it?" I was writing the message for the WhatsApp group. "You're going to have to be careful. You sounded like a cop when you were talking to Gary." "That's because I'd quite like to turn him over. I bet his computers are worth a look." "Now who's looking for other crimes?" "But seriously, keep an eye on what you're saying and how you're saying it. We have to blend in." "If this woman is in danger and the local force can't send a unit straight away, then we're it, I know, but be subtle about it. I'm going to get dressed." I pulled the sweatshirt down over my pyjama shorts as I made my way back up the stairs, aware that Derwent was right behind me. "Wear something you can tuck into your socks, and a top with long sleeves," he said. "If we have to go hacking through the undergrowth in the home wood, you'll be cut to ribbons. I'll see what I can find. And as an added bonus, it might put Gary off." A collection of people had gathered at the centre of the cul-de-sac when we came out, carrying torches and our phones, and I was surprised to see how many people had responded to the WhatsApp message. Rhys Vonn was there, in a hoodie and tracksuit bottoms, jumping from foot to foot with an excess of energy. Mike Knox looked aloof beside him, a still point in the melee. Judy was standing with Alan, who was wearing a very extrovert paisley dressing gown that was threatening to fall open at any moment. I couldn't imagine what either of them thought they could contribute, but Alan at least was probably on a fact-gathering mission. Ruth wouldn't want to miss any of the drama, but she couldn't pretend she was fit enough to search the area. Judy was wearing a fluorescent tabard and carrying a first aid kit. Brian and Fleur were standing a little distance from the main group. Brian raised his hand and smiled when he saw us making our way towards them, unaware that Fleur was scowling at him. "One of your fans," Derwent said out of the corner of his mouth. I pretended to cough to hide what I was saying. "Fleur." "Ah." Stephen Bollivant's dog was straining at the end of its lead, causing him to curse and take a couple of involuntary steps down the road. That dog looks useful, Derwent observed. Has he caught her scent? He's not looking for her yet. Effort was making Stephen sound breathless. He just wants to go for a run. Typical. I didn't even bother bringing Pippin. If we were looking for a sausage roll, he might be helpful, but otherwise he'll just get in the way. Stephen gave him a tight smile. Klaus might be more of a liability than anything, but I didn't want to leave him behind. Rhys Vaughan clapped his hands. Who's in charge? He was clearly about to volunteer, but Brian stepped forward. We should split into groups. We need a map of the area that we can divide into sections and search methodically. You sound as if you know what you're doing, Derwent said. I picked up an undertone of relief that he wasn't going to have to take charge. I used to volunteer with Mountain Rescue when I lived in the US. He put out his hand. Brian. Good to meet you. Josh. This isn't exactly mountain terrain, Rhys Vaughan began, and walked into a glower from Derwent that made him fall silent. Right, Brian's in charge, Derwent said. What about the police? They'll send someone as soon as they can. Gary held out his hands, helpless. They're overstretched, the lady said. Underfunded. They closed the police station here 4 years ago. Alan sniffed. We're sitting ducks for burglars and the like. First things first, Brian said. Are we absolutely certain Mrs. Holding isn't in the house? I looked. There isn't really anywhere she could be, Gary said. We could look again. That was Derwent, and I shot him a warning glance. He was drawing attention to himself. Maybe you could do it. Brian was looking at Judy and Alan, who nodded self-importantly. Good idea. I'm first aid trained, Judy said, rattling the box. I used to be a nurse. If she needs any treatment, I can help. I don't think, Gary began. It's a good idea. Rhys Vaughan had been quiet for long enough. No harm in making sure, Gary. She could be in your garden. You have no idea where she is, you said. You don't know when she left. No, but we need to look everywhere. He rolled on the balls of his feet, chewing a tiny piece of gum, and I wondered if he'd taken the coke to wake himself up, or if it was a standard Thursday night around the Vaughan's house. Organise into pairs, Brian said, and instantly there was a hubbub as everyone started to discuss it animatedly. I hadn't been aware of him moving, but Gary was beside me. Maeve, we could look together. I think that would be very sensible. I think we'd have a good chance of finding her. His eyes were wide, too much white showing, and I noticed he was trembling with tension or excitement or both. I wouldn't walk to my front door with you. I hoped revulsion wasn't showing on my face. Derwent cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled, Shut up! When a slightly shocked silence fell, he said, This isn't about picking your favourite person for a nighttime stroll. This is about making the best use of our resources. The Homewood is a likely place for her to be, so we need a couple of teams to go there. He pointed at Stephen Bullivant. You know it, don't you? And I've been running there for the past couple of days. We could go together. I know it well too, Mike Knox said. We can cover the south end, Rhys suggested. You two and the dog can do the north. It's more overgrown. Derwent nodded. Brian? I want to search around the lake. I'll go with Mike and Rhys. Brian, Fleur began, grabbing at his arm, but he shook her off. You and Maeve should go together. Fleur, isn't it? Derwent said. Check around this area, the back gardens. There's that path that runs around behind the houses, isn't there? She said something about the shadows when I saw her earlier, I said. She was worried about what she could see from her house. Don't blame her, Rhys laughed loudly. You never know what you'll come across around here. What about me? Gary's voice quavered. What should I do? You need to stay here until the cops come. You're the point of contact for them. Dermot turned away, dismissing him, and I saw a look of absolute fury cross Gary's face. You know, if we do find your mother, she might not want to come with us, I said, remembering how she had behaved outside the library. If you could stay here, we can call you and get you to come to wherever she is. If you're searching too, we might not be able to get hold of you. Good point, Mike Knox said, and I smiled at him, grateful for the support. OK. Brian had his phone in his hands. We've got a map of the area. Let's all make sure we know where we're going. Everyone clustered around to see the map on the tiny screen, discussing it with their search partners. I didn't attempt to make conversation with Fleur. She was standing on her own and looked as if she was on the verge of tears. I wasn't that bad. Keep in contact with one another and with Gary, Brian said. Don't wander away from your search partner. If you see anything like clothing or any kind of clue, let us all know. Use the street's WhatsApp group, Mike said. Then we'll all see it. Does everyone know what they have to do? Brian said, looking around. Yes? Then let's get going. Chapter 23. As the search groups headed off in different directions, Fleur and I were left standing in silence, staring at one another. Where do you want to start? I asked, given that she was on home territory. She shrugged. No idea, really. Where do you think? Well, we've got to cover the whole area around Jellicoe Close. There's the pathway behind the houses, isn't there? And the gardens. We could start with the front gardens. If you want. She was entirely listless, as if she didn't see the point in the search. Do you have a torch? Yeah. She showed me a small torch that was going to be slightly more useful than a flickering candle, but only just. Mine would be as bright as stadium lights in comparison. Great, I said. I was going to suggest we share out the gardens between us, but on second thoughts, let's look together. 2 sets of eyes are better than 1. She shrugged and turned to walk beside me. I shortened my stride, trying to match hers, and only succeeded in clashing elbows. Sorry. It's okay. Are you okay? I asked, abandoning subtlety. I know it's the middle of the night, but I don't mind that. She sighed. It's fine. It's nothing. I just thought, if I'd done something wrong... You? She gave a loud, theatrical laugh. It's not about you, I promise. Then why are you being such a bitch? I relieved my feelings by gripping my torch so hard that the rubberized casing creaked in protest. OK, let's start here then. The garden of number 1 was hugely overgrown and full of spiders' webs, which I discovered by walking into one. Fleur helped me to brush the strands of the web out of my hair as I rubbed my face. That is just the worst thing. I was shuddering. This place hasn't been touched for a long time. Fleur seemed to have brightened up a bit, now that something bad had happened to me. No one has lived here for ages and ages. I don't know who owns it. The back garden is even worse. I winced, pulling my sweatshirt sleeve over my hand to protect it from some enormous thistles. I should have worn gardening gloves. Fleur stepped on the thistles, tramping them down, so I could shine my torch into the hollow beyond them, in the dark shade of a vast hydrangea. Thanks, that's really helpful. I'm not sure it is. She couldn't have got past the thistles without breaking the stems. She was right. And yet I'd been on searches that ended in much more unlikely places, where people had squirreled their way into impossible holes and corners. The last place you'd think to look was the best place to hide, after all. Unfortunately, I couldn't tell Fleur that without giving myself away. Let's just search everywhere. Then, when they come back and ask, we can be absolutely sure we haven't missed her. Silence from Fleur, which I took to be disagreement. but she moved around the garden beside me and helped to hold back branches. When I stepped on a paving stone that tipped so that I pitched forward, she grabbed my arm and supported me until I had my balance. Careful. I'm trying to be. This place is booby-trapped. Our house was like this when we bought it. Really? The second house in the close was neat now. The grass mowed to velvety fuzz, the driveway weed-free, and power-hosed to an antiseptic standard of cleanliness. We put everything into it. She gave another laugh, this one just as forced. Our forever home. I'm not a big believer in the concept of a forever home. I was peering behind a rainwater butt. Places suit you for different times in your life. If a house isn't working for you anymore, you should move on. Where do you live usually? In a flat in London? Renting? Josh owns it. And doesn't live there, but let's gloss over that. You should get yourself some equity in the place. Don't pay rent to your boyfriend. If you break up, he's made money off your relationship, and you have nothing to show for it as well as nowhere to go. Okay. She was right, but it was an uncompromisingly transactional view of relationships. I tried to imagine negotiating a share in the equity of a boyfriend's home in the first flush of romantic passion, and failed. Then again, I didn't have a brick of property to call my own. Maybe if I had treated my relationships as business deals, I would have done better. It's a tough conversation to have, though. Most people don't want to think about breaking up when they're moving in together. Most people need to think again. Money and love don't go together. She shrugged. If your boyfriend, Josh, is it, doesn't want to cut you in on the flat, then you shouldn't stay in a relationship with him. It's a good test of whether he's using you, or if he really cares about you and wants the best for you. That hadn't even occurred to me, I said truthfully. Women aren't supposed to be businesslike about money, and they always get screwed. Always? She rolled her eyes and walked away. I followed her obediently to the next garden, which was hers and clearly empty. By mutual silent consent, we confined our conversation to the search, and whether there was something behind that car. There wasn't. And actually, whose car was that? It belonged to Judy's son, Tom, which caught my attention. I played my torch over the back of it, memorizing the license plate. It was a silver-grey Mercedes estate, 2 years old. Muddy around the wheels, but high-end. I thought he was coming next weekend. He probably is. He drops by now and then. He travels a lot for work, so he's always spending the night here, and then leaving early in the morning. What does he do? No idea. I just see the car. He blocked Brian in once, so we had to knock on the door, and Judy was a fucking pain about it. She didn't want to wake him up to move it. Fleur snorted. These men and their overprotective mothers. It's no wonder none of them behave like grown-ups. Is Brian's mum like that? She rolled her eyes. You wouldn't believe it. I'm the devil incarnate because I make him iron his own shirts and cook the occasional meal. Classic Irish mother. That's what he says. He says she can't help it. I'm not sure they try, I said, thinking of my own brother, Dec, and how my mother fussed over him. He could do no wrong. Is he nice? Tom? Fleur shrugged. I didn't think so, but he's probably not at his best when he's half-dressed and half asleep. I notice he hasn't turned out for the search party. Maybe Judy decided not to wake him up. He might have been more use than Judy. She's not what you'd call robust, is she? A snort. Tougher than she looks. And she's fitter than me. She walks in the woods every day and goes swimming at the health centre, and she does dance classes. She's always on the go. Fleur pulled at her top, suddenly self-conscious. If you're thinking I could do with some of that myself, you're not wrong. I spend too much time sitting at a desk. Don't we all? I said it without thinking, and she frowned. Do you work? Oh, not at the moment. I dropped my voice. We should keep it down. Some of the kids are probably still asleep. We moved on to number 3. You need to cut this back. She indicated the monster shrub that had defeated me the previous day. I couldn't quite manage to channel my upbeat undercover personality and gave a sigh instead. Gardening is not my thing. I don't imagine that's a problem for your boyfriend. Presumably you have other talents, skills. What do you mean by that? A question you ask when you know exactly what the other person means, but you can't believe they said it. I couldn't miss what she was implying even if I tried. You should know that it doesn't last when it's all about sex. No matter how much you fancy each other, that wears off eventually. Then you're left with one another. She sniffed. There's no guarantee he'll still be interested when he doesn't want to shag you anymore. It was a bitchy remark that was designed to put me off making further conversation, and having delivered it, Fleur didn't hang around. She had moved on to Stephen Bollivant's house, and I followed, searching through the remaining gardens in heavy silence. The front gardens were relatively easy to search. The path that ran behind the houses was another matter, when we trudged around to where it began behind number 9. The plants on either side were overgrown, and I soon ran into trouble with long trailing brambles that caught at my skin and clothes in the darkness. I stopped as sharp hooks buried themselves in my hair. Hold on, I'm stuck. Fleur ploughed on, ignoring me. I had given her my torch because she had taken the lead as we started down the path. Now I watched her disappear around the corner, the light blinking out as thoroughly as if she had switched it off. I had Fleur's torch, but the light it cast was so feeble that I prioritised having both hands free, shoving it into my pocket and relying on the moonlight. The night was clear and warm, the air full of the scent of flowering plants in the gardens and along the path. In other circumstances, I might even have liked being out there in the dark. While I struggled with the brambles, I was aware of tiny movements around me, as small animals carried out their nocturnal business. There would be rats, whatever about cuter mammals. Something ran over my foot, and I caught back a scream. With an effort, and the sacrifice of some hair, I yanked myself free and moved on, taking care to avoid the brambles as best I could. The backs of the houses were fascinating to me. Private worlds that gave me a new idea of the people who lived there. I wasn't sure I would have liked the path being there if I lived permanently in Jellicoe Close. It was a good reminder that the back of our house wasn't necessarily private. We would need to maintain our cover there as well as in the sitting room, I thought, and wondered what that would entail. How did you cook romantically? As if you can't keep your hands off one another, I imagined Derwent saying, and blushed at the very thought. I kept expecting to see Fleur, or at the very least the torchlight, reflecting back off the undergrowth. But as I pressed on around the U-shaped path, there was nothing ahead of me but soft darkness. I crossed the path that led down to the homewood, looking down at it for a long moment, in the hope that I might see Derwent on his way back. But it seemed deserted. It would be very nice to have him around, I acknowledged, shivering despite the warm air. I plunged into the second part of the route behind the houses, making better progress on this side. It was fenced in properly because of the railway embankment that rose up on my right, and that had kept the brambles under control. A sound behind me caught my attention. I stopped to listen, holding my breath. Another sound. A branch breaking, I thought. Someone or something on the path. My eyes were wide as I peered into the darkness, but I couldn't see anyone. I opened my mouth to call out in case it was Gillian Holding or one of the other searchers. but some instinct made me hold the words back. Gillian shuffled in her oversized shoes. The sounds behind me had been stealthy. Someone didn't want me to know they were there. I had the sense that they had stopped too, that they were waiting for me to move. The hair stood up on my arms, and I wished I had pepper spray, or better yet, my extendable baton. I itched to summon reinforcements on the radio that was currently sitting in my flat. Could it be Gary? I swallowed, genuinely uneasy and angry too. If this was a joke, it wasn't my idea of funny. I looked around and saw a gap in the fencing to my right. I squeezed through it, shoving nettles out of my face, squirming into the heart of a large bush with as little noise as possible. My clothes were dark, and the branches of the bush swung heavy with leaves. I would be invisible, just about, unless the person knew where to look for me. The seconds stretched out as I stayed still. My muscles began complaining, and I fervently wished to scratch the exact centre of my back where an insect had bitten me. I was just beginning to wonder if I'd overreacted, if I hadn't, in fact, heard anything behind me, and my imagination had created the entire situation, when a figure materialised on the path. Stepping softly but swiftly, a man moved past me and disappeared into the distance. I had the impression of dark clothing and an athletic, soundless stride. But between the branches and the fence, he had been hidden from me as effectively as I had hidden myself. A stark choice presented itself to me. Maeve Kernahan, dog-sitter, would not have taken any chances. She would have scurried to safety, preferably by finding her boyfriend and hiding behind him. DS Maeve Kerrigan, on the other hand, wanted very badly to find out who was lurking in the shadows at that time in the morning, quite obviously up to no good. Nothing to do with our case, Derwent would probably have said. And he might have been right. But Tom Thwaite's car was parked near his mother's house. What if he was suspicious about the new arrivals in Jellicoe Close, and wanted a closer look? I shivered. All I knew about him was that he was unpopular with the neighbours, and the type to fall in with a bad crowd. He liked the finer things in life, as evidenced by his car. He was implicated in a very unpleasant crime, and he wouldn't be very happy if he knew what we were doing in West Idleford. Enough was enough. I was going to have to do something to try to take control of the situation. Hiding in a bush and waiting to be rescued wasn't going to cut it. If I went along the path, I might run into him. But I wasn't armed, and I didn't know where Derwent was, and I'd been in enough fights to know the odds wouldn't be in my favour. What I needed was to be able to identify this man first and foremost, and then I could worry about arresting him. I was on a slope that led up to the railway line. If I ran up there, I could get a good view of the area and possibly make better time than the stranger sidling along the overgrown path. But what if he found Fleur while he was looking for me? There was nothing I could do about that, cold, hard reason suggested. I didn't want her to come to harm, but she would make an excellent distraction for him. And if he was occupied with fighting her, I might have a chance against him. Plus, I would be quick if I heard a scuffle up ahead. She wasn't on her own, even if she thought she'd left me behind. I shot out of the shelter of the bush that had hidden me so effectively, and crossed the open ground that led to the top of the slope, where there was very little cover. I moved as quickly as I could, crouching, and went fast and low over the wall at the top, so I was facing the railway line. I had intended to run along it. As train stations went, Idleford was quiet to the point of torpor. Even at busy times there were 2 trains an hour. Tucked away as it was at the end of a branch line, there was no need for any train to pass through after hours either. There wouldn't be any traffic on the line until 6 at the earliest. Even so, the sight of a figure standing in the middle of the line gave me a jolt of pure fear, not on my own account this time, but for the woman who stood there, her nightgown hanging off her shoulders like a shroud. I had found Gillian Holding. Chapter 24. She was standing perfectly still, her hands dangling by her sides, facing away from me. And as far as I could tell, she wasn't aware that I was there. My first instinct was to call out to her, but I thought better of it. I didn't want to scare her. I definitely didn't want to have to chase after her along the unlit railway line that stretched into the distance to tree-lined infinity. One of us would break an ankle on the loose stones between the sleepers. First things first. I took out my phone and tapped out a quick message to Derwent, telling him where I was and what was happening. That I couldn't call him because I was afraid of making any noise, but that I needed backup. The relief when he replied made me weak. I had been half convinced that he would be somewhere with bad reception and I would be on my own. Hold tight, 999 on the way. That Mrs. Holding had decided to trespass on the railway line was good news. It doubled the chances of a police response, since technically this was now British Transport Police's problem. Or rather mine, until they turned up, I reminded myself, stepping warily onto the line. I hadn't told Derwent why I couldn't make noise, letting him assume that it was because I was afraid of scaring Mrs. Holding, and that was part of the story, but it wasn't the whole thing by any means. I was keeping one eye on the area to the left of the railway line, where I'd last seen the man who followed me. If Gillian Holding screamed, or ran, it could attract his attention, which was something else to worry about. Technically, I wasn't alone anymore, but I didn't feel at all sure that he would be put off once he realised he was facing the combined might of me and an elderly dementia sufferer. On the other hand, Gillian Holding needed help. I couldn't stand around waiting for us both to be rescued. I walked slowly towards her, humming under my breath to announce my presence. She turned her head to one side, listening, but otherwise she didn't move. Mrs. Holding? It's Maeve. We met yesterday, do you remember? At the library. And then we walked back here together. You'd been listening to some books, I think. Middlemarch? I was rambling, hoping that my tone of voice would reassure her. Do you think you could come with me? This way? I put my hand under her elbow, gently, anticipating that she might lash out. She came with me, though, docile and calm, still lost in her own world like a sleepwalker. Her skin was icy. I guided her to the side of the embankment where there was a small brick structure. She sat on it, and I stood next to her, stripping off my sweatshirt. You're cold, aren't you? Let's warm you up. I wrapped the sweatshirt around her shoulders. She didn't seem to notice, but she didn't shrug it off either. She was staring into space, her mouth working. Is that any better? I crouched, trying to make eye contact with her. What's going on, Gillian? Is everything all right? Where were you going? Get away. She made a movement, pointing down the railway. You wanted to get away? From what? This place. She plucked at the material of her nightgown, fretful. You know, the evil. The evil, I repeated. What do you mean by that? No one listens, but I see. I see a lot. From your house? What do you see? I see them together. It's not right. He shouldn't, but he does. They all do. Disgusting. They're all disgusting." She was speaking with real vehemence. "William's always bothering me, even when I'm asleep. He thinks I don't know, but I do." "William, my husband. Gary's father." "Of course, Gary's father. Who did you think I meant?" Gary had said his father was dead. I adjusted my level of interest accordingly. She tilted her head. "William is not a bad person, of course. Not like the other one. But obsessed. They all are." "Who is the other one?" "The one I called the devil. He smiles and smiles." She closed her eyes, her face twisted as if she was in pain. "As if I can't see him for what he really is. He knows I saw him. He knows. He looked up and he saw me watching, and I saw him. I saw him." She was getting more and more upset, her body racked with deep shudders. I put my arm around her and rubbed her arms to get her circulation going. "It's all right. Everything's going to be fine, Mrs. Holding." She looked straight at me, her eyes wide and alert instead of vacantly staring as before. "I think he's going to try to kill me. You'll remember, won't you? If I die, you'll know." Gary had said she sounded lucid, but what she said was rubbish. I looked back at her and thought, but I believe her. "Who is it, Mrs. Holding? Who threatened you?" "Mum!" The shout came from behind me, and I turned to see Gary running along the side of the railway track towards us. A group of the searchers straggled behind him in ones and twos, and I picked them out as they got nearer. Stephen Bollivant, on his own, still towed by his dog. Derwent steadily overhauling them, with Brian Nolan keeping pace by his side. Rhys Vaughan and Mike Knox a fair distance back, with another man in dark clothes, a man I didn't recognise. A second shout came from the other side, and I saw a couple of officers jogging down the tracks from the direction of the station, torches in hand, high-vis jackets gleaming. "Here they are," I said, cheerfully, and turned back to see that Mrs. Holding's face was grey. Her eyes were wide and fixed. She gasped and swayed, and I was just in time to catch her as she fell. "I should have known you'd sniff her out. Better than a bloodhound. We should have stuck a lead on you and let you have your head." "Thanks," I said dryly, lacing my fingers around the steaming mug Derwent had handed me. By mutual consent, we had slid away from the neighbours as soon as we decently could. Gillian Holding and her son had gone to hospital in an ambulance so she could be treated for hypothermia, against Gary's objections. "She needs to get home and get to bed," he said, to the kind but firm paramedics. "We want to get her checked over. She's got a nasty cut on her leg," the elder of the two said. "You won't be long, I don't think." "She needs to get some rest." I thought Gary was on the verge of tears. I went across to him. "I think it would be a good idea for them to take her, Gary. We don't know what happened to her, do we? A doctor should have a look at her." His face was a picture of misery. "I don't like her going into the hospital." "You can come with her," the paramedic said cheerfully. "Hop up in the back. You can reassure her on the way to the hospital." Gary had hopped, still reluctant, but bowing to the inevitable. As the ambulance swung out of Jellicoe Close, there was a definite lift in the overall mood. "That's a job well done." Rhys Vaughan stretched, looking smug. "All back to mine. I think we deserve a drink after all that." Stephen Bollivant was already moving towards his house, dragged there by Klaus. "Not for me." "Typical wet blanket." Vaughan turned to Derwent. "You won't let me down." Derwent had shaken his head. "It's nearly dawn." "Come for a cooked breakfast, then." Vaughan slapped him on the back, hard. "The rest of us can have Buck's Fizz or Bloody Marys, and you can be boring with your bacon and eggs. I need to get some rest, and Maeve is dead on her feet." I was tired. At that very moment I was yawning so widely my jaw cracked. "All right, I see that. I bet you can't wait to get her back to bed," Vaughan said to Derwent with a snigger. I couldn't see Josh's face, but with some satisfaction I watched Vaughan's grin disappear. "I'll come, Reese," Mike Knox said. "Anyone else?" Brian nodded, as did the man I hadn't recognised. Derwent had informed me in a mutter that he was Tom Thwaites, who had joined the search party after I'd gone. He was stocky and balding, unshaven to the point that I wondered if he was growing a beard, and I didn't find him particularly intimidating until he glanced at me. I saw nothing in his eyes but emptiness. I'd noticed the same vacancy in murderers I'd locked up. A profound absence that you recognised when you saw it, instantly, as evil. But he had taken the time to search for Gillian Holding, I reminded myself. That wasn't evil. His eyes had passed over me, but now they returned to my face with a sharper kind of interest, and all reason fled away. On instinct, I moved, putting as much space as possible between me and Tom Thwaites, and bumped into Brian. "Where's Fleur?" He looked uneasy. "She, went home. With my torch. Leaving me at the mercy of whoever had been following me. I was glad I'd found Gillian, of course, but I was frustrated that I had missed out on identifying the man who had been lurking on the path, and my irritation made me curt. "I'm sorry about that. I'll drop it back to you." He pulled a face. "I think she was tired, you know. She hasn't been sleeping all that well lately." "She left you on your own, Maeve?" Derwent came to stand beside me, looming over Brian. What was the thinking behind that? "You'd have to ask her," Brian shrugged. "Oh, no harm done." I agreed that it had all worked out all right, and we had headed back to the house. Now I was curled up on the kitchen sofa, tired but too strung out to sleep. Derwent was roaming around restlessly, in the same condition. "So Fleur fucked off, did she?" "We didn't exactly get on." I pulled a face. "She's touchy." "She has a face like a slapped arse." "That too. Brian is all right, though." Derwent picked up an envelope and studied it. "You wonder why people like that get together. Where's the appeal?" "Maybe she's changed. People do. They start off in the same place and grow apart. It happens all the time." He frowned and said nothing. I stretched. "What about you? How was the search?" "Annoying. I couldn't exactly take charge. I had to let them make suggestions." "Awful for you." "Well, it is when they're idiots." He dragged out a chair from the kitchen table and sat in it moodily. "Bullivant was quiet, but he's growing on me. He speaks when he has something to say. Rhys Vaughan goes on and on. Constant earpiss. I can't stand him." "Did you all stay together?" "No. Everyone went their own way after a while." He sighed. "No one listens. They all set off on their own wild goose chases." "When did you pick up Tom Thwaites?" "He was loitering around outside when I got to the Holdings house to collect Gary." "Just hanging around?" "He said he was looking for his mum." "Why?" I told him about the man on the path, and he listened with a deepening frown on his face. "You didn't tell me." "I didn't have the chance," I protested. "I noticed someone behind me. I hid. I tried to circle round to get a good view of him, and I found Gillian Holding. Then I texted you." "But you didn't say you were in danger." I don't know that I was, I said slowly. All that happened was that he came up behind me, and he was moving as if he didn't want anyone to hear him. Maybe I was nervy because of the circumstances. Maybe it was completely innocent. Or maybe it wasn't. You thought something was off. I nodded. Well, you were probably right. You have good instincts as a rule. It's a shame that it doesn't stop you blundering into trouble. For a second there, I thought you were going to pay me a compliment that didn't come with a sting in the tail. Stop putting yourself in harm's way, then. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, serious now. I can't be everywhere, Maeve. You know better than anyone that we're in danger here all the time. If we get found out, the kind of people we're dealing with won't think twice about getting rid of us. They're already in a load of trouble. If Judy and Tom are part of a conspiracy to take advantage of vulnerable people, they'll be looking at significant sentences. More to the point, they'll be working with some very bad people indeed. We've already picked up on that, haven't we? Ruth and Alan warned you Tom was in with a bad crowd. I know. So I don't like that someone was following you, given that it could have been one of Tom's pals. When did you notice them? As I said, right before I saw Gillian Holding. After everyone you were with had split up. Fuck. And you really didn't see this person in any detail? It was a man in dark clothes, that's all I can tell you. I quailed at the expression on his face. I did try to see. I know. I've been thinking about what Gillian Holding said to me. I had told him about it while the kettle was boiling. This person who threatened to kill her. It could have been the man who was walking on the path. Maybe he wasn't after me at all. He could have been trying to find her before anyone else did. It was a golden opportunity to deal with her and make it look like an accident. That's a possibility, Derwent said slowly. And when you all turned up together and she fainted, everyone assumed it was because of hypothermia, but I think she was scared. He was there. Or she thought he was. That's the trouble. She's not what you'd call a reliable witness. And they were all there. I don't know who she meant. He smiles and smiles. That sounds like Rhys Vaughan. Or Brian, I said, thinking about the men. Or Mike Knox. He doesn't talk a lot, but he has a really striking smile, with his beard being so dark. Stephen Bollivant has that nervous grin. I shook my head. The truth is, it could have been any of them.
Taking advantage of opportunities. That was what he was good at, as a rule. Making a move when everyone else was still thinking it through. Taking a risk and dealing with the consequences. It was what made him great. What made him unstoppable. But not this fucking time, apparently. He hadn't been able to turn the situation to his advantage, not at all. He had an open goal, but he'd kicked the ball wide. He walked down through the woods in the soft grey light of the morning, unable to sit still even though he was operating right at the limits of exhaustion, his vision skipping, his head ringing as if there was a swarm of bees inside it. He had tried everything that usually gave him a lift, and all that had happened was that he'd made it impossible to rest. The jitters were bad. Bad. He needed something to make him feel better, to fuck someone, to hurt someone, to put everything back in the right order, with him at the top of the pile. He kept playing it back in his mind to pinpoint the moment where it had all gone to shit. Right at the start, he thought. Right when the new guy had come out of his house, swaggering like he was in charge. In fairness, the golden opportunity had only just appeared before him. The old woman out of the house, unaccounted for, at risk of the kind of accident that would be easy to set up so no one could suspect he had anything to do with harming her. And there was that smug fucker, Josh, throwing his weight around, making it impossible to think or do anything except fall into line. He'd been ordering everyone around. Natural leadership, they called it, when it was someone like Josh. No one did what he said when he told them to, unless he'd given them reason to be scared of what would happen if they didn't. That was why he liked them biddable, demure, compliant. He found himself thinking about Josh's girlfriend again, imagining himself taking her off him. She might cry, but she wouldn't fight. If he had only been able to get to the old bitch first, but the dimwit bimbo had got in the way. He would pay her back for that one day when he got the chance. Teach Josh a lesson as well. Fuck up their lives, both of them, good and proper. He kicked a rotten log that splintered into dank shards. Down below him, by the lake, someone moved into view, a girl in school uniform. She was wearing a blazer, her arms folded across her chest because it was a colder morning than some lately, the sun hiding away. He had told her to be there at 6, and it was 5 to. But there she was, nice and early, the way he'd trained her to be. She was waiting for him. She knew how lucky she was. She appreciated him. He picked up his pace.
Chapter 25. As I came downstairs, Derwent whistled. Wow, you look tired. Thanks, Josh. Really, that's kind. I checked in the hall mirror, seeing the hollows under my eyes that no amount of concealer could disguise. Unlike some people, I'm not good at napping. Derwent grinned. It's a skill. He had spent the afternoon sprawling on one of the sofas in the sitting room, with Pippin in the crook of his arm, both of them blissfully asleep. I had retreated to my bedroom, which proved to conduct sound from the sitting room with remarkable efficiency. The regular snores from downstairs had become more and more annoying as time passed. Even with the curtains drawn and a pillow pressed against either ear, I hadn't been able to sleep, until I tipped into sudden dreamless darkness a couple of minutes before the alarm went off. Now my head felt as if it was stuffed with old rags. I had showered and changed into a pretty broderie anglaise dress, and had done my hair with extreme concentration and the help of a YouTube tutorial, and had applied Georgia standard makeup. None of it had made me feel any better. Don't worry, at least you have an excuse to fall asleep at the play. I'm not going to fall asleep, I snapped. I love A Midsummer Night's Dream. I studied it for GCSE. Oh, even better. What will make your day is a load of school kids murdering Shakespeare for a couple of hours. Have you ever been to a school play? According to Ruth, the school is famous for its plays. They do this every year, and it's the high point of the summer term. Everyone around here goes. Which is why we're going. Exactly. I looked at him, neat in a polo shirt and jeans. I see you dressed up. This is the local smart casual uniform. I'm just trying to fit in. He held out his arm. Come on, we'd better get going. It would be a shame if we missed the kick-off. Curtain up. Yeah, that. Idleford Park School had all the trappings of an expensive independent school. The main building was a high Gothic Victorian mansion, with sleek modern additions to the left and right that announced themselves as the sports complex and the library building. It was set in a wide expanse of parkland, complete with a grassy hollow, known as the amphitheatre, where the play was due to be performed. Derwent parked the car between a long, low Bentley and a brand-new Range Rover. So this is a state school? Technically, I said, but the house prices around here ensure that it's mainly very well-heeled parents who can afford to send their kids here, and they've done a huge amount of fundraising to give the school the best possible facilities. It's oversubscribed, apparently. Why don't they just send them to posh private schools? Oxbridge. State school applicants have an advantage. These kids will be competing with inner-city ones who don't even have a proper school library, let alone a swimming pool or all-weather lacrosse pitches, but they count the same for the university's purposes. Derwent pulled a face. Everyone's equal, but some are more equal than others. We walked across the grass towards a pair of smiling uniformed girls who were checking tickets and doling out programmes. Derwent had been right about what he was wearing. Every man was dressed in some version of polo shirt and trousers, although some wore suede loafers without a trace of irony. I was glad Derwent had skipped that particular detail. The women wore summer dresses and strappy sandals, toned arms on display. I felt seriously lacking in both highlights and diamonds, and held on to Derwent's hand a little more tightly than I might have otherwise. He glanced at me and smiled to himself. Dubious though I was about the school, the amphitheatre didn't disappoint. The grassy bowl was lit with solar lanterns stuck into the ground in rows, tiny lights that shed a warm glow on the grass and looked like stars as the light faded overhead. Ruth had explained the layout to me. They've built a stage out of one end of the hollow, and there are proper seats facing it where it's flat. That's where Alan and I always sit, because I'm really too stiff these days to sit on the ground, but if you bring a blanket you can sit on the slopes at the side. People bring picnics and so on. There's a sound system so you won't miss anything, and I think it's rather nice on a warm summer night. Romantic. Those days are long gone, aren't they? Alan had said cheerfully, and I saw a faint shadow touch his wife's face, but it was gone the next second. Behind Ruth's stolid exterior beat a dreamer's heart. The school hadn't missed any opportunities to make money from the evening. By the entrance to the theatre there was a large gazebo hung with bunting. A sign pointed to it. Champagne bar. It was besieged, the crowd 6 deep. You were lucky to be able to buy a cup of tea at events in my school, I said. And it came in a little bendy polystyrene cup. Derwent shook his head. I thought I was too young for it. It wasn't like this in my day. Oh no, you're definitely old enough for that. The slopes at the side were crowded, and a hum of conversation rose up, along with the soft thunk of champagne corks popping and the occasional gale of laughter. We're a bit tight for space, a uniformed girl said to us, enunciating beautifully through a mouthful of expensive orthodontics. Are you okay to go on the top row? Definitely, Derwent said firmly. Lead the way. To me, he muttered, You get a better view and something to lean against. I followed him to a position at the base of a tree. He spread out the picnic blanket he'd been carrying, and a cloud of Pippin's hair rose from it. I watched it float across the theatre on the evening breeze, drifting into people's picnics, and winced. Lowering the tone already? Just sit down and pretend it's nothing to do with us. He threw the programmes down next to me. I'm going to get us some drinks. Back in a second. It would take him ages, I thought, sitting up with my arms hugging my knees and looking around. There were the Knoxes, on the other side of the grassy bowl. Alice Knox was unpacking box after box of Tupperware, laying it all out in front of her family. The boys were shoving one another, fighting over something. I tried to remember their names. Brodie was the younger one, and then the older one was something like a dog's name, I had thought. Tip, that was it. They were stolid boys, taking after their mother, who was distinctly unathletic, with short legs, narrow shoulders, and wide hips. I spotted Alan and Ruth next, near the front, draped in blankets against the so far non-existent evening chill. They were sharing a thermos of something steaming and looking very pleased with themselves. The Vaughans were in prime position near the stage, Camilla having a starring role. Rhys was waving at people in the crowd, acting as if they'd come to see him. I felt uneasy watching him. Camilla's sister, Thea, was sitting with her head leaning against her mother's shoulder. I wondered if she was looking for support or offering it to Nicola. The woman looked drawn, the light finding shadows in the hollows of her skull. "Here, take this." Derwent held a glass in front of my face. "That was quick," I said, surprised. "Bar presents. You've got it or you don't." He sat down and clinked glasses with me. "This is better than working, isn't it? If Pete Belcock could see us now." "Don't talk about him." He nudged me. "There's Judy. Look, down near Alan and Ruth. I don't see her son. I can't imagine this is his kind of night out." He looked around, outwardly casual, taking it all in. "I saw Mike Knox at the bar. He seems like a good guy." I was amused. "He seems like it, but you're not going to commit to saying he is." "Trust no one, and you won't be disappointed." "How good are you at making friends, would you say?" Derwent shrugged. "I don't trust people with too many friends. They're always trying to hide from themselves in a crowd." "That's bleak, even for you." "I just don't need a lot of other people." He looked at me. "I have everyone I need." A lone flute began to play somewhere off stage, a haunting melody that made the buzz of conversation dwindle to silence. A violin joined it, and a cello, the sound swelling as one instrument after another began to play. The stage lights dimmed, and 6 dancers darted on, each carrying a light, each wearing a different colour of gauzy dress and matching ballet shoes. Sugar almond pink, icy blue, silver grey, sea green, soft lilac and palest yellow. They spun gracefully, weaving patterns of light in the darkness, as invisible figures in black filled the previously empty stage with what proved to be painted trees and flowers when the lights went up. The forest materialising out of nowhere. A girl was standing with her face in her hands, sobbing, the folds of her skirt graceful around her slender legs. On the other side of the stage, 2 young men stood face to face, in crisp white shirts and chinos, but with bare feet, glaring as if they each wanted to kill the other. 2 more actors strolled onto the stage, dressed as older men in suits and ties. "Full of vexation come I, with complaint against my child, my daughter Hermia." The boy had sprayed his face grey, and was affecting a quavering old man voice which got a ripple of laughter from the audience. He was confident as he laid out the first of the love triangles I remembered from studying the play at school. Hermia, forced to choose between Lysander and Demetrius. Hermia was played by Camilla, looking ravishingly pretty, with strawberry blonde hair loose around her shoulders and a sweetly distraught expression on her face. And she was good, I realised, as she engaged in the quick-fire banter between the lovers and jealous Helena, who was dark and earnest and had impeccable comic timing. Not your average school play. I settled back and prepared to enjoy it. I did too, except that I couldn't help wondering about a few minor mysteries. "Tip Knox is in the same year as Camilla," I said under cover of the applause at the end of the first act. "Why isn't he in the show?" "No talent? No interest? No time?" "The standards are high." I was reading the programme. Mike Knox helped with rehearsals. Maybe that put Tip off. "You don't think they're a happy family?" "Do you? Look at them." Mike Knox was the odd one out in that family, and he seemed determined to make that clear to anyone who glanced in their direction, sitting on the very edge of their picnic rug with his back to his wife. Tip was hunched over his phone, his attention on the screen. Brodie seemed to be asleep. Alice was fidgeting as if she was trying to get comfortable. Music began to play. The next act was about to begin, putting an end to our conversation. Ignoring the whirling dancers on stage, cavorting around donkey-headed bottom, I stared across at the Knoxes. Mike was focused on the stage, taut with tension. Even if he had helped with the production, it seemed odd to me that he was so absorbed in it, so captivated by the actors on stage to the exclusion of everything else. But on reflection, I didn't know much about him. I only thought of him as an adjunct to his louder friend, Rhys. At the interval, I was standing in a queue by the row of portaloos when someone nudged my arm. "Thanks for minding us a place." Judy Thwaites, grinning up at me ingratiatingly, with Ruth in tow. "The queue's so long we'd have been there forever." "I'm not sure we should barge in," Ruth said softly, but Judy laughed. "No one minds, do they? Age has its privilege." I think I'll go to the end of the queue." Judy grabbed hold of Ruth's sleeve and steered her back to a place in front of me. "No, you don't." A glance over my shoulder told me I was getting absolute hate stares from the women directly behind me in the queue. Judy was chattering on, oblivious. "It's ever so good, isn't it? Quite amazing how they do it. I don't usually like Shakespeare, but I always come to this." "They've cut lots of the words," Ruth said with a sniff. "Not the real play at all." "I suppose they want to keep it simple. The story is all there." I was trying to be diplomatic. I was more inclined towards Judy's positivity than Ruth's criticism. I couldn't help doubting the intelligence we had about Judy. She spent so much time helping other people, and she was relentlessly cheerful. Maybe she hadn't known what was going on with the vulnerable adults who passed through her home. I hadn't seen much of the son, but he had none of his mother's bright-eyed charm. I could believe he might manipulate someone like Davy Bidwell. I thought of the damage that had been done to Davy's poor, frail body, and how he had died, and I hardened my heart. The important thing was finding out the truth, whether it exonerated Judy or not. "Isn't Camilla excellent?" Judy again. "And that's her boyfriend playing Oberon. He always used to be hanging around the place, but I haven't seen him in a while." "They broke up." Ruth was up to speed, as I might have expected. Oberon was tall and handsome with a spiralling afro. I checked the programme. "Isaac Dean. That's the boy. He's got a twin, Elise. She's best friends with Camilla. But we never see either of them around anymore, do we, Judy? And they only live in the next road over." "Is she in the play?" I was scanning the list of actors. "Oh, she's in the backstage crew." "She's a quiet girl. Nice little thing. She helped make cakes for a bake sale once. Do you remember, Ruth? Shame about Camilla and Isaac, though." Judy nudged me. "It can't always be Romeo and Juliet, can it? Not like you and your fella." No. Given the ending of that particular play, I wasn't sure I liked the comparison. "I think the cubicle at the end is free." That distracted Ruth, and a moment later, a second one became available for Judy. I waited my turn, thinking about how a breakup could be the end of the world when you were a teenager. Truth to tell, it wasn't all that great when you were an adult either. "All right," Derwent checked as I came back. "Fine." I rubbed my arms. "It's actually getting chilly now, isn't it?" "Did you bring a jumper?" I shook my head. "No, why would you? You always get cold and you never plan ahead. Come here," he said, resignedly. So that was how I watched the second half of the play, with Josh Derwent's arms wrapped around me, leaning back between his legs, my palms flat on his thighs, his mouth muffled in my hair. The broken night, the champagne, the dark sky above us, and the warmth of his body. If I wasn't asleep, I certainly wasn't fully alert. I let my thoughts drift, running through the Dawood case, considering the houses in Jellicoe Close and the secrets they held. On stage, the lovers lost and found one another. Oberon forgave Titania, and all was resolved by marriage. But the real world wasn't like that. Happy ever after, I thought, didn't mean anything. Everything changed all the time. You could put your faith in money and legal commitments like Fleur or Cameron Dawood, but that wouldn't save you from heartbreak. Yet, opting out of relationships altogether would mean you were alone. There were worse things than being alone, I reminded myself. I had tried to force myself into finding happiness with men who seemed to be perfect for me. They had wanted me, but I hadn't given much thought to how I felt about them. I'd merely gone along with it. You couldn't just choose someone, anyone, to love, I thought. You couldn't force it, any more than you could stop yourself from falling in love with exactly the wrong person at the wrong time. Puck stepped forward for the final speech, and I roused myself, sitting up, blinking against the night. "If we shadows have offended..." And then applause. The students coming forward to bow, dipping in an uneven line, awkward now that they were themselves again. The parents stood up and cheered, yelling approval for the teachers, the music, the actors, over and over again. "Let's go home," Derwent said in my ear. And I stood up, unsteady, as he threw the blanket over his shoulder and took my arm. On the way back to the car, I looked across the lawns towards the old school building. Some of the students had gathered there, still in costume, talking and laughing. Camilla stood a little apart, with a girl all in black, whose curls spiralled from her head in wild abandon. Elise Dean, at a guess. She was leaning forward, intent on Camilla, her face unhappy and tense. Whatever the girl was saying to her, Camilla wasn't listening. She turned her back, shrugging her off, and began to turn cartwheels one after another with the fluency of a trained gymnast. Her skirt fluttered as she rotated, head over heels, hair flying, pale limbs gleaming in the darkness. Chapter 26. I was setting up my laptop on the kitchen table the following morning when Derwent came in wearing black shorts and a t-shirt, his feet bare. In one hand, he was carrying the football boots he'd borrowed from Brian Nolan. He frowned. "What are you doing?" "I have a video call with Georgia to talk about the Dawood case." "But it's Saturday." "So? She's working." "Yes, but it's the football. It starts at 10. That only gives you half an hour." I was mystified. I don't actually need to go. I'm not the one playing. You said you'd come and watch, that's all. He sat on a stool at the kitchen island. Being supportive. It's what a real girlfriend would do. He was fussing with the boots, adjusting the laces with great concentration. Oh, come off it. You're not serious. I shook my head as I put my headphones on and connected to the call. Georgia appeared on screen, her makeup impeccable, her prettiness heightened by the camera in a most irritating way. I wasn't wearing any makeup at all and hadn't tamed my hair yet. The contrast was considerable. I tried not to look at myself, focusing on her as she waved. Morning! How's everything going? Not too bad, I said, angling the monitor so Derwent was in the background. Say hi, Josh. He looked up briefly and was about to say something that probably wasn't hi, but a knock at the front door interrupted him. I leaned back in my chair, one earphone out, trying to work out who it was. Rhys Vaughan's booming voice filled the hall, and I winced. Here you go. Socks and shirt. Sorry about the delay in getting that to you. All ready for today otherwise? Great, great. Good of you to help us out. We're going in a couple of minutes so we can get warmed up. Want me to knock for you when I'm heading over? I think I can find it by myself. Derwent at his driest. They were playing on the green area shared between the Admiral's roads. I wondered if I should go along for a bit. But then he was being such a baby about it. Sorry, Georgia, I said, turning back to her. Josh has a football match this morning with the local five-a-side team. Where were we? We hadn't really got started yet. Thanks for doing this on video. I just find it easier. She broke off, her eyes wide, and I realised that she was staring past me to where Derwent was changing into the team strip. He had yanked his T-shirt off and was preparing to pull on a hideously striped football shirt, turning it around irritably. The expression on his face could stop a clock, but neither of us was really focused on that. In the bright morning light, every detail of his torso was clearly and beautifully defined, perfect as a statue in a museum. I knew he was physically fit, obviously, and the previous night I'd been pressed against him at the play, so I had felt the solid muscle that was now rippling in front of us, but somehow I hadn't thought about it. Because he was on screen, and I had my back to him, I could allow myself to stare uninhibitedly. Not that he would have minded, I thought. He probably knew we were gazing at him. He could have changed anywhere else in the house if he'd wanted privacy. Holy shit, Georgia breathed in my ears, which was fair enough because it was a quasi-religious experience. I cleared my throat. Well, as I was saying... Actually, you were saying? Am I on speaker? Belatedly, Georgia was remembering the lesson she'd learned the last time we spoke. I shook my head, pointing to the headphones, and she sagged in her chair. I know I shouldn't be objectifying a colleague, but I'm not actually capable of speech at the moment. Same, I said, pretending to make a note on the page in front of me. Derwent pulled the shirt over his head, and Georgia sighed wistfully. Is there any way you could call me back after the match when he's all sweaty? I bit the inside of my cheek to stop myself from laughing. Interesting. What else have you found out? Yes. She started shuffling through the papers on her desk, recovering her focus. You sent me the notes on your interview with the other consultant, Stefanidis. He seems like a charmer. He was a dick. He really hated Hassan Dawood, but he was at another hospital the whole afternoon and evening on the day Dawood died. I checked. He was in surgery. No way he could have been involved. What did he tell you about the Arnold family? He thought they had a case. He said he'd advised Dawood to get his insurance company to settle with them. Dawood wanted to fight it, which Stefanidis said was pure arrogance, because he didn't want to admit to himself that he was at fault, whatever anyone else thought. Dawood's barrister also thought he should settle the case. That's what his liability insurance was for. Basically, the Arnolds were in a very strong position legally. It wasn't in their interests for Dawood to die. Quite the opposite. Derwent lifted one of my headphones, and I jumped out of my skin, not having noticed him approaching. "What is it?" "I'm off." "OK. Good luck." "Break a leg," Georgia said. "Georgia says break a leg," I relayed, and he bent down to give her a grade A glower. I sighed. "She didn't say it had to be your leg, but try not to put anyone in the hospital." "See you later." He was heading out of the kitchen. "Ask her about the drugs." "I will." I looked back to see that Georgia was leaning forward conspiratorially, her eyes alight with mischief. "How's it going with the two of you?" "Fine. Absolutely fine. Nothing to report." The front door slammed shut, and I looked to make sure he was definitely gone. "Really?" She looked sceptical. "Nothing?" "We're regarded as a very nice couple. We hold hands in public and enjoy each other's company," I said primly. "And you don't want to rip his clothes off?" "I don't need to," I pointed out. "He's rarely fully dressed." "Oh my God!" she squeaked. "Look, it's not like that." I was laughing. "We're here because we need to be, for professional reasons, and we're being professional about it. And, speaking of being professional, did you find out anything about the Dawoods and drugs?" "Yes, I asked Cameron about it. Definitely no drug use, and definitely no chemsex parties. He was annoyed that I even asked, but I really pushed him on it. And he said Dawood had a bad experience as a teenager when he was just starting to go to gay clubs. He had his drink spiked and it made him ill. He was so sick that one of his friends took him home, so nothing terrible happened, but it put him off the whole idea. He wasn't a drinker and he wasn't into drugs, and neither was Cameron. He said they were always the sensible ones when they went out with friends, and that's what the friends said when I contacted them originally. Dr. Early said the tox screen came back negative for the usual drugs, cocaine, speed, that kind of thing." "Did you ask him about the WhatsApp message?" "Yes." She pulled a face. He was pretty upset. He said it wouldn't absolutely shock him if Dawood had been seeing someone else, but that it couldn't have been serious. Dawood enjoyed attention. He might have been flattered into an emotional affair. Or a physical one. Maybe. Cameron said their sex life had been a bit muted lately. He'd been busy at work, so he hadn't really been home all that much. He said he was to blame if Dawood got bored and looked elsewhere. Poor guy. I really like him. Georgia was looking guilty. I know I shouldn't. Just keep an open mind about whether you can trust him, that's all. You seem to have done a great job of persuading him to open up to you. She beamed. Thanks, Sarge. Where would Dawood find a boyfriend? At work? Not according to Stefanidis. Unless it was Stefanidis. I raised my eyebrows. Plot twist. Stefanidis is 20 years older than Dawood, and he's not my idea of someone who would send a message like that. People can surprise you. Georgia pulled a face. Ugh, no. OK, maybe not him. I checked my notes. What about the blanket? The blanket is interesting. Cameron is absolutely sure that it's not theirs. He said they weren't into throws and blankets because Dawood thought they looked untidy. Duvets on the beds, no extra covers. They didn't do picnics, and Dawood wouldn't have kept a blanket in the car for any other reason that Cameron could think of. I sat up. So it's possible it belonged to the killer, or it came from wherever he was murdered. I've let Kev know. It had already gone off for trace analysis, but he's put a special rush on it. Good. And what about the WhatsApp message? I've got to go back to the phone company. They're medium helpful, but I haven't really made any more progress on it. I tapped the end of my pen on the desk, considering it. You know, I think if I wanted to kill my partner, I might make it look as if they had a secret lover I didn't know about, so the police would waste a lot of time chasing someone who doesn't exist. Cameron was shocked. Or he's a good actor. Check with their insurance company. I want to know if he's keen to get his hands on the life insurance payout. She stuck out her bottom lip. He's my friend. Leave him alone. He's not my friend, I said, thinking of Derwent's take-it-or-leave-it attitude to people. And I'll leave him alone when I'm sure he's not a murderer. Chapter 27. I hadn't been teasing Derwent. I'd forgotten promising to cheer him on. That he expected it from his girlfriend amused me. But I thought he was right. The kind of girl who would choose to go out with him probably would feel obliged to watch him play, and she might even enjoy it. But what really made me decide to go was the exhausted look that had been on his face, as he left to do something he really didn't want to do, for the sake of doing our job properly. The least I could do, I decided, was to turn up and look pretty doing it. Inspired by George's example, I took the time to put on makeup and changed into a fluttery little mini-dress covered in tiny polka dots. I put on trainers and whistled for Pippin. It was a sultry morning, the sun hiding behind blue-grey clouds heavy with the promise of thunder, and I was already too hot as I walked down to the grass where the match was in progress. Derwent didn't notice me at first, for the very good reason that he was engaged in a furious, jostling competition for the ball. With a fair amount of luck as well as skill, he hooked it away to where Mike Knox was waiting on the wing, then darted forward so Knox could pass it back to him. In a single movement, while the defenders were still catching up, he volleyed it past the goalkeeper. A cheer went up from the supporters as I joined them. They included a few strangers, but also Nicola Vaughan, with her smaller daughter Thea, Fleur Nolan, Alice Knox and her 2 sons, Judy and Ruth in deck chairs, somewhat inevitably, since nothing that happened in Jellicoe Close escaped their attention, and Alan, who was pacing up and down, hurling advice and abuse in equal amounts. His face was brick red, and the back of his shirt had a damp patch in the shape of Africa between the shoulder blades. I hoped he wasn't going to keel over with a heart attack. I wasn't all that keen on the thought of doing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation if it involved Alan's wet, liver-coloured lips. "That's 1-1, Alice said to me in cut-glass tones. "He's playing awfully well, but they haven't had many chances so far." "Oh, good," I said, and waved at Derwent. He was walking back with his hands on his hips, his hair dark with sweat, and the lurid football shirt sticking to his body. When he saw me, he looked surprised, and then a smile flashed across his face. "Oh, that's sweet," Judy said. "Didn't he know you were coming?" "I wasn't sure I'd be able to make it." "He'll be glad you saw him score a goal. That player on the other side isn't letting him get away with anything," Alan said, furious, as if that wasn't the whole point. "Keep little Pip on the lead, won't you? He'll be after the ball if he gets the chance." Derwent leaned in to say something to Rhys Vaughan, who nodded importantly. 4 minutes left in this half, Alice said, her voice clear and bell-like. Nicola Vaughan was chewing her lip. "What did you say?" Alice repeated it with scant patience. I guessed she spent a lot of time recapping things she'd said for a dazed Nicola Vaughan. "I have to go and get things ready after half-time." Nicola muttered it to herself as if she was repeating an instruction she'd received. 25 minutes in each half, because it's 5-a-side, not a proper match. I'll need time to get everything ready. Ruth beckoned to me, and I bent down so she could whisper in my ear. "Rhys always invites all the players back to his house afterwards." "That's nice." "It's a lot of work," she hissed, eyeing Nicola meaningfully. "All the players and all the supporters." She does a buffet. All cold, but still. She beckoned me closer. I've made a pavlova. That's so good of you. No trouble, Ruth said, but she was pleased. On the pitch, the players were shunting the ball around in what looked like desultory time-wasting. I remembered how boring amateur football was, and pushed my sunglasses up my nose, since the heat was making them slide down, and wished I'd remembered to bring a drink. And then forgot all of that in sheer outrage as the large mono-browed player who had been marking Derwent lumbered forward and sent him flying. "It's not rugby," Alan cried, as Derwent hit the grass with enough force to knock the air out of his lungs. He lay on his back, rolling gently from side to side as the referee bent over him. Vaughan sprinted across to check on him, then turned and gave us a thumbs up. I swallowed, genuinely relieved. "Your boy will be fine," Judy said. "Don't you worry. He's just winded." He sat up eventually, wincing, and quite obviously took it easy until the whistle went for half-time a minute or two later. He jogged across towards the water bottles, one hand across his body, hugging himself as if he hurt. I went to meet him. "Are you okay?" A brief nod as he drank most of the contents of the bottle in one go. When he resurfaced, he whispered, "I'm letting him think he's done my ribs." And he hasn't. Nope. Derwent's eyes glittered. "I'm going to tackle him so hard his kneecap will pop off. That or a knee in the balls. I'll knock them into his tonsils." "Do you think that's a good idea?" "Yes," he said flatly. "Then, thanks for coming. Best-looking supporter by far." "That's more flattering if you haven't seen the competition," I said, surveying the sidelines, "but I'll take it. Are you going to the Vaughan's house after the match?" He groaned. "Do I have to?" "No, but I think I'll help Nicola set up." "Did Georgia have anything interesting to say?" "Yes and no." I filled him in, one eye on the others, in case they got close enough to hear our conversation. At one point, Mike Knox seemed to be thinking about coming over. I put my hand on Derwent's arm, which made him go completely still, and followed that up with a heavy-lidded look, as if I was overcome with desire. Mike veered away, and I sighed. Sorry, where was I? I have totally forgotten." He slid his other arm around my waist and pulled me close to him. I leaned away. "Super romantic, but you are far too sweaty for this." "No, Josh, I mean it." He laughed and let me go. And I knew my face was hot. And if that hadn't convinced Ruth and Judy that we were a proper couple, I was no judge of people. They were staring at us with the same indulgent smile on their faces, their heads tilted at the same approving angle. If it helped Judy to believe in our cover story, it was worth a red face. The second half began, and I stood next to Nicola Vaughan, trying to catch the words she was mumbling under her breath. She looked strained, her eyes fixed on her husband as he sprinted around ineffectually, wasting energy on shouting. Derwent scored a second time, thanks to a beautiful cross from a player I didn't know, a balding man with glasses and a long, rangy stride. Derwent wasn't the best player on the pitch in technical terms, but he was quick to take advantage of any opportunities, and he had endless reserves of aggression to provide him with energy. "One more for the hat-trick," Alan roared, and Derwent raised a hand in acknowledgement. But I knew he was more focused on stalking the player who'd fouled him. A few minutes later, he found himself with the ball, unmarked, the goalkeeper in a flat-footed panic in front of him. Instead of trying for his third goal, he passed the ball carefully to Rhys Vaughan, who kicked it in the right general direction. It hit the post, but by an absolute fluke, it rebounded across the line as the goalkeeper floundered. "Goal!" Alan roared. "Well played!" To me, he said, Your lad could have had that one. I think Rhys was in a better position, I said, one eye on Nicola Vaughan, who was clapping wildly. Thea was jumping up and down, cheering. It was clearly a relief that Rhys had scored, and I wondered what would have happened if he had missed, or if Derwent hadn't thought to pass to him. Well, I'd better go, Nicola said vaguely, to no one in particular. Things to do. I'll help. I set off beside her, not offering her the chance to turn me down. I had already arranged that Alan would mind Pippin for the rest of the match, until Derwent was free to take over again. I can't believe you do so much for the team. Ruth said you organise a lunch after each match. Rhys likes it. She gave me an uncertain smile. It's no trouble, really. Just tell me what I can do to help. Camilla is at home. She can give me a hand. She'll be tired, though, after last night. Wasn't it the most amazing performance? Nicola's thin face lit up. Oh, did you enjoy it? Very much, I said truthfully, and Camilla was terrific. I was proud of her. She wants to act, you see. Rhys wants her to qualify as a lawyer or something first, but she's adamant. I think she was hoping to persuade him to take her seriously now that he can see what she's capable of. Did it work? I must think, Nicola said, about what I need to do. I'm sorry, if you just give me a moment. I quite admired her vagueness as a way of not answering questions, while at the same time not causing offence. It was brilliant. On the doorstep, Nicola's hands shook as she sorted through her keys. Is everything all right? Yes, of course. Why wouldn't it be? A little laugh, more jangling metal. I was about to take the keys out of her hand and open the door myself when it swung open. Camilla stood there, her eyes bruised-looking, with the remains of last night's makeup still clinging to her lashes. I thought I heard you. This, friend has come to help us with the lunch, Nicola said, gesturing to me, and I introduced myself cheerfully. My boyfriend is playing, and your dad just scored a goal. The teenager's sullen expression lifted for a moment. Did he? He'll be pleased. Even if they don't win, Nicola added, and then bit her lip as if she was worried she'd said too much. Is he violent? Are you scared of him? Do you want the number of a women's refuge? I said none of it, but followed them through to the most expensive kitchen I'd seen on the road so far. Book-matched marble on the island, a vast cooker with 9 rings, bound in metal like a treasure chest, designer lighting, and doors that disappeared into the walls to blur the boundaries between the kitchen and garden. It reminded me fleetingly of the Dawood's house, but it was even more expensive and ostentatious than theirs. A litter of laptops and iPads lay on the huge table, and one wall was taken up with an enormous artwork that was a tangle of neon tubes, currently switched off. With an effort, I focused on the job at hand. What can I do to help? Nicola had opened the fridge and was staring into it vacantly. It was Camilla who handed me a tablecloth and directed me to the long table in the garden where the buffet was going to be. She was busy taking out napkins and paper plates and disposable cutlery, as her mother gave me bowls of salad and platters of sandwiches to lay out. It's too early to cut the bread. Nicola rubbed her forehead with the back of her hand. What else? Drinks, I suggested diffidently. Oh, God, yes. Leave everything in the fridge, Mum. You know Dad hates it when the drinks are warm. Camilla opened a cupboard and started taking out glasses, muttering under her breath. She was wearing leggings and an oversized T-shirt that had the effect of making her look fragile. You were fantastic last night, I said. And Camilla lifted one shoulder as if she would like to block out my words. Is there going to be another performance so the rest of the school can see it? We did it for the rest of the school already. It was the dress rehearsal. Her voice was toneless. In person, she had none of the wit and vibrancy that had been so hypnotic on stage. She had gloried in the attention on the previous night, but now she was withdrawn. A humming sound made her jump, and she slid her phone out of her back pocket with practiced ease, her long nails tapping on the screen. "Mum, can I go out?" "Not for long. I need you. They'll be here soon." "I'll be back. I just need a second." "Just a second, then." Nicola dropped into a seat at the kitchen table, staring into space as her daughter swung out of the kitchen. On the way, she slapped a light switch with the palm of her hand, and over Nicola's head, the neon artwork buzzed and flared into life, so I could read what it said, in jagged pink writing. "We could be happy." I felt as if it was taunting the desolate shell of a woman sitting beneath it.